No, Destiny's already said he's not addressing this in any way. He's not. Literally, he's never going to talk about this. He said that. Literally, never will he talk about this. Every other drama he's been in, he's been totally happy to fight it. To eventually, even before he was implying that when the litigation's over, maybe he'll talk about it. But no, now it is. He will never talk about it. Connor, get this guy out of chat. Connor, remove this guy from chat. Connor, ban that guy. Connor, ban that chatter now. Go, Connor.
He's very charismatic.
Brianna Wu looks like a claymation character. She looks like she should be in Wallace and Gromit.
Wait, a counterpoint from Brianna Wu talking about this right now.
I just didn't want to get
involved. Oh my god. Oh my god. Content. Let's go.
Just to kind of give you what's going on with me before we get into
the worst people you.
I want to see the actual debate. Counterpoints defends Destiny in 2v1 lab debate. I want the actual debate. Did he get on at some point?
This is Queeman.
Oh, Queeman, my ally, my friend and ally. And yeah, Max is doing commentary on this just as everyone else on the internet. We're not hitching our
there we go.
Our boats and championing this. Obviously, this is something like JSTLK is speaking directly to the victims. He's having the information. I've only spoken to Pixie through maybe one DM saying, like, I support you. I'm sorry for, getting caught in the machine, bullying you on stream, that sort of thing. I've only shown Cherry support publicly, like on her posts. I've not tried to get any more information. I'm not trying to be the newscaster for this or anything. I think I'm talking about it because I think anyone should be talking about this. Anyone who has been victimized by Destiny in any way, I think should be talking right now. Because
okay, I'm just testing my audio. How are the volume levels? How are the volume levels?
And that's basically my involvement. For Brianna Wu to act like I'm making this about me, very silly. I'm only responding to this. I'm making this about me now because Brianna Wu has made it about me in accusing me of this. But otherwise, I've tried really hard, I think, to just sort of commentate the same way you have, the same way Queeman has, the same way that I mean, not even the way that Queeman has, because Queeman's like trying to get facts and like trying to report on it in a journalistic like way.
Yeah, that's a bit much for sure. That's over the top. I wouldn't say journalistic, but sure.
Well, but definitely more like you're trying to get the facts, whereas I'm just kind of watching it unfold and reacting to it.
Like an autistic cruise missile.
Sure. But yeah, it's crazy to me that Brianna Wu now has condemned me more than I think any other person online. I've never seen her condemn anyone the way that she's condemned me.
Okay.
There we go.
I think
a little bit better.
You and I have had friendly banter in the past. I will continue to try to do friendly banter, but I am just going to press you a little bit, just because I think that there are things
Trust me, Connor.
Okay. So the main thing, and I am being a douche about it.
We're going to moderate pro lab. Okay, I'm going to cut in and moderate pro lab.
Which you are repeatedly.
We're going to make lab win this.
Is that you alleged that Hassan Piker had an illicit but consensual affair with a friend of yours?
Okay. Again, I don't know what this has to do with the fact that Destiny has been accused of a sexual crime. So again, we can talk about me forever, and we always do. The problem is that this is always running defense for things that I have said about Steven that have turned out to consistently be true. Everything I have said...
This is why, like, who talks about a thing matters a whole lot, even though it probably shouldn't, right? Like, I fucking got in an argument with some DGG Spurg. Like, the idea is that if what is said is true, then whoever's saying it shouldn't matter. But the problem is that, like, when Lav is the one that is constantly trying to rail against Destiny, it's very easy for someone to whip around and say, like, Lav, didn't you talk about Steven's weird phimosis wiener to, like, random like neo-Nazis on Cozy? Hey Lav, didn't you do X, Y, and Z, and X, Y, and Z are all like horrible, fucked up, horrendous things that she's done in the past. But all of that then distracts from Destiny, who very much needs to be criticized, but because Lav is the one trying to bring the criticism, it's very easy to dismiss her, and then we call it, and then tangentially dismiss the criticism itself. I think that Lav does a huge disservice to this story by getting involved in any way, shape, or form. Like, even weighing in on it takes away from Pixie and Cherry. Yeah, I mean, it sucks. It's sad. Because now counterpoints can go, Lav, didn't you leak revenge porn? Lav, didn't you, like, dox someone? Lav, didn't you say that, like, certain people should off themselves? Lav, didn't you, like, try to exploit people? Like, Lav, didn't you lie about X, Y, and Z? Didn't you work with Mr. Girl during that weird time where he was pressuring one of Destiny's victims? Rather than the actual point of the actual fact of the matter, which is that Destiny leaked revenge porn of, not revenge. I hate that they use this term. It's not revenge prawn. I feel like revenge prawn was very correctly defined as being like somebody that releases sensitive material given to them, like be it pictures, video, audio, in confidence that the person gave it to them when things were good, when they were together, and then this other person is releasing it in order to punish them. But I don't think Destiny was releasing it to punish Cherry or to punish Pixie. I think that he was just a stupid, like, I think he was a stupid gooner. But the use of that term, I think, by Justical and Turkey Tom takes away from the fact of the matter and the strongest point, which is that Destiny is just an amoral, disgusting degenerate and shouldn't be taken seriously.
Otherwise,
let's do...
hold on. Everything I've said otherwise has become completely true. I was sitting on the Lauren Southern information for 2 years, never came forward about it. I knew that Pixie and him had a sexual relationship. I've known a lot about the sexual impropriety, have not come forward about it. Because of fear or because of being called a liar, because I've learned to not say things without substantiating them, right? I will be the first one to say
though.
I should never have said in a Discord 3 years ago that I knew Hassan Piker had sex with my underage friend. And I have every single time this is brought up said, I shouldn't have done this. I did not lie. There's a difference between a lie and an unsubstantiated story. I have said I'm not going to substantiate. The truth will come out when it comes out. It's not my problem. It's not my responsibility to do.
They're okay. And by the way, okay.
Yeah.
If you want me to make some statement of contrition, some statement of agreement, where I just say, hey, this Pixie thing is beyond fucked up, and I wish Pixie the best in her legal endeavors, I'll say it.
This
if you
Pixie situation fucked up is also running defense. The fact that you have yet to name Destiny as a sexual predator.
I don't think I haven't said that Steven is culpable for what he's done. If you need me to say it again, I will.
Even the way that you're talking about it right now. Your friend has been accused of recording a sexual encounter with someone without their consent and then sending it to someone else. And then recording something with a naive 19-year-old girl and sending that without her consent. These are sexual crimes. This makes someone a piece of shit.
Okay, well, hold on. I don't know about crime.
Now are saying, I saw you talk about Mr. Girl and the fact that he's doing like a Told You So podcast, and you were like, this is fucking insane. I've seen you react more harshly. I've seen you react more harshly to that than the accusations against Steven. It's insane.
I disagree. I disagree. I don't think you watched. So what I can come up with my own phrasing, but I don't want it to be picked apart. So do you have a phrase that I can say that would make you think that I actually do think Steven is an asshole and a piece of shit for what he did, and he does deserve the consequences.
I've got one.
Coming
I've
his
got
way.
one. Say Destiny should be on the sex offender registry.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that.
Why
How
not?
we living today?
Why not?
Making my
You don't
ears
think
hurt.
You don't think
partners have a right to know yet? You don't think
We're
future
doing
partners
pretty
have a
good.
right to
Perfect
know-
zip. What do you call it? Lav makes my whole soul, body, mind, and existence hurt. But I very much want to watch counterpoints try and defend Destiny being a degenerate Coomer. The thing that irritates me the most about Lav being involved is that immediately counterpoints can sweep by just saying, "Oh, Lav, aren't you also a piece of shit?" And he's right, she is a piece of shit. So it would just be nice if it was just Queeman versus counterpoints on this topic, but because Lav is a nosy bitch that has to get involved in everyone's business, we now have to listen to her do her best to try and debate a topic she knows almost nothing about.
know that this guy might be recording them without
Thankfully,
their knowledge
Queeman's coming in.
when they have sex.
Coming in clutch.
If you find me the Florida state statute that says that leaking sex crimes, or excuse me, leaking sex tapes gets you on the sex crimes registry.
Can you show me the
then
law
I'll say-
where
I'm not asking you a legal-
where
this isn't a
leaking
legal
nudes is
question. Yeah, this
illegal?
isn't a legal question.
So you realize that laws, we create laws based on like moral principle, right?
Yeah,
so it
sure.
It doesn't matter that the law does not yet or will ever
hold on.
exist.
So if we're gonna be retarded, okay. So I was trying to.
We
start
are the
something,
retards, not the guy
but
defending.
if you guys just want to spurg out in a
a
retard
goon-
session, we can
a
do
gooner.
that too.
Who's
And I'm happy
spurging?
to do that.
You said, what phrase can you say that will convince?
Well, so
I'm
I'll tell you
spurging.
that I'm not going to say that phrase. And the reason why I'm not saying that phrase isn't because I'm sweeping, quote unquote. The reason why I'm not going to say that phrase is because the sex offender registry basically means that you can't live certain places. You can't rent a whole bunch of places. It's very difficult to get jobs. And pretty much everybody in the world assumes that you're a pedophile. So you have to live in a trailer park along with a bunch of other pedophiles.
Location.
I'm not done yet, Queeman. I'm not done yet. You asked
Two
me
of
a
those
question, I'm
concerns are
answering it.
illegitimate. Two of those concerns are completely illegitimate.
I'm going to continue the
context.
concept.
Because
And so,
Destiny can live anywhere he wants because he's got loads of
Steven
money. He
belongs
doesn't have
in
to
a
work
trailer
again.
park
So.
with pedophiles, broke and destitute. No, I don't think that's a parallel consequence.
How would he be
to his
broke and
actions.
destitute? How's he suddenly going to lose all of his money?
That's where you want to go.
Well, no, I mean, you're asking how's he get? You're saying he's going to be destitute in a trailer park.
Pedophiles who live it. Okay, so hold on, Queeman. So instead
How
of
is he going to
focusing-
end
because
up in
I
a
swear to
trailer
God,
park?
no,
How
you
does
wanna make it
Destiny
retarded,
end up
I'll
in a
make it
trailer park?
retarded.
Answer my question.
okay,
Answer my question.
so,
How's
okay,
Destiny?
let's say
You
that
made it
Steven still
retarded.
has
You just
all
made it
money.
retarded by coming up with
True.
some crazy story about Destiny being in a trailer park.
No, Queeman, if you want to make it gay and retarded, we can do this, okay? So
you just made it gay and
your
retarded
main
talking about some
objection-
crazy
your main
story about
objection
trailer
to what
parks.
I just
Connor.
said, which is no, Queeman, I'm not going to humor you by saying the sentence, is that Steven will still have money, so he'll be fine. So hold on, I'm gonna flip this on you.
No, I'm pointing out the fact that you brought up two criteria that make no sense in this
for him to live
context.
in a trailer park with pedophiles. You think that's
Okay.
an accurate consequence for what he's done?
I don't think that this
I don't
is
see that
a
as the
productive
consequence. That's not what I was
conversation.
saying.
Do you think?
But Queeman wants the fucking shitpost,
Okay,
so we'll
Connor,
shitpost.
do you,
Let's go.
do you think that, do you
Connor's
think
so
that
mad.
Destiny is a sexual predator?
No.
And why is that? What constitutes in your eyes a sexual predator?
I think a predator would be somebody who's like taking advantage of people who have no capacity or agency.
Okay,
you say
so when
no
you record
capacity or
someone with
agency?
when you record someone
What?
without their consent and distribute that, what are you doing?
I would say you're violating the consent of that person.
And what does that mean? It means that they are not able to have, you're taking their agency away from them, correct?
Okay?
So is Steven a sexual predator?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
What
not.
point does she think
Listen,
she's
guys,
making right now?
If you want to take a
Connor, this is like
orbiter or former orbiter and get them to call him a pedophile because you
Who
feel
said
like
that?
you're winning.
Is that the
Sorry,
is that the only thing? Is that the only? So Steven is not a sexual predator until he fucks
You know what?
someone who's
I've already
under 18.
answered 3 or 4 questions, so I'm just going to ask the question again because,
Okay.
again, this is the cudgel with which you're beaten over the head with which you won't answer.
Okay.
Did Paris Jackson
About
sleep with Hassan Piker when she was 17?
fucking screaming. This can't be real. Chat, is this real?
Is this real
Chat,
shit?
is this
real. I'm asking you a very straightforward question that has a factual answer, yes or no. I typically answer your questions relatively quickly. You can answer my question relatively quickly.
It is my belief, and I have alleged that Hassan Piker slept with my friend before she was 18 years old. Yes, I have repeatedly said this. I've repeatedly said this. I will not go back on it because I know it to be true. Hassan is not taking me to court. I await him taking me to court. I've continuously publicly said this. I don't know what else to do. Yes. What the fuck does this have to do with
It
Stephen?
doesn't. I just wanted you to
distributing
answer a straightforward question.
True.
Okay, well,
What
you got
does
your
this
answer,
have to
so
do?
can we go back
Oh
to the
my
sexual
God.
predator question?
It's like
Okay,
it's insane actually. It's insane.
No, it's
I
not.
can't
It's
believe
actually,
real.
it's very sane. This is the one thing that people have been trying to get you to answer for a very long time. So I'm
I have
happy you
answered
answered
She
this
it.
said it many
every single
times,
time it's
yeah.
been brought up. I've
So
answered
every
this the
single
same
time that
way.
somebody has asked you, did Hassan Piker have sex with Paris Jackson when she was 17? You've said yes?
Yes, every single time. Every
No,
single
that's a lie.
time.
Okay, first, I don't think that's necessarily true. I
You
think
didn't
sometimes
say
you've
That's a
declined, you've
lie.
declined to comment.
That's a
Yeah,
lie.
declined to comment once in a
Oh my
while, I
God.
think.
No, I
I
said
seem
I'm
to
not
remember.
This is what I'm talking about. She's like the worst fucking person. Like, she made one good point, and then Connor immediately gets to dunk on her because she can't help but lie in conversations for no fucking reason. Everything she says is logged. People hate this woman so much that everything she's ever said is going to be recorded 100%. So I don't understand why she feels that she can just get away with lying in conversations. It's so stupid. It's such a dumb fucking move, especially when the goal here is to get Connor to acknowledge that Destiny is in fact like a predator of some kind. Maybe not as strong a word as, you know, Kleeman and Lav want to use, but because Lav is such a crappy representative and such a crappy person to be talking about these situations, because of how much shit she has in her past, Connor can just duck, bob, and weave like literally everything they ask him. It's annoying.
Substantiating. I said it's not. I'm not substantiating.
But it's true.
Yeah, I will go on record to say yes. I believe that this is true. Yes.
Okay, that's fine. All right, you answered my question. We can move to whatever the fuck else you want.
Okay, Connor, so
Okay,
if you
great.
completely remove someone's agency by taking away even the possibility of them consenting to an act because you do it to them unknowingly, how are you not a predator? You have removed their agency and taken advantage of it. How does that not qualify as predation?
Okay, we're gonna go autistic, so we'll just Google sexual predator definition real quick. And by the way, you could have Googled the statute by now, but I guess I'll do it.
The statute for what? There isn't a statute that's called sexual predator. It's a
What I don't get is why Connor has to like be so autistic in defending Destiny. Why are we arguing law? Why are we debating law? There's literally no point. There's no point in debating law when it comes to this topic because the legal stuff is going to be figured out. We're debating as to whether or not Destiny is a weird sex pest groomer gooner, and we don't have to use the legal definition. We can say, well, typically grooming is when you do X, Y, and Z. It seems that Destiny was doing X, Y, and Z due to these leaks. Wherever we like, gooner doesn't even have anything to do with legal stuff, and I don't get why Lav is so hung up on using legal definitions that Connor can then go, well, hang on, let's go look at the legal definition. Like, okay, well, let's just look at the situation. Like, screw the law. Let's just look at the situation. The situation is Destiny sent nudes and videos of Pixie to a random 19-year-old Discord e-girl kitten that he was trying to rizz up, or had already rizzed up at this point, I guess, in the conversation. And he was sending them to her to get her off, and so Destiny could get off on her getting off. At that point, we can say, yeah, he's a shitty person. And the fact that and then we can go a step further and say, he's using video of a 20-year-old to try and get this 19-year-old to do more sexual acts with him. From there, we can probably say he's engaging in some form of grooming because of how young this person is. And from his own personal stances, where he says that people who are, 15, 16, 18, they're all like mentally deficient toddlers. Like, from those pieces, we can say, oh, he probably is grooming. He probably is a degenerate gooner piece of shit. But Connor's like, well, can you show me the statute? Can you show me the da-da-da? And then we can just shit on Connor for trying to bring up the law, but Lav is such a spurg, such an idiot, and Queeman's such a goofball that they're like, okay, well, we're not going to push back. Lav is going to engage. Queeman's trying to redirect, but clearly it's not working. Connor is... Man, I thought putting it into border mode would make it to where I could... I was hoping that border mode would let me hit play from
it's a colloquial.
Yes, there is. For people who are...
No, that's way easier,
in order to get on the sexual offender registry, you obviously have to violate
I wasn't
certain
asking
laws.
a question about the law. I was asking morally, do you think this guy should be on the sex offender
shut
registry?
up, you fucking homo. Yes, you were.
Connor,
No-
do you think
no, I
that there
wasn't.
are laws that don't exist that should exist?
Sure.
Connor, unlike you, I don't do legal analysis on Twitter.
There
Okay,
you
buddy?
go.
So I'm not asking about the
Based.
law. I'm asking
Nice.
about morals.
Good job.
Do you think,
not
wait, hold on.
ask me
Connor,
in
do you
the
think it should
Good
be
Queeman.
illegal
fucking
to
conversation
Shut up,
if
Lab.
he belonged
Lab,
on
shut
the
the fuck up.
sexual offender registry?
Yeah.
Was
Do
it
you
not a
think?
question that you
Do you
asked?
think Destiny should have a public record made that tells future partners that he behaves in
But
an
you don't
improper
want a
way
legal analysis.
sexually? Yeah, I'm not
But
asking
you
for a
don't
legal
want a
analysis.
legal
Correct. Correct.
Oh, fuck yourself, Queeman. Let me read instead of going off.
Do you think it should be?
So you can't make a
illegal
moral
to-
judgment,
to-
okay.
Do you
Go for
think
it.
it
Sorry.
should be illegal
So
to
what I'm getting so
unconsensually
far,
record someone
what
and
I'm
then
getting so
distribute
far
it unconsensually?
seems like my instincts are correct, which is a sexual predator is a type of sexual offender who has committed a particularly severe sex
God
crime. The term
bless
predator
it.
is often
Damn
used
it.
to describe someone who habitually seeks out exploitative sexual situations. Differences between a sexual
By the way, that legal definition, I feel like, okay, we would have to dive into what each part of that means and what each part of that dictates, right? But from that very basic baseline reading, that does sound like Destiny. It targets women that are very young, 20 to 19, all legal adults. All of them are legal adults, but he intentionally targets women that are young, may have some form of mental illness, and he's doing that because they have a reduced capacity for logic and reasoning, or to have that ability to see the consequences of their actions farther on down the line. And that probably would fall under the definition of somebody that is seeking out consistently what was it, exploitative relationships? What word did Connor just use?
is a type of sexual offender who has committed a particularly severe sex crime. The term predator is often used to describe someone who habitually seeks out exploitative sexual situations.
Habitually seeks out exploitative situations?
The term predator is often used to describe someone who habitually seeks out exploitative sexual situations.
Yeah, that I feel like that fits Destiny to a T. Like that fits him like right on the money. Let's go over all the women real quick. We've got Anna Voir, we've got Pixie, we've got Bose, we've got Straighteraid, we've got that random chick he picked up in Florida that went to war with Kelly Jean. We've got Melina, we've got his first two wives. We've got Lauren Southern. Who else? We've got all these women who are all younger than Destiny, all of whom he's established these relationships with. According to Merc, we've got Merc off the Perks, that's another one. We've got Lauren De Laguna. Yeah. I mean, the word predator, just from the sound of it, seems like it would fit Destiny to a T, but if we were to go into legal definitions, I'm not sure how well that's going to work out. The answer is probably it doesn't fit, but just from what he read right there off the rip, from my understanding of everything he just said, from the layman's understanding of what he just said, 100%, I feel like predator would apply to Destiny.
differences between a sexual predator and a sex offender, severity of the crime, frequency of the crime, prior sex offenses, type of crime. So no, I don't think that Steven should be deemed a sexual predator or go onto the sex offender registry for what he's done. No, I don't think so.
Is that a moral position or a legal position, Connor?
You lot.
Is that
a legal analysis based off of what I was able to
I'm
pull
not
up
asking
on a
for a
cursory search.
layman's. I'm not asking for layman legal analysis. I'm asking for a moral position. I'm asking about what you think, Connor.
And I already gave you an answer, which is no. I don't think that going on the sex offender registry is proportional to the crime he's committed.
Okay, so how do you make sure that women he interacts with in the future know that there is a significant chance he is recording them, even when he claims otherwise?
I don't know how to solve that for the women who Destiny sleeps with. I don't know how to fix that for them.
Well,
so you just think you should be allowed to go on, or what's your prescription
do you have a solution, Queeman?
Yeah, I think you should be put on sex offender registry.
Okay. I think you're fucking insane, but that's fine.
Okay, we don't have any reasoning.
I think there's several things that should happen. I think that there should be way more. I think that this kind of shows that like the liberal, sex positive attitude completely is unsustainable. Like I think that the casual sex attitude, the have sex with whoever attitude, is completely counterproductive for women. I said this like 3 years ago, I think.
True. However, you said that while also being an OnlyFans model and having sex with people outside of your marriage. Again, you were saying this at a time where you weren't living by that at all. You are the worst person to have this discussion.
I think that my involvement with Steven was a learning lesson for me to never do anything like that again. And I think that I've mostly said that I think I've taken a lot of accountability by saying that I shouldn't have put myself in that position, and that no other woman should. Of course, you can only hold women as accountable as they can be without also then saying that there is a guy who wants to hurt you and you should avoid him, right? Like there is still the part where you are avoiding the guy that wants to hurt you. Yeah, I think that, I don't know about you guys, I think that recording, even if it's not in law right now, I think that morally there should be a law that says that you cannot record someone without their consent and then distribute it without their consent. I think most people are in agreement that way. If the law doesn't exist, it should. And then if the law exists, obviously, I think that there should be a consequence for that behavior. When you are on a registry, it doesn't just say that you're on a registry for anything. It gives exactly your crime usually. I think that he should be on a registry saying that he has distributed unconsensual content in media, obviously. I don't know why you would die on the hill that that's something that he shouldn't be. I think it's obvious that he should face severe consequences for actions like that.
True.
Okay. It should be a black mark that follows you for the rest of your life. It should follow you for the rest of your life, 100%.
I would like to respond. So anyways, Lav, you and I both share the perspective that we are both fairly, well, I would say I am anyways, fairly sex negative. I don't like the positivity. I don't like the sweeping. Matter of fact, I think I wrote down a script the other week where I was
I don't like the sweeping. Sweeps anyway for Destiny.
Summary of your perspective was effectively that when you came onto the Twitch and YouTube political scene, you were concerned that young women were being recruited by OnlyFans and pro-sex sex workers to get into the industry at an age that was inappropriate for their ability to consent to the concept. Yeah. And as a result, they were paying dire social consequences and financial consequences for their participation in sex work. Does that seem like an accurate summary of your belief at that time?
Yeah.
Yeah, you and I are in fucking lockstep right there. Mm-hmm. And not only that, I am probably with you in lockstep as far as this degenerate fucking Coomer culture that's permissive of all this bullshit. I don't think I think people, 95% of people, 99% of people should be serial monogamous. They should have one partner that they stick with and that they're loyal to. And if they don't work out as a partner, then they break up and then they're loyal to their next partner.
I agree with a lot of this, but what does any of this have to do with
what's happening right now in my
Destiny?
fucking chat is there's all these fucking degenerate pieces of shit Coomer who want me to come your way and Queeman's way and say that Steven is the worst fucking pedophile piece of shit on the fucking planet and he deserves to be burned at the fucking stake and he deserves to live on Pedophile Island in the fucking trailer park.
Yes.
But they don't admit that Coomer culture
Remind me to avoid
contributed to this
pedophile
entire
island.
fucking situation.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously
Why
think you're
are
taking
you-
artistic liberty.
Why are you taking responsibility away from Steven by saying that the Coomer culture is responsible? Steven is not a, you know, he's not a thoughtless, blank, empty agent for whatever force guides him that day. He's a moderately, well, not moderately, he's an exceptionally intelligent individual who made the very conscious choice to send these videos and these pictures and these conversations to this random e-girl Discord kitten. Like, he made that choice. This wasn't the culture. This was his choice to do, or to this was his decision to make. So I don't understand what the point of even bringing up the culture is. Why are we critiquing the culture when the point right now is to critique Destiny? It's like when people are like, oh, well, it's a system, it's a systemic problem. We're talking about the rando drug dealer that just ran through like 4 different lots full of children. Like, we're not talking about the fucking culture of America right now. We are trying to deal with this singular individual. This is not the place, nor the time, nor the subject to have a conversation about the culture. This is we need to damn this person, this singular individual, for the actions that this singular individual took. I don't think Connor is equipped to have this conversation because he's trying to use Destiny as this broader topic, or he's trying to use Destiny as a spear to attack this broader topic, when in reality we should just be shitting on Destiny for Destiny's shitty behavior.
Is when you say that. That's not what
Barely.
I'm saying. I don't think
over
so.
here, Queeman is like, fuck yeah, I want him to go on the pedophile list.
Yeah, I think he should. I think
Yes.
Steven should not have access to women
Don't
to abuse
forget
anymore.
this
So I
was
don't
your
think that he should have a
man's.
platform anymore.
I've
I
been
think that
saying
will happen
someone has
naturally.
to smooch him on the head
and I think
before
that, yeah,
he pulls
obviously
the
he should be,
Benoit. He has no
Hey,
thoughts,
Ico
so that when
let
people
alone
Google the
morals.
boy that they're going on a date with, the man they're going on a date with, they see that he's done stuff like this, so they can avoid it.
Connor, are you out
because-
there fighting for people who publicly urinate and get put on the sex offender registry? Are you out there campaigning against that, or do you think this is probably a more legitimate use case of the sex offender registry than
I'm
pissing
not
in
out
public?
there fighting for them, but I 100% believe that people who get caught pissing in public shouldn't be on the sex offense registry.
Okay, do you think this is probably a better use
you?
case for the sex offender registry than people pissing in public?
Wait, sorry, what's that?
Do you think this is a better use case for the sex offender registry than people pissing
On
in
a
public?
spectrum of
Yes.
sex offense, I would agree that sending sending intimate
Okay, so
images
stop pretending it's a completely
without the
absurd
consent of
idea.
involved
So stop pretending it's a
parties
completely
is more
absurd
serious
idea.
than pissing
first
in
of all.
public. Yes, I
So,
agree
so
with that.
stop pretending it's completely absurd, because within our current framework, this would make total sense. Next, do you think that Destiny's behavior here is rooted in some kind of pathology?
Okay, yes, 100%.
Do you think that you should have to inform partners that you have AIDS?
Yes.
Okay, so if Destiny has a pathology that causes him to harm people during sex, do you not think he should be required to inform future partners?
He should be required to inform future partners that he previously recorded sexual partners.
That
and
he has
released it
that he is
Yes.
so unable, so pathologically fucked in regards to sex that there is a good chance he will harm you if you have sex with him.
No. Okay.
Okay,
And
why not?
Cleveland, I'm actually.
Where's the
hold on, I'm
delineating
going to ask
factor?
you a question. I'm going to ask you a question. Based on your own logic, let's say that we have a 17-year-old who, and by the way, this happens all the fucking time. We have 17-year-olds who film themselves shooting pornographic content amongst each other, and they text and send it to each other. Do you think that those people should go on to the sex offender registry?
No, the children that are full agency.
Connor, they're
What if they're 18? What if they're 18? That 18 in
Connor.
one day.
Yeah, once you, I mean, they should.
Queenman's asking me all these fucking gay hypotheticals. We're gonna do it.
Pegging.
So
The-
18 in
Let's
one
go.
day.
One of the 20.
They send both parties involved are 18 in one day. Should both of those people go on the sex offender registry?
Sorry, can you explain the full story? Like, what's the hypothetical
shut up.
giving me here?
Hold on.
Connor, how
No, we're
old
gonna
is
do it.
Steven? How old is Steven?
He's 35. But this is obviously on a this is on a spectrum, right? So we need to figure out
Yeah.
where the
So
line
tell me
is,
the
right?
story here. Give me the story. What's the hypothetical?
So let's say we have two couples, right? They don't know each other.
Okay.
There's female and male couples or homosexual. I don't care what you fantasize about. One party films the other party during like a sex act, and they both know it, but then they distribute that pornography to another party without the consent. Okay? Then flip-flop the reverses. That way we don't have to deal with gender dynamics, right? So you both have 18 years old sharing porn with each other without consent. Should those people go on the sex offense registry?
Yeah.
You're fucking insane.
That's not insane.
don't
Sharing
touch
porn without
real
consent is one
world
of the
grass.
most fucked up things you can do, especially in
You know
permanent
what?
forms.
You know what? Maybe
You're
the
insane.
first time, no. Maybe the first time, no.
Sure.
The second
I would
time,
agree with that.
probably.
Well, and by the way, I'm with Lav here,
fair.
because basically, if
So
let's
Destiny
say
reaches
Steven,
your
hold on.
standard then. If
I'm
two
talking-
times is
I
enough,
have the- I have the-
I think, well, should they be put on the sex offender registry? Yes, 100%. Yeah. If Connor were to truly believe that this Coomer culture needs to be like stopped and needs to be defeated, I don't see why he would ever not. I don't see why he wouldn't agree with that idea of them needing to go on a registry for their actions. Because that would create a chilling effect that makes it to where everyone on this planet, everyone in the USA is now made aware that if it can be proven that you sent porn of an individual that you both filmed together and you sent it to someone else without their consent, and you will now be put on a registry and you will be made to look equivalent to PDF files and rapists, I think that 100% would bring about the chilling effect that he would want against this Coomer culture. I think that his values are kind of disaligned, or he doesn't actually believe that this Coomer culture needs to be stopped as much as he says it does. I think they should go on the registry. I think that would be a good chilling effect. Harsher punishments for crime probably is necessary, given that we have a society and a population that doesn't necessarily value moral goodness for the sake of moral goodness. They only value goodness when it benefits them, and then only engage in evil that they believe they can get away with legally, and they don't really give a shit about the moral consequences or the stain that it may have upon their soul. I don't think that this generation really gives a shit about being good for the sake of being good. So it probably would be good to have that chilling effect, forcing them to reanalyze what it is that they value and what it is that they're doing before they do it. I think Connor being a pussy and saying like you're crazy, you're insane, I can't believe you would say that. I think that's bravado. I don't think he truly thinks that what Lav said or what Queeman said is insane. I think what you see a lot, especially online, especially now with this Destiny thing, is that you've got people that will fight for rehabilitative justice, or they will fight for sympathetic justice or sympathetic punishments. And the only reason they do so is because they've engaged in that behavior, or because they've engaged in similarly disgusting behavior. I don't trust any of these people after these leaks about a month or two ago. Like, every online figure that is engaged in these communities, that's embedded in these communities, that shares these DMs and these private conversations, I think that they're all guilty in some way or another of being made aware of some fucked up situation and then not doing the right thing and saying something about it. I think that to be a part of these communities, you have to have that buy-in. You have to have that. You have to be quiet. You have to be the Harvey Weinstein. It's like the Harvey Weinstein crap all over again. Like, all these people knew what was going on with Pixie. All these people had a feeling that it wasn't consensually shared. Like, all these people had this like 3 months ago, but they didn't do anything with it because they're all complicit. Because they're all complicit, gross little freaks. All of them. Cleeman, Turkey Tom, Nicholas Diorio, President Sunday, Beckett, Cherry, Justical, Loner Box, RL Event, Darius, Molina, all of them. They're all complicit in this gross debacle, and I think none of them should be walking away from this clean. I think they're all sacrificing Destiny because they want Destiny to be the scapegoat. And he is. I mean, he is the one that is truly at fault, right? But their silence defended him for like another month or two, and I think it's only because Bad Empanada is a moron and Lonerbox couldn't keep his mouth shut properly that this all ended up blowing up before Sunday and Beckett had time to truly expose all of it. Yeah, I think Connor is just full of crap. He's just trying to defend Destiny for some weird fucking reason, like Kyla. They claim it's like for some moral reason, but there's probably something going on in the background that makes them like want to defend Steven.
Talking stick, and you are autistic and retarded, so I would like to talk. So in this scenario, I agree with Lav, because if you commit this crime once, that could be a mistake, honest mistake, whatever. But if you have a dozen or a few dozen times that you have done this, then at that point I do think that it would be an indication of predation.
Okay. How many times do you think Destiny's done it?
We know of 2.
Okay. Do you think he's kind of getting there? Do you think he's getting towards predation?
After 2?
I mean, you said, yeah, I mean, you said not first offense, maybe the second. 3, apparently, anyway. We know of 3, apparently. I'm guessing it's Pixie, Cherry, grinder hookups. 4, in fact, if we count both grinder hookups that he claims to have recorded.
Yeah, we know about that as well. So yeah, there's 3.
Okay, so if I was a state attorney, okay?
Oh my god.
If I was a state attorney and I was asked to bring this case, okay? The statutes, and by the way, the legal analysis is
5 with Melina. Sorry, 5 with Melina. Sorry,
shut
5
the
with
fuck up when you
Melina.
don't care
Sorry,
about legal
5.
analysis, because I care about legal analysis, and I'm a third of the conversation.
Wait,
Okay?
also his ex.
Oh,
right?
and Blue
So
Tea,
that's
6. Blue Tea, 6. Oh, wow, this is stacking up quickly, isn't it, Connor? Wow. Sounds
Wow,
like
it
your
is.
boy's a sex
So-
offender.
Yeah, so at this point, you know what you need, because you care about this.
Yeah, Queeman and your boy is fucking defending a sex offender. You don't get to walk away. None of you are innocent. None of you are innocent. The only people that are innocent are the like fans that don't have access to these inner circles. Every one of you is guilty in some form or another. And if the idea is that everyone that touched this situation needs to be punished, which is my idea, I think all of you need to be made to... I think all of you need to realize that respecting the victim's wishes in this instance was the worst decision that any of you could have made. Both for the victim and for anyone that may have gotten involved with Destiny in that time, hypothetically speaking, if someone had. You all covered for a predator. That's really fucking gross. Really gross, really cringe, really bad. No good. You all need to pay for that.
So much. You care about this.
You don't even need to care
women.
I care about
You
people
don't
being
even
wrong
need to
online,
care
Connor. That's what I care about.
Is the
People
most
being wrong online.
virtuous orbiter here. He cares about women. He cares about sex offenses. He cares about all this. So, Queeman, here's my advice to you. Since you care about this so passionately that you think that Queeman, or you think that Steven should go to the fucking trailer park with the pedophiles, what you can do is you can line up those witnesses. You can get them to sign sworn written affidavits that they have discovered the fact that they've had revenge porn leaked against them against their consent. You can have them sign on the dotted line where it says that they're willing to prosecute. You can get a state attorney in the state of Florida in order to get it done. And
Wait,
then
he's
you can
done
work
way
with that
more
state
than
attorney in
5.
order to make sure
He
that
has
it actually
5
gets pushed through the
victims.
courts.
He
And then when he
victimized them much
catches
more than
half a
that by
dozen
sending it
felonies,
to
all,
lots
like
of
third-degree
people.
felonies, all at the same time, then he'll go to Pedophile Island. And because you care about this topic so much, I know that you're going to dedicate the next few months of your lives in order to do that, right?
Why would I do that? Why I'm just giving my opinion online.
Whenever we pin you, it turns into why do you care so much? You don't even care that much.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I don't know
it's
why.
just like people
I know
giving
why
their
you're
opinion.
Rude.
loud, and I don't
You're-
think I ever said that about you.
Connie, you're being
sarcastic.
asked.
It
You're being
doesn't
asked for a
matter.
position on this, and you're deflecting to other people not doing anything,
You
right?
don't even need a good motive. Obviously, he did something wrong.
Who
you
said
don't need a
different?
motive. Well,
Who said different?
Well, it's the yeah. I guess it's the fact that you like will not.
Yeah, you're being asked for an opinion on this. You're being asked for a stance.
keep
You
minimizing.
said, how do I convince you that I actually think about this the way that you want me to? And I gave you an example. Now, we've been arguing over the whole sex offender thing. I don't know why it suddenly comes down to, well, if you care about this so much, but that's not the point. We were talking about what our prescriptions are here, what we think of the situation, what our opinions are. I don't know why that requires me to.
Queeman, if we're just sharing our opinions.
I mean, yeah, we're on a debate live
You
stream.
two think that he should be on a sex offender registry, and I don't.
Okay, so could you give me reasoning for that? What's wrong with my reasoning? Why do you not think you should have to
because
inform
on the
future partners?
spectrum of crime committed by human beings, there's sharing nudes and pornographic videos, and then there's forcibly raping people. And I think there's probably a spectrum of crime in between that are not as serious. Lab, shut the fuck up. He asked a question. I'm going to answer it. So there's a spectrum of sex crime here, right? So I think that rapists and pedophiles should probably be by the state. Okay.
Real. Town square.
And then I think that people who send pornographic images should probably receive civil penalties and maybe some criminal penalties depending on how reckless they are.
So what's the list used for? What's the list used for?
But you're saying that you want him to suffer a consequence over here.
Yeah, wait, no. What's the list used for? So you think pedophiles and rapists should be, and people who share unconsensual material should be given civil penalties. Who's the list used for?
Pedophiles.
But I thought they were
just pedophiles.
Well, I mean, I would, yeah.
Yeah. So who do you think the list? So what crimes? Yeah, who's on the list to you? Who should be on the list?
The list is a death row list.
No, the sex offender registry. You fucking retard.
Yeah, I wouldn't keep sex offenders around.
You wouldn't have any sex offender registry. There's no sex crimes you can think of that people shouldn't be for, but should be put on a list for.
Well, I mean, you're smart. You got that Jewish IQ.
Call him a predator?
Listen, I'm in here getting
beaten
up
I'm asking.
by
There's not a single crime you can think of on that list.
Queeman, this is an important point. I am surrounded. I am a Gaelic Goyim, and I am surrounded by two Ashkenazi Jewish people who are super intelligent.
First of all, I'm barely Ashkenazi.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up.
Well, anyways. The point is that, like, realistically, you keep asking me for solutions, but I know that both of you are wildly intelligent. So what do you think are the crimes that are in the middle that warrant a sex offense registry, but don't warrant the death penalty?
It's not a middle to me because I don't think the death penalty is legit anyway, Connor.
Why don't you just answer a question instead of being a about it, Queeman?
It's the fast.
I don't believe in the death penalty. There's no in between to me, Connor, because that endpoint doesn't exist. I'm asking for your opinion. So for once, could you give an opinion on something and stop deflecting like a fucking coward? You pathetic wretch. Answer the question. Which crimes do you think belong on the sex offender registry? Which crimes? Name them.
Queeman, in real life, I would eat you. Like, you are 5'2" and you weigh 110 pounds.
Destiny fan, by the way.
I could choke you with one hand.
Got bitched out by Destiny for 5 years straight. Bitched out by Destiny for 5 years straight, talking about small, skinny people. Bitched out by Destiny for 5 years straight, talking like this. Bitched out by a guy half his height, no muscle mass, and you got bitched out by him for 5 years.
You would die.
Shall we?
You would die. So anyways, Queeman, because we're just friends here, sharing our opinions. I've asked you the question 3 or 4 times now.
I've asked you a question 3 or 4 times. I want my answer, Connor. I want my answer. I'm not answering a question.
I asked you a question.
Answer my question. Which
crimes
belong on the sex offender registry, Connor?
I'll be the judge. Fine.
I have a nice one. So anyways, the point is, what crimes do you think lie in the middle that warrant a sex offense registry?
I mean, pretty much any sex crime, I think, should be on sex offender registry. So
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
That goes from child molestation, rape, recording without consent, a bunch of crimes I could list off.
Okay,
not disclosing an STD before sleeping with someone.
A rapist and somebody who records a sexual audio log should share the same penalty.
Yeah.
Nope. I think rapists should get more prison time, Connor, but they should still both be on the registry.
I mean, like, the question was, like, should they... Connor very disingenuously is like, well, we're giving them the same punishment. I mean, Cleveland pointed out pretty well, actually. I should probably shut the fuck up just let it keep going, but, like, they're getting one portion that is the same, but the total punishment is not the same. Like, a rapist is going to get, like, jail time and stuff, but what Queeman is saying is that they are going to go on a registry that says, like, hey, this person likes to send nudes without people's consent. I mean, that's kind of based, bro. I mean, yeah, you probably should be forced. You probably should be forced to say to someone, hey, this is my registry card. When I was like 19, 20, I sent videos of my girlfriend to another girl without her consent. Yeah, you probably should be made to say that, like, either for a certain period of time or forever. I don't think people need to consistently be made to be your victim. I think the interesting way that this is going to apply to, that this would apply to Destiny is that there are a lot of women in his fandom. There are a lot of women that like to watch and interact with Destiny. So there is probably an increased need for people to be made aware that he does this. Proper penance, I guess, would be... I don't even know what he could do to make up for this, honestly. But regardless of making up for something, I think that he 1,000,000,000% needs to be made to fess up to it. There ought to be at least part of this should be a confession of guilt after the end of this weird... at the end of this weird... what do you call it? This weird legal case he's got going on. At the end of it, he probably should be forced to say, like, yeah, my bad, I did it. I shouldn't have done it, I was a gooner. Hey, heads up to all women, I've done this in my past. I'm trying not to do it again, but just to let you know, I've done it. It probably won't help. It probably won't do much. Because the women that want to sleep with Destiny probably don't care that he's a weird, freak, degenerate gooner. They're probably the type of women that don't have the self-respect to say to him, no, I'm not going to sleep with you because you're a weird, degenerate, freak gooner. I don't know what this guy could do. Oh well. I will say though, bro, the content for this year is gonna be phenomenal. We've only just started. The year just started. The content is gonna be incredible this year.
Let me talk. Queeman is.
Well,
let mommy talk. Let mommy talk, Queeman. Let mommy talk.
I will be respectful to women.
Okay. If you...
I'm AFK.
I don't even know how to have this conversation with you right now. We've given now 6 different instances of a pattern of Steven releasing things without people's consent.
Okay.
So by itself, I think out of 10, recording someone, showing it to someone else, 10 being like rape, 1 being like coming up to someone and saying you look good tonight. I think probably on its face, if it was private and without like a global public stage, the Pixie situation would be like a 6. I think the Cherry situation would be like a 7 or an 8. Given what we know about, given this being completely public and the damage that this could personally do to Pixie, especially, given the fact that she like wants to dedicate her life and career to this space. This could damage this is irreparable damage to her. So I think that makes it a little worse. And then also the fact that this is that we know now through multiple direct messages, private messages, that Steven has a blackmail kink, and he's played out this kink with multiple people and asked people to do it. And now suddenly he's saying,
I don't know where
I'm not even
from.
going to look for the leaker anymore because no one cares. I think that this story is even more nefarious than you're willing to admit. So I think, do I think that he raped someone forcibly? Is this a Brock Turner situation? No, but I don't think that that's the only sex crime you need to have done to be a sex criminal. Obviously, he has a pattern of habitually doing things without women's consent or without.
We're not debating legal. We're asking what ought in the perfect world, what would we do if we were given the crown for the day, if we were the king for the day and we could make whatever laws we wanted? The question is, what ought happen? Good Lord. I would never be so bold, since I'm not a lawyer, I would never be so bold as to say somebody needs to go, or somebody's definitely going to go to jail. I would never be so bold as to say that. However, I will make a statement like, well, maybe they ought to go to jail for what they did. Maybe they ought to go to jail for the crime they committed. I don't have the legal backing. I don't have the legal backing to say why. Holy hell, that hurt. I don't have the legal backing to say why they ought to go to jail. But if you were to say, like, what would you have done if you were the king? Like, would you throw this person in jail? I mean, my answer would be yeah. Especially for this. Like, Destiny shouldn't just be able to get away with violating so many people's trust. Especially after talking down to literally every person on these platforms by saying, like, oh, I'm the truly moral one. I'm the one that believes in actual full-throated informed consent. You all are just borderline rapists. Like, after being talked down to for so long, yeah, I think that I personally think that he should go to, well, not go to jail. I think that he should be made to suffer a fine and be put on a list. That'd be sick. If for no other reason than because he spouted this for so damn long, there is no way he didn't know better than... there's no way he didn't know that what he was doing was fucked up. There's no shot. So, it'd be nice to see him suffer for his actions. It'd be sick.
Without men's consent. Obviously, he has a sadistic pleasure in releasing these things to people without consent. So it doesn't make any sense to not call him a sexual predator. We named 6 instances of sexual impropriety off the cuff, and we don't even have all the information yet. So
okay, so let's presume, for the sake of conversation, that we have half a dozen women whose porn was shared without their consent, and Queeman thinks that he should be on a sex offense registry.
Yeah,
I think he doesn't live in the real world, and his country currently lets out rapists at like 5 years. But,
you've got no idea what you're talking about.
Do you want to look up the fucking grooming gang fucking like release?
Yeah, you're going off of a Twitter misinformation post that was talking about how some girl got quadruple penetrated by Muslim grooming gang.
Why is the lab the one to tell you all this?
Received a 5-year sentence. They all got life. But anyway, carry on.
Hold on.
You okay? So hold on. You want to do? Dude,
yeah, you're talking about the case.
Box link, you fucking loser.
You're talking about the case. You're talking about the case that was going around Twitter the other week where
that Motorbox linked me.
Where grooming gangs where a grooming gang that quadruple penetrated a 12-year-old or something got 3 to 5 years, according to some Twitter post. But it wasn't even true. If you went and looked up the case, the guy who facilitated it got life.
That's not even what I'm talking about.
Okay, go for it then.
Rape sentences. UK.
Do you mean the prosecution guidelines, where it's like the basic guidelines up to 7 years?
Fucking website saying that the average length of sentencing is 4 to 19 years.
4 to 19. That's a pretty big range, Connor. The average sentencing is 4 to 19 years. That's what it says. That sounds like a retarded fucking webpage you're reading, Connor. I don't know where you found that.
It's your country's website, you fucking
4 to
moron.
19 years is the average. Show me that. Show me that. Send me that right now.
It's
the
literally
average sentence is 4 to 19 years.
Stuart Mills Solicitors. It's your fucking lawyers.
It's my lawyers. It's my lawyers.
Yeah, they're in the UK.
Connor's getting blown the fuck out right now.
Queeman.
I don't think. Does it matter whether or not we want to talk about the pedantic argument of whether or not he should be on a registry?
Well, whether or not Europe is loose on fucking rapists, which no, it's a side tangent.
Yeah, I don't think it's even. I don't think it's even that relevant.
Connor got blown the fuck out, bro.
Obviously,
Okay,
at least publicly.
Queeman wants everybody who's shared a fucking nude to be a sex offense register. Okay, got it. So in Steven's case, actually, this is the question. Yeah, how long do you think he should be incarcerated, Queeman?
How long should he be in prison?
He's dead.
No,
I'm not particularly invested in a particular length of
How long should Steven be incarcerated for the offenses that you currently know about?
I don't have like a particular length of time for incarceration. I think prison time would be good. I am owning it. I do think he should go. I do think he should go to prison. I do think he should be on the register. That's why I'm owning.
There's an argument to be made that he actually. I don't think that he would benefit from prison time. I think it would behoove the world.
So no incarceration.
To have
he just has to go live on pedophile
registry. No, I think it would be a good idea for him to not face jail time. He's not going to get jail time, but I think having a permanent marker on his record when any girl he ever dates or has sex with Googles his name, that there is something that says that he has done this. Yeah, I do believe that is actually completely fair to do.
Okay. So, all right, just summarizing your guys' perspective. You think that when Steven moves into a new apartment complex, he should have to walk around to all of his neighbors and say, hey, just to let you know, I'm on the sex offender registry.
Yep.
You think that he should be registered onto a website where people know his address.
Yep.
You think that he should have to tell every single partner that he has going forward that he's a sex offender.
Yep.
And you don't think that he should be incarcerated for his very serious crimes, but he should 100% have like his housing and possibilities of employment extremely limited.
So not every sex offender has to announce themselves to their neighbors and community.
Great.
So he actually wouldn't have to do that. Do I think that every time a woman Googles his name that she should see that? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Very cool. Thank you for coming on and sharing your guys' opinion on how much punishment Destiny deserves. Very nice.
Well, I mean,
you haven't given any opinions, so.
No, I've given you quite a bit of opinions. As a matter of fact,
you've dodged reasoning it. You've dodged giving any basis for them repeatedly. Every time I ask you a question, you just start
please ask me a direct question, and I will give you a direct answer.
Yeah. Do you think Destiny's a sexual predator?
I already said no.
Okay. Why? When you said that if you get up to like 6 or like a dozen people, why is that the marker? But Destiny with 5, you can't start to make that determination.
Because, according to a summary of Florida laws and definitions,
is that how you?
That's how repeated offenders of people convicted of first-degree felonies, while a sex offender is a person convicted of certain sex crimes.
Recording
so
someone.
I think
it actually is a first degree felony to record someone without their consent and send it.
I said he's maybe a sex offender. I don't think he's a sex predator, according to the definition that I just looked up.
Okay, so what he did with Cherry, if it's
I need to
true,
point this out.
No, answer live. I've got a good point
I
here.
need to point this out to your audience because I need to know that you're actually just an argumentative bitch, but you don't actually like understand the words that you're saying. So you said, Connor, you haven't owned a position this entire conversation. And not only did I...
Yeah, because you've deflected even in that. I can run you through how you deflected. So basically what you did is you pulled up a specific legal definition for Florida about what a sexual predator is. But if you search sexual predator definition anywhere on the internet, that's not the definition you'll get. You'll get something more like this. A sexual predator is a person who obtains or tries to obtain sexual contact with another person in an abusive or predatory manner. The term is often used to describe people who commit sex crimes, such as rape.
Okay, so I'm going to say what I'm going to say anyways. Okay. So you asked me for opinion. I gave you the same opinion 20 minutes ago. I answered your question directly. 2 minutes ago, you accused me of not owning a single stance in this entire conversation.
Yeah, because Connor, what you said a minute ago was that with enough...
Oh my God, whoa!
With enough... Loser fucking audience, understand that you lied about something that happened in this conversation.
Oh.
I didn't lie about
Are they
anything.
still like
So,
sweep,
a position you
Bad
also
word.
took.
No,
So,
no,
Connor,
Connor,
just sweeping
Lord.
for
So, Connor,
destiny.
a
Do they
position-
understand that you were wrong about something?
So, Connor, a position you also took in this conversation was that given enough recordings, sexual recordings, you would consider someone to be sexually predatory. Now you've walked that back because these would be third-degree felonies that would never meet your definition for sexual predator. But a moment ago,
because
you were
didn't
actually
give me enough
willing.
time to read the fucking definition because you kept interrupting
Connor,
like a
you can
little
find
bitch.
many different definitions of sexual predator. That one you've pulled up isn't the only one. I'm asking, what's your definition of sexual predator, Connor? Because you gave a different one earlier.
Your stance should not be Google. Your stance should not be. I googled this.
Yeah, my stance isn't Google. My stance is the Goldman-Wetzel Law Office interpretation of Florida laws and definitions.
You're
You guys
being
love lawyers. I know you guys
so
love
you're- so-
Pisco.
You
love Pisco
okay,
Liddy.
so you've
I
just
don't love
Pisco Liddy tonight.
so Connor,
Pisco or
you've just decided your definition of sexual predator just tonight. Reading that.
So you admit
Yeah.
you admit he's a sexual
That's
offender.
ridiculous.
I will admit that he's likely a sexual offender. And by the way, here's the thing. By the way, here's the thing. Y'all also probably need to come up with the Florida state statute that actually convicts him of something. Because right now, because there's a gap in the law, like there's what do they call it?
Wait, I have a question. And you're gonna love this.
There's voyeurism. That's a charge, but the statute doesn't apply.
He's just
Then
a
there's
gooner.
cybersexual stalking, which doesn't apply.
He's just.
And
he
it
just got
seems
too
like
horny.
the law that Sherry might be able to prosecute under
It's wiretapping.
is a non-consensual recording.
I have
So
a
if you
question.
guys are so convinced that he's a sexual offender, I would love to see a fucking crime that he's violated.
I have a question.
I'm calling him a predator, and I don't base it off of the law. I'm going off of sexually predatory actions he's taken because I have a definition of
Well,
sexual predator
yeah,
that
you
doesn't rely
also
on the
think
law.
Anna's
I have
so
like a
retarded
moral
that she
definition of
didn't
it.
consent, so
Yeah,
I get
correct.
where you're coming
Yes,
from.
yes.
I think Stephen definitely has sex with women who have that don't have the agency to say yes to Stephen. Yes, I would actually die on that hill.
Okay,
completely.
so I'll
but I
ask
have
you
a
another
question.
question.
I have a
Do you
question
think
first, Connor.
Okay,
I have a question
But do
first.
you think Anna is so retarded that she can't consent?
I don't think it's so retarded. I think that there's multiple things going on. I wouldn't maybe put Anna in that bucket, but I would put someone like Baby Peach in that bucket, someone who I think should have like a caretaker who lives with them. He should not be having sex with. Yeah. And not only that, but taking videos with her and sending videos to her of other people as well. Yes, I believe that like is genuinely probably some form of rape. She's like obviously to the point where I don't think she should live alone. So, yeah, I think that that's also proof that he's a sexual predator. But
Okay.
what I
just
was
wanted
going
hear
to
your
ask,
opinion on it.
what I was going to ask is, okay, let's say that I did lie about Hassan. Let's say that I completely lied.
Do not walk it back, please.
And I'm not
listening.
walking back. Let's say that I lied. Am I then a liar?
Yeah.
Okay, so if Steven sexually predated on someone, does that make him a sexual predator?
I'm not going with your fucking gay ass lame fucking layman.
No one
fucking
is
definition.
destiny. No one is destiny.
Okay.
But Vosh is a
I don't know what's
pedophile.
going
But
on.
Vosh is a
Here's the thing,
pedophile,
Kevin.
though. Vosh and food shops are
He's just
pedophiles.
horny.
He'll
He's
use. Dude, this is hilarious, dude. You want the legal definition of sexual predator for destiny, but when food shops watches lolly, it's not the clinical definition of pedophile. It's just you're a pedophile. That's interesting, isn't it, Connor? That's interesting.
what's
When it's
also interesting,
destiny, it's a
Queeman?
completely
I seem
different
to
set
have
of
heard-
standards.
I was listening to a Queeman stream the other day, and I heard Queeman in a very calm voice say, if you're jerking off to cartoon children, there's a higher than average chance that you
That you're a
probably have
pedophile.
proclivities that are antisocial and you
I
might be a
agree.
pedophile.
Yep.
I
100%.
heard that from Queeman.
Yeah, I wouldn't state it as fact though. I wouldn't use it as my definition of pedophile does not encompass just people who say they look at lolly.
It's so easy. As a woman, I'm looking at some of you fucking degenerates, and I'm like, it's so easy to never do shit like that. It's so easy to like never. It's actually so easy to never record a video of someone you're having sex with and distribute it. It's so easy to like never watch porn or like lolly. Like it's actually so easy to avoid these things. And to seek them out means that you already have a pathology. To be someone who feels comfortable enough to take a video in your pocket of multiple people in your sexual instances with them and send them, that suggests something that I, as someone with empathy, cannot even fathom. I can't even fathom doing something like that. obviously there are people who have very sociopathic tendencies. I think that Steven will do this again. There's no doubt in my mind that he will do it again. There's no doubt in my mind. So to be on a registry is the answer. I don't think he needs even jail time. I think he'd love jail, actually. There's so much cock to suck. I think he'd love it. I think that genuinely everyone should be warned about him, and I think the social fallout from something like this also will follow him forever, and I'm very happy about that. And that's all I have to say on it. And also, my heart goes out to the victims who were genuinely, of course, I probably believe myself to be a low-tier victim. I believe even Connor to be a low-tier victim. Everyone who I know in this orbit, I think, is a low-tier victim of Destiny and his sadism. But my heart genuinely goes out to Cherry, who is clearly a victim. I hope that she gets justice. I hope Pixie gets all the money she's asking for, or more. And I hope that Steven loses access to every single woman in the world. I hope he never has sex again. So that's all I have to say about that, and I'm probably gonna leave.
Okay. What I think is that there are obviously like super serious things here, and not only that, I would say that if you actually watch the stream, going through the information that we went through, I think that the Nicholas Diorio offline chat things from Destiny effectively show that he's not contrite, that he's not apologetic, and that he probably doesn't feel remorse about what he did. And so as a result, the thing that I would need to see in order to continue to associate is actual contrition, actual apology, actually trying to make it right with the victims, all that kind of stuff.
Have you seen what he's done since?
What's that?
Have you seen what he's done since?
No.
What, like the things he's posted on DGG? He said that Pixie just wants his money. He said like he told someone like that he fucked his mom, that he fucked his mom. Like complete and utter, just like disregard, doubling down. Like it's starting. Like he's spiraling. He's like not apologetic whatsoever. He said I don't even want to do anything like this anymore. I'm on Vyvanse. My dick barely works. Like that was his excuse. Is that like now that he's on Vyvanse, he like doesn't want to like rape anymore.
Right. Which I think saying it was a year ago, and I got my medicine would not be an acceptable argument for anyone else, and so it's not an acceptable argument here, right? So if we're not actually getting so if we're actually not getting contrition,
is that your beautiful wife?
Yes, it is.
Tell her I said hello.
Yeah, she is great. So hi, Lav. You're her favorite Twitter shit poster, by the way.
That's she's my favorite in general.
Right. So anyways, oh, and by the way, sorry, I'm gonna be mean here. All you fucking nerd, I'm just gonna say the F slur. All you nerd.
Oh no!
In my fucking chat, coming over from fucking Queeman or wherever the fuck you're coming from.
It's Jason.
I'm already beating y'all.
Jason's
okay? In life. I have 2 children. I have a job that pays my bills. I have a decent YouTube channel that's doing well. So, you know, yourselves. Anyways, decent YouTube channel.
Well, thank God for that.
God bless it.
So, got raped by a twink. Do you think you could rape me, Queeman? In real life?
If I tried, I think I could have a chance.
Do you know Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
No, I'm taking out for a drink though, slipping something in.
She's getting gay.
Okay, all right. Yeah, then you go on the fucking Reddit. Oh, Lav escaped. All right. Well, what else you got?
I mean, nothing. I just don't understand what you've jumped around on definitions this whole time and wouldn't stand on anything. It's very disappointing.
You asked me whether or not I saw.
You had a very clear definition of sexual predator in one moment, and then the next moment you're like, "Oh, actually, I need to look up what the Florida legal definition of sexual predator is."
Yeah, and I told you I didn't think he fit them both times because I used the lay definition and then I googled the
it could be fit your layman's definition that you did give the first time around, right?
No.
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah,
because I associate predation with infinitely more aggressive behavior than fucking sharing.
So it just doesn't feel like predation. That's your argument.
Correct. Okay. I was going off of vibes.
Yeah, I think I figured that out a while ago.
Okay. Very cool.
All right. Well, good chatting to you, Connor. I'll catch you later.
All right. Have fun.
See ya. Wow. Thank you for the $5. Guys, I haven't read donos in ages. I'm going to go over them now. Check Mr. Girl's tweet about you. What? I think Lav and Queeman should be put on the sex offender registry for what they're doing to Connor right now. Okay, dude.
Yeah, that was a really bad showing from Connor. That was one of those moments that maybe we should have done offline, sir. Your points were kind of shit. I wonder if there's anything else. Destiny's spineless co-host downplays allegations with turkey talk. Oh my god, a Nick the Oreo video. Yes,
what's the stuff
please.
Lauren keeps saying about you recording people in your apartment? So when Lauren says that over and over again, she's referring to one conversation that I recorded between me and somebody else that had to do with a lot of Melina stuff. Again, in my mind, if somebody's gonna f me over, do some really weird, shady up shit, maybe, theoretically, I might record a conversation, you know, just because I want this to, if for no other reason, to go back through my own personal records to see what people have said, okay?
I was there for this.
The way that Lauren keeps saying this is that, like, is implying that I'm, like, recording me people or recording me, like sexual stuff or something like that. That's how she, like, implies it. I don't know if she's gonna say, oh, I didn't imply that. I didn't hear that.
We're jumping straight into it. We're not going to do too much ahead of it. But we're going to be talking about Not So Erudite. Not So Erudite, of course, is Destiny's co-host of Bridges, an employee of Steven, someone who I've been told 16 times in the past 48 hours is someone who's currently here on a work visa or trying to get citizenship and is working for Destiny. Okay,
Gross.
this is a person
Canadian.
who is reliant on Destiny's employment to remain in the country. All right, that's important, because apparently it's justification for any negative thing ever, because she's got a lot riding on it. Okay, don't forget that, because if you don't mention that 42 times, people get really upset with you, even if it is kind of your argument. I don't know. My statement with the info so far, my opinion will be updated as information is made available. I have little info on new claims. My opinion will continue to update as the information does. Now, this was my first, like, oh, I'm not gonna like this statement moment. My opinion will continue to update as new information does. I don't understand why now is not as good a time as any. So keep in mind, Erudite finds out in November, charitably, I think she says December, finds out in December that this stuff is going on. Now, this isn't like, oh, I've got one screenshot from Chud Logic, or I've heard a rumor. This is someone who confronted Destiny personally, who's also stuck in a triangle as she's friends with Pixie, right? This is Pixie's close friend, and this is Destiny's employee, and apparently also friend. I don't know the dynamic, but all these people know each other. She has access to every single party. She knows in December. Now, nothing was done about this. Erudite.
I don't understand why there's so much laziness regarding the situation from people like Nick and Tom and whatnot. I don't get why they're acting as if like they don't know a whole bunch of stuff about Erudite and Pixie and whatnot. How Destiny was their friend that they put a lot of confidence into. Like, Not So Erudite and Destiny were friends before they were ever employer-employee. Like, even calling them employer-employee right now is kind of dishonest, because I feel like Destiny would never in a million years go, you need to do this or you're fired. Yeah, I just don't get why they're behaving so disingenuously. Because if they really don't know, then they're what's a good word? They're remedial for not looking into it barely below the surface level. And if they're lying about not knowing, then they are disgusting individuals that need to be put onto the block up there with Destiny for defending him, or for giving him space or room to deny more shit. This armor set.
is still currently employed by Destiny, but now that it's public, we're going to hear a statement, and it's implying that things will update as information does, ignoring the fact that Destiny's already confessed. Destiny has already confessed of violating her friend's trust, okay, and sending a fucking sex tape of his 19-year-old, apparently poor blowjob to a random OnlyFans girl that he wanted to sleep with. Now, I'll reiterate what I said last stream. If you're just sending compromising videos of your friends to random people, you probably have done this before. Can't prove it, but people usually don't start by sending intimate videos of their friends to complete and total strangers. That's usually like over time, this thing kind of goes a little crazy. So I'm expecting fully to see more stuff as we move forward, but this is Erudite's response. Fair. Here we go. I've only ever looked into the leaks and reached out to Pixie because I was concerned with her well-being. I spoke to Pixie in person. She made it clear for her desire to bridge the gap between her and Steven, her desire for as little attention on the leaks and everything identifying her as possible. One, both my involvement and my silence were at Pixie's request. My greatest concern for this whole thing has been her well-being. Here are the logs, first and second. Now, we've gone through some of these from President Sunday, who I will be the first to say, those screenshots, I don't know necessarily if they're, I don't know necessarily if that was the most charitable interpretation or charitable read of Erudite thus far, so I am going into this with a more open mind, but not really. Hey, hi, want to chat? Or do you have a friend? I'm worried about you. I don't really know what I'm going to say. I'm not planning to kill myself or anything at this moment, but I feel so tired over living, and I feel like I'm never going to live in a world where I find justice and peace, and it's like I'm trying to give myself a few days before I make any final decisions, but the writing is on the wall. That tells me everything. I'm really sorry. I won't begin to tell you I understand, because I don't, but I do care. I want to see you safe and find peace and pursue justice. Can I be annoying and ask to spend some time with you? Which is good. That is exactly what she said it was. I have never been interested in shutting down conversation about this topic, only mentioning to narrow the question of who could have been leaked, and again at Pixie's request. In the FQ messages, I explicitly tell her to leave her comment up just to remove the part about mutual friends to further increase the likelihood of people knowing it was Pixie or going to the trouble to find a mutual friend in question. I just wanted to remove the comment. If I just wanted to remove the comment, I would have done.
I think the thing that kills me about we were doing everything we could to make sure people didn't know that it was Pixie. They knew. Everyone fucking knew, bro. Like all of KF knew. Either Nick Diorio or like Turkey Tom or Kyla or any of these people. Like none of these people went to the site and read the actual post. Like none of them did it. Like none of them went there because it was already confirmed. There were like a shitload of people that were already confirming it. They were all like, oh, this is Pixie. These are pictures to prove that it's Pixie. These are times and dates and areas to prove that this is Pixie. They were already doing that. This idea that the Destiny squad is putting out that they were doing it just to protect Pixie is so irritating because it was already done and dusted, and by their efforts, it only pushed KF to prove it more and more. I don't think that, I don't know, I think these people are all, like, I think they're all lying. I think they're all lying. I think they're all using Pixie as a scapegoat. That's a feeling. That is not something I can prove. That is not something I've seen evidence for, but I think they're all lying to protect Destiny. I don't think they give truly a shit about Pixie.
Done so, I would not have reached out to FQ. Upon learning of the leaks and Pixie's potential involvement, I investigated privately, contacting Aaron. I then spoke to Pixie and Steven in person separately. I never defended, supported, or minimized Steven's sharing of Pixie's intimate images. Most of my conversations with Steven about this topic were in person and confrontational. I fought with him, advocated reconciling with Pixie. My mediation for Pixie ended when she opted to reach to Steven directly because I felt unable to navigate her monetary requests. Again, I have no problem with any of this so far. Up until this point, probably. I think that's fine. I think that some of the messages were a bit out of context, so I understand why she's kind of concerned at what people were drawing conclusions from there. Note there are a few DMs of our disagreements, but I found to substantiate the timing of me voicing disagreement and pushing him. I viewed him as genuinely remorseful and acting to fix the harms he had done, which is why I remained a business partner with him. I am very disappointed and angry with him that he opted to not reconnect with Pixie. I learned of the allegations Cherry made yesterday. I supported her in Pixie's decisions and the lawsuit charges. I've paused Bridges' releases, I've canceled guests, and I will evaluate business relations as I learn more. I asked Steven for information, but he's uncomfortable sharing due to legal involvement. Everything here is released with all parties' consent. My DMs with Pixie were not given to Sunday or others. Now, I'll click that in a second, but this is fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck, dude. I don't give a fuck. I don't care how many people are gonna come fucking crying in my messages being like, no, Pixie sounds so good here. This is spineless. This is pathetic. Okay? I view him as genuinely remorseful. Is this what remorseful looks like?
Yeah,
Bro, if I go on the sex offender registry, I'm taking 20 other people with me. I'm sorry, not Pixie. I fucking said it wrong. Erudite. I'm sorry. This is my fucking Erudite. This is my problem with Erudite. Okay, that's not fucking remorseful. It's just not. It's flat out not remorseful. Destiny going and ranting in his fucking stream chat the entire day. Destiny shutting down his subreddit. And making it so you can only comment in one post. That's not what. None of this is showing remorse. This is ridiculous. That's hilarious. Destiny is the guy who streams through all of this stuff, and now he's gonna go on a Fortress arc and take like the rest of the month off. I'm sorry, this is fucking absurd. So I responded to her, and I said this. I think this clears some stuff up with motivations, but I can't for the life of me understand why you've continued to pursue a business relationship with someone who's admitted to distributing a trusted friend intimate recordings so you could try to sleep with a garden variety OnlyFans whore. I viewed him as genuinely remorseful and acting to fix the harms he had done is absurd to say when you're caught between your boss who violated your friend. You've been extremely spineless. And I agree with this take. I know J-Stock fought me on it, but I'm sorry, like, when is the line here? Oh, I view him as remorseful. If you go to her profile, this is interesting. I found this interesting. Because it's not like she's doing a ton right now. She's retweeting some support, but she retweets a post blaming me. Oh, I'm so sorry, Erudite. What did I have to lose? Why did it take me so long to make a statement? I have no idea, Erudite. Why didn't you, the person who has access to every specific party who's heard confessions from Destiny, why didn't you do something? Or why didn't you leave? Oh, but it's my fault. You're going after the YouTubers who didn't have any fucking evidence. That's absurd. I'm sorry. That's part of the reason I don't believe Erudite. That's personally part of my problem with Erudite, but it gets a lot worse when we start listening to her actually talk, because for some reason, and I don't understand why she chose to do this, she gave a 1-hour speaking interview to Turkey Tom, and again, people are telling me she comes away looking like very human, very understanding in this conversation. I just don't buy it, personally.
It's been a day, been a long day.
By the way, I love the backdrop that he chose for this important interview, personally. I think this is a great backdrop. Do you guys think this is a good backdrop for his stream?
What is Bunty King to you?
Let me move chat so you guys aren't over his face.
Nicholas Diorio?
I think this is the perfect backdrop for his stream clip.
Yeah, just to let you know, I'm recording already, in case there
Bro, it's like stream
And again,
reception.
she consented to this recording. I
we're
was told
watching
this was happening, and I
we
couldn't
were-
believe
we
it.
are watching Nick
I heard about this, I
Diorio
think, the night
watching-
before, or whatever, or the night that it was
We
set
are
up.
watching.
The night
We are
before it was
streaming
released.
while
So
watching a
it's,
stream
totally
from
clear.
Nick Diorio. Who's watching a stream from
yeah, what do you want
Turkey
to
Tom. It's
talk
fucking,
about the Steve stuff that's going on?
This is
Yeah, I figured
stream section.
I wanted to reach out to you, as I said, just because I think you're probably going to be the most fair, but it also seems like so I'm only really going to speak probably to my side, and then if you have questions, I'll answer what I can.
I don't respect.
You know what's funny is Erudite had a full month, right? Erudite had a full month to prepare this statement. Actually, almost 2 months now to figure out, like, the day this breaks, what am I going to say to Tom?
And I guess like the main thing for me is it's when people are looking at the texts that I'm sending back and forth with Pixie, they're getting like a very clip-chimped version of the exchange. Just
is
so
Bunty
you
King to
are
you,
aware,
the person?
I've talked to
Who is
Pixie
Bunty
about
King?
an hour and let her
Nicholas
know that I
Diorio?
was talking to you just to get consent. So I asked her basically if I could give you DMs to basically be like, the way I'm getting painted here is like really, really far from the truth, and I don't really know why.
Did I not ask him?
I don't respect you.
By the way, it is funny that like one of the things that I said to President Sunday absolutely did happen. So one of my things that I didn't want to do with the story and move forward without more information is that we don't know what's going to happen when this stuff actually breaks. So at any moment, it looks like Erudite really hates Pixie right now, because that's apparently what the Straighteraid person has been telling everybody, who seems to be like a huge piece of shit. I don't know. They reached out to me on Discord. I'm not going to talk to them. But like, it's one of those where you dive in on Erudite and then Pixie comes out and issues a statement of immediate support. So I mean, it's extremely easy to walk into shit that way when you don't really have a good grasp on what you're talking about, just to see how these people react when this stuff actually comes out the right way.
You look like Ghislaine Maxwell.
I know.
Yeah.
And so I guess I'll maybe start with like the first. So I called Pixie and she immediately was like, "I'm so sorry." And just so it's clear, you can text her as well if you want, like on Discord, and confirm like everything you want.
Here's the problem. Okay, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I'm gonna tell you the problem right off the bat. Okay, if this person really cares about Pixie, if not so Erudite actually gives a fuck about Pixie, the first thing that she would do is get out of the situation, because there's literally no way that she could be down the middle on this. She's completely fucking compromised. She has absolutely no purpose mediating a conversation like this. It's absurd to think that like she actually just attempted
What is
it.
Bunty King to you?
A person?
Who is Bunty
How
King?
the fuck is somebody who's caught in between their friend and their employer supposed to be a fucking good mediator for a fucking HR situation? Like, it's fucking crazy. This is absolutely absurd to start out. Like, she should be like 1,000 miles away from whatever is occurring here, and just being like a friend on the side, and shouldn't be going back and forth between the two of them.
With her, like I'm not like.
And the fact of the matter is, it makes all these people look extremely unserious, like straight off of the bat. It looks like we're watching toddlers in high school fight each other, but these are actually grown adults in their, I think, 30s. Most of these people, except for obviously Pixie.
She's totally fine with it. She mostly just feels really bad about this. So this was the text that she sent me today, just so you have an idea of like where I'm coming from, and that she is like agreeing. She knows that I'm sending you these texts. The only thing is that if there's receipts that you want to ask for, I'm happy to give them. I just want to make sure that I send them to her as well, because I feel like it's like the one thing that hasn't happened in this whole situation is like her consent being included. So
yeah, it's her story, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just want you to be clear that like I'm being very intentional about that, and if there's things that I don't answer, I apologize. There's just
so I can show this text you're sending.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me see here.
Now, is this the text message where they completely burned President Sunday? Because I actually liked that text message.
It says, let's see here. Hey, I'm still worried for you. Are you okay no matter what? Please never hesitate to reach out. She says, "Hi, Kyla. I'm sorry for not getting back to you earlier. I've just been really overwhelmed with the situation. I didn't consent to President Sunday receiving those messages at all. I feel like they painted both of us in a really bad and untrue light. I really appreciate that you care so much about me and have been checking on me so often."
Again, if you're wondering, President Sunday ripped her story out and then called her a suicide baiter and extortionist, and then released it because he hates Destiny. Just to be clear, that is what happened. That's how we got here.
Asking if I'm okay. I don't think you'd go that far if you didn't care. I feel really guilty and bad because I didn't expect things to get leaked like this at all. Okay, so I guess you're just showing here that you guys are on good terms, basically. Okay.
Yep.
Well, I guess the biggest question for me would be
I think that like if this were anyone else other than Pixie, I think that Tom, Nicholas, Kyla, like all these people would be able to see that Pixie was very upset and wanting to try and make Destiny feel bad, so she was trying to use her desire to sewer slide to get that reaction from him. That is what we would typically call sewer slide baiting, but because all of these people are trying to go easy on Pixie because they see how like mentally unwell she is with the whole situation, they are hesitant to, they're like, well, I mean, you know, she might just be genuinely upset. They would not give this level of charitability to anyone else. They're only doing it because they know Pixie. And it's irritating because Turkey Tom shat all over Nick is not green back in the day during the Lex Updog situation and Super Mega. And he was like, well, this is like the time that you're supposed to admit that, or you're supposed to back off because you're biased. This is the time you're supposed to like stay out of it and wait for evidence, because this is the time where you might not be acting in proper, you might not be able to give the story the air it deserves, because the coverage it deserves, because you're too invested. Like, all these criticisms, all this flack, all this smoke for Nick is not green. And then Pixie comes along, and he's behaving exactly like Nick is not green. He's giving Pixie a whole lot of charitability he wouldn't extend to anyone else. He's taking everything she's doing in the most he's giving good faith to someone that may not necessarily deserve it, given that they are making it abundantly clear that they want Destiny to suffer. And again, all of this behavior can be justified because Destiny did something so fucked up, but not pointing it out, not saying it, not like wanting to cover it, and wanting to sweep it under the rug is only going to do more harm to Pixie in the future, which is why I fucking hate Turkey Tom, Nick Diorio, Gisticle, Queeman, Kyla. Like, I hate all these people because they are so soft on they're so soft on Pixie because they're all friends with her. It's like, y'all shouldn't be covering this if y'all don't have the stones to tell Pixie that she's making a lot of mistakes and she's not making herself look good right now. I understand she's a victim. I understand that, like, she's not in the best headspace, but that's why y'all need to be the voice of reason. Y'all need to be the ones to tell her it's time to back off. It's time to go collect yourself and come back and pick up that torch when you're ready. Like, when you're ready to properly deal with all this. Because every decision she's made thus far only has made her look worse. And in time, there will be someone much bigger than I, much more important than I, that will point this out to them, and they're not going to have any defense other than, well, she was our friend. In which case, again, you're just like Nick is not green. It'll be interesting. It'll be a fun day. It's going to be interesting if Destiny is the one to try to do that, because then they will have proven why it is unwise to take a friend's side in a drama rather than staying out of it. But we'll see. Time will tell. It's only been 3 days since Cherry came out. 5 days since Pixie. But everyone's focused on Pixie.
From the DMs, and I did prepare. I pulled up a bunch of them, so we can kind of, if you don't mind, we can go through them.
Yeah.
I gotta change that donation sound.
That'll be perfect. I can kind of.
Or I gotta keep it. I don't know which one's more based.
Show you the context around the DMs that you have as well.
Okay, perfect. So the biggest thing.
By the way, she's already at 1 HP.
Context around the DMs that you have as well.
Okay, perfect. So
is that like a whimper? That's a good start.
Biggest thing for me is that it looks like you're essentially playing mediator for Destiny so that he doesn't have to directly talk to the alleged victim. It looks like that's what's happening here. You're playing mediator. You're trying to diminish consequences for him and diminish sort of culpability for him by not having him have to admit anything outright in a DM in regards to what happened in the situation. The situation being that it seems to be the case, at least, that he essentially got an explicit video of them together and then sent that to someone without her consent. To your knowledge, is that true? Did he do that?
So I'm also, just to be clear, I already told Destiny that this is what I was going to say to you as well, so everyone's just like full.
Oh good, she's prepped.
Consented, and I can again
she's been trained.
And show you all the DMs of me letting him know that this was what I was going to be saying. When I confronted him in Miami in like early December, when I went down in person, because I wanted to talk to him in person, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And I asked him, did she know you were recording, and did she consent to it? He said that she did know. about the recording. Like she's aware, she did consented to the actual filming of it, but he said specifically, probably not. Like it was 3 years ago. I don't remember specifically, and like things were open like this, but yeah.
Probably not. I don't remember specifically is Destiny's on the record answer, I guess.
Yeah, probably not. I didn't get like...
The answer, by the way, is yes, he distributed it without her consent. 100%. Because if it was no, he would say that.
Explicit consent. And I said, Steven, that's really fucked up. Like, that's not a...
Steven, that's messed up, man. You need to stop putting your friends in compromising positions for people that you've talked to on the phone just a few times, okay?
True.
I understand this was like a big deal for you to get women who you spoke to on the phone just a few times naked, all right? This is a very rare occurrence, right? But you should stop compromising your friends, Steven. This is really messed up.
Okay. And so, just to be clear, he would say, I didn't completely say, but I read that very strongly as him acknowledging that he did not have consent to give it.
Right. Okay. I guess the biggest question from there would be, once you had that conversation...
What it means is he hasn't found a DM that he could use to twist that he had consent. Because I guarantee that's what he's doing during his break. He's going through every single message he could possibly find from any of these people to find something that could be construed as consent for this action.
True.
Before or after.
With him, and that was, you said December of
$1
Early
billion
December.
%. Nick is
Yeah.
on
2024.
Yep.
Okay, so you guys had that conversation. How did things develop from there?
Yeah, so I was notified. So when the leaks happened, I was having like a community event. So I wasn't actually aware of the leaks until I think just like honestly like a random person messaged me being like, have you seen this? And I was like, no. I still actually haven't looked at the leaks. I have like personally just a policy about never looking at like leaked nudes and stuff. But that's back. So this is back before I talked to Destiny or Pixie. That's when I reached out.
Do you think he'll be doing a manifesto? I imagine he's not going to go down without swinging for sure.
To straight away.
He's not going
Yeah,
down.
you can tell like she's crossing her arms right now at Destiny. This is some big pushback right now. I understand why they're saying this is such a good response.
Hearing that it might be Pixie, and I
think maybe she's even pointing aggressively at Destiny while they're talking.
Figured if it was her, I was also hearing that she's saying it wasn't her, and so I was like, if it was or wasn't her, I don't really want to put her on the hot seat with like me talking to her and making her feel confronted. So I'm just gonna like check and see, because to me, if he didn't even have consent to record the video, then this is a whole different ballgame. Like,
oh, guy. All right, so you see the goal is being set up right now. Like they're on the line, they're putting the pegs in, and they're putting it down, like right there, right? The line is everything that Destiny has confessed to. That's like bad, but it's not the point of no return, okay? And then like any new thing that is slightly worse than all the stuff he's already confessed to, that's the new, like once we're there, we're done, you know?
True.
If he just goes just a little bit further than this arbitrary line in the sand that I've just drawn, which by the way should be career ending. If this guy is distributing his friends' fucking sex tapes to random people, this should absolutely be fucking career ending. Anybody who says different is delusional.
You could have milked that so much harder. Big content.
You want to talk about fucking sweeping? That's fucking sweeping. I'm sorry.
Devil's advocate. If every in someone's life straight up cuts all connection after dog shit actions are called out, why would they ever bother changing?
I agree. Grizzly, I agree.
They just find people that agree with how terrible they were.
You're right. You're right. You're 100% right. But there is also a time and place for reconciliation, and it's not the next day. Okay?
True.
I don't think that every person in Destiny's life needs to drop him. Forever. But they probably should have done something. I don't know. When me and Tom heard that there were rumors, we're like, I'm never going on that guy's stream again. Okay? That's like a normal person's response. But I mean, let's just pretend for a second that that's if and only if Destiny is showing any effort at all whatsoever to be different than he was before. What's he done so far? Well, he's blocked his accusers. That is Cherry. Cherry's IP banned from Destiny's chat. What else has he done? He's he's banned his victims. Okay, so Pixie's IP banned.
How the hell
from
do you
Destiny's
have an
chat.
Eric Andre emoji?
He's blocked an IP banned his friends. So J-Stock is also off. But goodbye, J-Stock. You're out of here too. You're done as well. Okay, he's locked down the subreddit, so you can't even talk about it. He's threatening people right now. He's threatening 20 Twitch streamers that he's gonna go. If he goes on the sex offender registry, they're going down. Okay, does that sound like somebody who's sorry? Does that sound like somebody who has any empathy in the situation at all? I'm listening to people be like, listen, Nick, it's about rehabilitation. It's about rehabilitation. Destiny's out of his fucking mind right now.
True.
There's no indication that this guy gives even a slight fuck about any of the stuff he's actually done.
I'm so curious to hear or to see what Kyla means when she says that he seems remorseful. Because the stupid clapback she's going to have on random streams and calls and messages and bullshit is going to be, oh, well, in private, we're discussing about it like this, this, and this. But he's publicly, he's lashing out. I want to know what the fuck he's saying in private that has convinced this woman that he is remorseful. Because I don't think he gives a shit. I think he gives as much of a shit now as he gave about Pixie when he sent those videos to that 19-year-old child. I don't think he cares. I would not give a fuck. And here's why. Right? Put yourself in the mindset of... Put yourself in the shoes of Destiny. They're very small shoes. They're very small shoes to fill. You are at the time, you are a 32-year-old with blue hair, a weird phimosis wiener, a body that makes you look as if you have like anemia or some form of fucking blood disease. Your politics are such that anyone that is not okay with like anyone that is not okay with children getting their wiener snipped and Trump being executed, if you're not okay with that, you are a horrible shit person that deserves to be laughed at when you get assassinated. That is Destiny's mindset. And here you have a random 19-year-old that's actually giving you attention and is making it seem as if she wants to bang you, but she wants to see video of a bad sexual encounter you've had. You're such a loser that you can't have a relationship with a woman similar to you in age because they wouldn't be accepting of your shitty, weird, immature behavior. So what would you do if you were Destiny? If you really put yourself in the mindset of Destiny, what he does makes sense, and his lack of care for Pixie also makes sense. Because in Destiny's mind, in Destiny's view, this is someone that only exists because of him. This is somebody that is only as big as she is because of him. This is someone that has only met her current boyfriend because of him. This is someone who owes you everything, and this is someone that was dumb enough to trust you after you had already gotten into drama of using nudes as weapons against your jilted lovers. This is someone that was dumb enough to trust you. So why would you care about that person? Fuck that person. Who cares what they feel? He wants to feel... I say I because I'm putting myself in his shoes. He wants to feel good right now. Who cares about this loser that was dumb enough to trust him? That's what it is. That's what's going on in his mind when he does what he does. He doesn't give a fuck because he only cares about busting a load because he can't experience sexual gratification in a healthy and mature manner. So of course he doesn't give a shit about Pixie. The idea that he is remorseful is retarded. I would love to see what Kyla has to back that claim up. I would love to see that. Because the way he's behaving publicly about memeing on all of it, that's how I think he actually feels. I don't think that's a visage. I think that's how he legitimately feels. I think that deep down, he wants to come out swinging violently against Tom, against Gisticle, against Nick, against Pixie, against Cherry. I think that Destiny wants to tear these people apart. I think he wants to come out. He wants to ruin all their reputations. He wants to say, fuck you. You people knew what you were getting into, and now you are trying to make yourselves look good by throwing me aside. I think that's what he wants to do. but I don't think he's ready to do it just yet. I can't wait for that day. I'm excited for that day when the mask fully slips. I think I've said it on stream. I know I've said it on Twitter. I've said it in a few comment sections on YouTube that when Destiny goes unhinged and talks about how he doesn't legitimately care about like Trump supporters or women that say dumb or stupid shit, when he says he doesn't care about them, and he says that they deserve whatever it is that's coming to them, that's how he legitimately feels. He is that cold, uncaring, unfeeling, hedonistic creature underneath that mask, underneath that skin. I just hate how all these people, all the evidence prior to Pixie and Cherry was already out there of his bad behavior. It's only now that we're getting compilations of people going back and looking through every piece of the puzzle and going, oh, well, now this makes sense. No. It made sense back then. Slice. This belayed how he truly felt back then. You're only able to see it now because of the current drama. In my mind, Destiny was always entertainment. There was one moment way back in the day where I completely swore off that I'd be taking any like moral or political or religious advice from him, and it was the day we discovered that, when I say we, I mean like the entirety of DGG, discovered that he was still sexting Anna on that John Zerka panel all those years ago. That was the moment where literally every piece of advice that Destiny would give, I would not listen to. Even if what he said was correct, I'm not going to listen to him because he wouldn't embody it, he wouldn't follow it, and he wouldn't learn his lesson. And I think the only thing that changed for me now is I understand why none of those lessons ever clicked, because he's desperate. He always jokes about on these he always jokes on these podcasts and on these different places like, I could get whatever girl I wanted to. I don't need to beg. I don't need to He's such a lowly, empty individual that he can only get with like women that are either mentally ill or are too young to see what he truly is. That's what he means when he says he can get whatever he wants. He can get whatever he wants, and what he wants are people that don't see him for him. And that is truly depressing. But these were all things that we as viewers had to absorb and understand outside of like this inner circle. What fucks me up is that people like Tom, Nick, Kyla, Irrelevant, Darius, Lav, Pixie, Loner Box, Mr. Girl, all these people had access to Destiny's inner circle, and yet they still hung around him. They still wanted to believe that he was a great guy, and yet they knew all of this stuff. He was probably sharing with them shit that he would never say to anyone in the public. And yet they kept rolling with him. They kept thinking that he was a great guy. They kept thinking that he was this good, honest person that that deserved their friendship. And in my mind, their response to what I'm saying would be something along the lines of, well, that's because we did see things in private that he would not do in public that gave us that idea that he was this good person. I don't believe that. I believe that these people, all of them, were duped by a gross, hedonistic freak. But man, all that being said, every last bit of that being said, the content's gonna be so fucking good. Oh my, I'm not gonna subscribe, but the content is gonna be so good. 2025. It's only day 26. It's only been 7, 14, 21. 7, 14, 21, 20. It's almost been 4 weeks into it. We're not even on week 4 of the new year. It's gonna be incredible. It's gonna be a great fucking year for content.
Is this
confronted?
So yeah, again, rehabilitation is not like, I'm not against rehabilitation, but you gotta kind of take your lumps before we start talking about it, right? Something has to happen before that. You can't just start rehabilitation the day you get caught after not doing anything for 2 months.
I'm just gonna like check and see, because to me, if he didn't even have consent to record the video, then this is a whole different ballgame. Like, it's a whole different.
Why? Why is it a whole different ballgame? Now, keep in mind, obviously, Cherry has already alleged this. This is already being litigated right now. She's sought a police intervention on this issue, apparently.
I always do the possible.
Right? Supposedly, this Cherry thing is already in the works. But why? Why is it a whole different ballgame? How many times is this guy going to have to do this shit?
True.
How many girls need to get hurt before Not So Erudite deems there's been enough hurt girls? Or guys, apparently. Depending on the cock getting leaked, you know?
Plan of action of like how I am going to process what's going on.
Right. But to your knowledge, you did have
so-
consent to record, just not to share it.
Yeah, or at least consent to have it. I don't know if he recorded it or she recorded it and sent it to him. I'm not actually familiar with like how the video was made. But yeah, it sounds like he had consent to have the nude in the sex tape, but not to send it out. That's what Aaron said to me.
And by the way, where it sounds like he had the consent, so Erudite's not even fucking sure about Pixie. She's not even 100% sure. That's another part of this that's actually really funny.
And I was like, okay, well, thank fuck he didn't record somebody without
Aaron
them even
is
knowing.
straight raid?
Yes, Aaron is straight raid, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So you
after
found
that,
that out. Sorry.
I texted Pixie. Yeah, so after that I texted Pixie. So for context, Pixie and I have been friends for like well over a year. Like we're not just two orbiters, but we worked in PV together. When I'm in Miami, I hang out with her all the
Progressive
time.
Victory is a whole nother
like,
thing.
We have our
So
own
much harder.
friendship.
Big
We've been good friends for at least a year. So as soon as Aaron confirmed to me what was going on, I was like, okay, now I feel comfortable like checking in with her and seeing how she's doing. Texted her and she basically like immediately told me like everything that was going on. And I was like, okay, holy shit. I believe let me just check because I don't want to give you wrong information. I believe we've called a bunch because I checked in on her a bunch as well.
No.
It was all over text. Yeah, it was not on Discord, it was all over text. Okay. So December 12th, I texted her and I was like, hey. She was like, hi. And I said, do you want to chat or just have a friend? I'm really worried about you. She
This
responds.
is once you found out about the stuff that was going on with the
Once I
videos
found
of her
out.
being public.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
People are complaining about Tom not pushing here. I'd much rather Tom let me have an hour worth of stuff to dissect on stream than run her off in 10 minutes. Again, I understand that people are mad at Tom right now. I don't understand all of it, but I definitely understand some of it. My problem with Tom is absolutely not him giving me more content to react to where we can dissect her speech.
My biggest problem with Tom is going to be his behavior after finding out. Like the moment he found out, is now, I think it's his behavior. I think it's what he said recently that makes me hate his behavior retroactively. But the idea that he cared so much for Pixie and like wanted to obey her wishes and whatnot, and only wanted to do what she wanted to do and blah 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 and yada 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 blah 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 yada yada blah blah blah. And then to so suddenly, not suddenly, how do I want to phrase this? Using the victim to justify your inaction is nuts. But if that's the story you want to go with, you don't get to shit on anyone for their behavior. You don't even get to shit on Destiny for coming out and behaving the way he's behaving, because you didn't do anything. You didn't go out against Destiny at moment. You and Nick heard rumors about it, but y'all didn't do anything. Y'all sat on it. You're no better than President Sunday. You don't get to shit on President Sunday. You don't get to shit on Beckett. You don't get to shit on Copen Seed. You have to sit there and review the situation and just fucking eat it, because you are no better than they are. Because you all knew and you all did nothing. So I don't like this idea that Nick and Tom are trying to secretly put out that Destiny or Kyla or Destiny and Kyla are the only villains in this story, when that's so not true. Their behavior is unacceptable. Especially if the idea is I wanted to do whatever I had to do in order to like make the victim, like to help the victim. Here's what Tom is basically saying. I help the victim by letting her spurg out on Twitter and Kiwi Farms and in private with Straighteraid and Lav. I help the victim by letting her put herself in like the worst fucking situation possible. That's how I help the victim. If that's how you want to look at it, I guess go right ahead, but that sure as shit ain't the truth, dude. You didn't help. You fucking hurt her chances of ever getting justice. And that's on y'all. That's on you, on Kyla, that's on Nick. You all could have helped her behave in a manner that would have gotten her justice. It would have cost you your relationship with Destiny. But none of y'all did. You all let her out. Y'all let her hang out to dry. So I mean that's on y'all. I don't like this idea that you all just get to act as if y'all are innocent in all of this, and Destiny's the only villain, and Kyla's kind of a villain because Kyla was trying to blackmail so and so. I do like, however, that Tom was so easy on Kyla in this convo, only because it ultimately, this whole conversation is going to hurt Kyla and Destiny, because they're demonstrating that they're evil, psychotic. So thank Tom for going easy on her, despite that not being how I would have. I don't think I could have handled it the way Tom handled it. I think Tom handled it very well. In this case, not with the Pixie stuff. The Pixie stuff was ridiculous, but this conversation with Erudite, I think, went very well because of how he handled it. So, handled this.
Reach out. I don't know. You don't probably need me to read everything, but basically, she tells me that she's feeling a little bit suicidal, but she's not planning to kill herself immediately.
Again, this is the same criticism I got with Mundane Max. Mundane Max. Oh my god, what the fuck am I saying? Mundane Max is like the worst hybrid I've ever mentally just created. Mama Max, where it took us 2.5 hours to get the crescendo or whatever. Obviously, that wasn't intentionally released as a full thing. That's the worst thing I ever just said.
And she's like trying to figure out like what to do about
Mundane Max. It's awful.
This situation. I respond, that tells me everything. I'm really sorry. I won't begin to tell you. I understand because I don't, but I do care, and I do want to see you safe and find peace. Do you mind if I ask to spend some time with you?
I mean, like, yeah, Tom could obviously fucking put his knee on her neck or something and hold her down here and force her to answer all the difficult questions in the first 3 minutes, but that's not really an interview.
She said yes. We make a plan to meet up, and then we meet up December 13th. We're talking about the time. I send her a restaurant. We go against that one. Malua. Okay, Friday, December 13th. There we go. Friday,
you guys
December
met
13th.
up in real life and had a conversation about how to proceed?
Yeah, and how she's doing. Because at this point,
Had you talked to Destiny?
But again, like she's just like these are the allegations that she's friends with Pixie. I don't really care. I think you should have like absolved yourself from the situation and let somebody else mediate. It makes no sense why somebody who's friends with Destiny, who works with Destiny, who's financially tied to Destiny, who literally loses her position in the country, supposedly. Like, if Destiny goes to jail, then she's getting deported, okay? Like, I mean, yeah, apparently she's, like, on a work visa with Destiny. Anywho, I really like this Pixie girl, so I'm gonna mediate on her behalf. Like, what a fucking retarded move to make. Like, of course people are going to be critical of this.
Steven, about this stuff?
Yeah, like, Destiny has been fucking... Destiny arrested, Erudite deported. You gotta go back where you came from, Erudite.
Heard about it at this
Send her home!
And he had basically, like, the only thing he had said is...
Executive order deporting Erudite back to fucking Canada.
Like, hey...
Report ICE. Shut up. Apparently ICE can break into schools now.
I'm worried about
Base,
Pixie.
let's go.
I think she's suicidal. Like, you should... Like, if you want, you should probably check on her.
He told you that he was worried about her being suicidal.
Yes.
Okay, so you then go check up on her, you meet up in real life, and what...
Yeah, but I texted her beforehand, just to be clear. I'd already texted her about wanting to meet up and talk anyways, and he just gave me the extra information. She's suicidal.
Okay. How did that conversation with her go?
It went, honestly, really, really well. I will say, so, like, part of when I went into it was I was trying to evaluate, like, how suicidal, how serious the risk was, and like where
hey, I'm just wanted to know, how suicidal are you? Are you like imminent danger? Should I call somebody now? What's the how suicidal are you, ma'am?
She was at, just because I don't know.
Are you a flight risk?
Familiar with my background, but I've obviously had a lot of experience with suicidal people, and so like the first goal for me was to be like, are you like an acute risk to yourself? Like, what needs to happen? If not, what can we do instead to kind of help you get out of like this place? In that conversation,
it doesn't help, and I don't mean this in a... I'm not beating the misogyny allegations tonight, but it doesn't help that she kind of talks like a secretary. She reminds me of Donna from Suits for some reason. She's just got like this secretary energy that's like emanating off of her. I feel like a huge asshole saying that, but it really is like there's like a... you just hear it, don't you?
Basically,
it's the therapist voice. It just feels really like she's on the balls of her ass here. She's obviously super nervous, but somehow it still comes off condescending.
She kind of told me about how she's been suicidal like most of her life, how she's been struggling a lot. But the concerning part to me in that conversation, I guess, like what more specifically was pertinent, was she was actively cutting off friends to prepare for suicide. So she was cutting off friends so that if she did and opted to kill herself, it would hurt them less. So at this point, she had broken up with a couple of friends and stopped responding, and a couple of friends were trying to hang out with her and she wasn't responding to them. I don't think she probably wants any of the names of the friends leaked, at least.
And by the way, I'm not talking about it and I'm not really engaging with it because the reality is the situation sounds fucking horrible. I think that anybody who's jumping to suicide baiting because they see money getting involved is completely discounting that these naked pictures of this fucking 19-year-old girl were floating around the internet. Well, naked videos, right? If she's worried that her parents are going to see it, if she's worried that she can't have a career after this, if she doesn't know what's coming forward, I think it's entirely reasonable that this is her mindset. And I don't think that we have nearly enough information to just consider her a fucking suicide baiter, because it's better for whatever video you want to put out to kind of paint her like that so they're less sympathetic.
She said, like, please don't give any of the names out. So you can check with her separately if she wants to give you names. But
there's like literally no evidence that I've seen that she's baiting. And all of the signs point to like it's entirely reasonable why she's fucking contemplating. Obviously not reasonable why we should go through with it, but like a person in her position, I wouldn't be shocked if they're feeling that way.
That's just different friends in Miami.
She's 24. Yeah, 24 now. 19-year-old girl whose video was leaked.
It's fine. I believe that she was suicidal over having her news leaked. And before that point in time, that's fair. Okay, so
So importantly though, she had a stockpile of pills. So I asked her straight out. I was like, okay, so I need to know, like, do you have means? Like, how would you like if you're planning to do it? Do you have a plan? She's like, yes, probably pills. And I was like, do you have the pills right now? And she was like, yes, I do. And I was like, okay, that's pretty serious. So we continued talking, and basically I shifted into like, I'm not gonna lie, like a bit of side intervention conversation where basically you talk with your friend, you figure out how things are going on, you understand them, and you try to find things that they feel.
And you know what's fucking shocking for me while I'm listening to this? So Erudite is literally finding the suicide method, okay? literally like trying to coax her out of like keeping the pills that she's planning on using to end her life. Sorry if I'm being blunt about it, but that's what's happening. But in her last paragraph, she's like, listen, all right, nudes are pretty bad, but like if he's recording without consent, then it's over. Like Erudite went to this person's house, talked them off the ledge, okay? And then they're coming away from this thinking like, if he does this again, it's going to be really awful. I'm sorry, I think this person's a spineless freak. I think it's entirely justifiable to hate this girl.
Bro, 100% fuck you, Justical. 100%.
Based off of this interview.
To life, right? And so one thing that she really cared about is she does care about her friends. She doesn't want to hurt them. Another thing she cares about is she does want to see like some level of like justice for the situation. She thinks what he did was wrong. And to be clear, I agree with her. I've told Steven that. I've told her that. Like I've never minced words about being like, yeah, he did something really wrong here.
You, to be clear, going into that conversation, you didn't know that the video was shared unconsensually?
No, because Aaron had already told me like a week before, so I was already aware. Yeah, I wanted to talk to Pixie, and then I wanted to talk to Steven to see how he would respond afterwards.
Okay, so during.
But now, again, we kind of talked about this already, and I didn't really hit on it too hard because we're coming back to it right now. This is the part where I shut the video off and I said this needs to be a stream subject because it was genuinely infuriating to listen to.
Conversation with Pixie, did she? Because you talked about her fidelity. Did you guys talk about other stuff in terms of like how she was feeling about it or her recourse? I mean, you said she wanted to seek justice. Was she thinking about a lawsuit at that point in time?
So we talked about a bunch of her options. She was like, she had looked into a lawsuit at that point. Fuck, I don't know how much I can say about her lawsuit, but basically it wasn't something she wanted to consider for a couple of legal reasons that I probably would let her describe. But one reason I think can be fully public would be that she didn't want her name out there. I think she said that in DMs to Steven as well.
Okay.
That got leaked today. So she was very worried about if she does a civil suit, her name will have to be publicly attached to the civil suit. And so she was like, I really don't want to consider a lawsuit. And I said, like, I guess I'll show you text as well.
Well, you can just call President Sunday. He'll just decide that you can sue now.
Right, reiterate this, but the entire time with Pixie, my entire approach has been...
Nick's mad at President Sunday for like getting one over on him, but I think that President Sunday is totally fine in the way he behaved in this whole
drama. And I keep seeing people talk about this. It's like, Nick, the real villain here is the hacker. And unfortunately, Dan like put this into the world. And I think Dan, for a lot of the things I'm going to say here, is equally as guilty as Erudite. Erudite has definitely been more vocal about it and said more stupid things, but I mean, I think the criticism is there for Dan as well, right? But
true.
I love the whole, like, yeah, obviously the hacker is bad. Nobody supports the hacker. If the hacker is the girl, it doesn't matter, whatever. Obviously this person is bad, but it's a mystery box. You ever watch the Family Guy skit where they're like, okay, Peter, would you like the mystery box? Or would you like the boat? He's like, wow, Lois, there's a mystery box right here. Oh, well, Peter, we should probably just take the boat. But what could be in the mystery box? It could even be a boat. I'm gonna just... I think we should take the boat here. Because the mystery box wouldn't have been able to leak these nudes if the boat didn't deliver it to them. Okay? I don't know who the hacker is. They're a nameless, faceless entity. I'll probably never know who the hacker is. But that hacker could not have leaked this 19-year-old girl's nudes. And this 19-year-old girl's sex tape. This friend of Destiny's compromising sex tape. If Destiny didn't send it to some whore that he wanted to have sex with, that he talked on the phone to a few times.
Okay, like...
We'll take the box.
All of that's okay.
Yeah, Dan's like, we'll take the box. Sorry.
We talked about how she could maybe talk to him like privately, but she was really nervous to. So this is where she basically was like, I can't remember.
Yeah, the hacker also wasn't her friend. Yeah, exactly.
She brought it up first, or I, but basically her being like maybe you can see what he'd be willing to do like for me. She was like, I feel like you really, really understand emotionally where I'm coming from. I did a lot of like paraphrasing of like, it seems like...
Can I ask you for an example of how Dan is just as guilty other than pushing blame on the hacker? No, Dan's not guilty because he pushed blame on the hacker. I think that Dan said that, and obviously, like, that's a position that everyone agrees on because Dan is bad on live streams. The part where Dan is also guilty is that he knew about this and didn't cut off Destiny. That's where he's guilty. I think that you have to cut off Destiny in this situation. And I think that if you're sitting here waiting for more bad information to come out, you've kind of already lost the plot, because all that tells me is you were just hoping this never came out, and now you're pivoting. Because for anybody else, for any other morally upstanding citizen or whatever, I'm not trying to moral F over here. I just genuinely don't know how you operate moving forward, knowing this person has probably distributed multiple people's naked pictures and sex tapes. Why does it matter if they were recorded with or without their consent? The original allegation is horrendous. It should be career ruining. But again, we'll get there in a second. I need to have my blow up moment when she says the thing.
Like, your biggest concern right now is like justice because you feel like you've been wronged and there's no direction for you to correct the situation, and you've been betrayed by your friend in like a pretty major way, and there's nothing for you to do that doesn't kind of publicly implicate you, and so you want to work with him privately to find a better resolution that you feel at peace with. She's like, yes, that's exactly what I want. I want to know that he's not going to do this again, right? That was her orientation in the conversation. So we talked about a couple of strategies.
But guys, he's been on Vyvanse now for an entire year. He doesn't even feel urges to compromise his friends anymore. This guy, he's a fucking freak, dude. Disgusting animal.
How she could do that, I was like, you could message him, you could go through like other people to message him, you could go through a civil lawsuit, you can take 5 days and just like think about it. Like, you don't have to decide right now, but just like let me know what you'd like. And that's when she was like, yeah, I think I'd really appreciate if you just like told him where I'm at, communicate like emotionally. Cause she's like, I feel like when I
don't know why you'd be a degenerate with that much dude, I'm sorry. YouTube is one of two things. You either have a short-term rap career or you become a sex offender. Okay, that's literally the only two trajectories you can have as a YouTuber.
Communicate with him like he's not understanding it. I don't feel really understood. And I feel like you do understand me. And I said, okay, yeah, I'm happy to.
I had the rap career, by the way.
What up, Ed?
Communicate how you're feeling to him.
How you doing, bro?
Okay, so then from there, you go and talk to him, at which point you already know from, based on what Straighter Aid said, that it seemed like it was shared consensually. What did he say?
I think she confirmed that. So Pixie also confirmed that when we met.
Okay, all right.
And that's when he said to me, so when I confronted him, I said, did she agree to it? And he said, probably not. It was like 3 years ago, so I don't remember exactly, and I didn't think it would be a big deal, but yeah, probably not.
Nice.
So I took that as him saying no. To be clear, he never said to me, I guess, explicitly no.
Drink
which is
some
probably
coffee.
something
I
that
hear
he
you
might take
Italian
intention with,
to
I'm sure.
phenomenal.
Okay, all right. So
variety
you guys
of
have
coffee.
that conversation. So
Have
at that
you
point,
ever watched the NSC versus Chud debate about Ayurveda?
I'm doing phenomenal.
No, I
man.
haven't. Oh my
Playing
god.
Skyrim,
So
listening to
smart and
drama
condescending the
content.
entire time.
Do you guys remember the Ayurvedic?
Fucking, what do you call it? It's been a blast so far. Where the hell is my mouse? There it is. Nice. What do you call it? Are you caught up on this drama? You know what all this is about? I'll give you like a quick 2-minute recap. Can you show me your display settings real quick on Skyrim? I don't wanna. Hold on. There you go. Boom. Why do you want to know the in-game one? Ah, shit. Damn it, NVIDIA, what the fuck? Why do you need in-game? All my shit's on default in-game. Trying to dox me or something, Ed? Trying to fucking dox me or something right now? Huh? Motherfucker? Shit, I need to close, like... I need to close the NVIDIA program. I need to close my fucking snippet program. No. Hold on. Hold on, Corsair. Hold on. Fuck off. Okay. Brightness, HUD, actor, item, object, grass, crosshairs. No, damn it. Don't say, son of a bitch. Oh, god damn it. Fucking, you made me hit the wrong damn button. Now I gotta set all my shit up again. I guess it was not the defaults. I guess it was fucking all customized by NVIDIA. It was all set to max set brightness, which was at half. F, bro, that happened to me too. Just get NVIDIA. Get the NVIDIA app. Like, I got it. I have the NVIDIA app, and I just let that shit set all my stuff for me. Yeah, just let that set it.
Victosha. Oh, you guys know what's going on with COVID, man.
Except for the 30-20-80 crap with the super resolutions. I don't know why, but those super resolutions don't work on my computer. Who knows? It could be even
good for COVID-19. Yeah,
I guess I'm just not doing something
my
right.
medical stuff,
Makes it to where they do work.
You know, Pixie wants some kind of justice. Doesn't want her name out there. You know, obviously what Steve's position is.
It's their Vata levels. Yeah.
Where does it go from there? From here, you kind of start mediating conversations between them.
And
what you want versus what she wants.
Oh my.
Well, at first I basically go like a big part of it was
King to you?
okay. He said to me, like in my recollection and my perception of the
You
conversation, saying, like,
fucker.
more or less, like, I mean, yeah. And I was like, what are you doing? Like, this is a big fuck up. Like,
okay, that's number one. This is problem number one. This is not a fuck up. What did he slip, fall, and his dick slept? It landed on the fucking send button. What do you mean it's a fuck up? How do you call this a fuck up? You want to litigate the word leaked with me? I'll litigate the word fuck up. Oh, he did a little oopsie in chat. Little oopsie in chat right now. Big one in the chat for Destiny's oopsie.
Did he recognize how bad it was?
It was premeditated. It's absolutely premeditated.
Yes. He's like, I know. And I was like, it's really bad. He's like, I know. And he was like, right. He's like, okay, I don't know. I think publicly he hasn't said what he's doing, like, legally behind the scenes. So I literally can't tell you that. But he told me a number of things just because, like, I don't want to get caught up in a lot of the lawsuits, in part, and secondly, I think if some of the things get public, it could, like, implicate part of what's trying to be done.
Someone just said in chat, it's like the guy on the pedophile sting where he's... So, you say you were looking for this by accident, but I found that you're following an account called CP Trader. Well, yeah, you know, I was just, I was following that so I could report it later. Well, why are you following the account CP Trader? Oh, it was an accident, yeah, it was like... Alex Rosen, yeah, that was one of his stings.
I think, as far as, like, investigation and stuff. So, he basically, like, told me what he was doing behind the scenes as far as, like, what to do, and then he also... I was, like, sitting there being like, okay, but, like, what?
Yeah, like he acts. Oh no! You ever see the video where it's like,
interesting because I didn't
what is this? What did you send to the house? Oh, Mom, I thought it was an Xbox controller. Is it the bong? No, it looks like a vase or something. It's a bong.
Nice.
That's Destiny trying to find, like, a picture of his dinner. Like, he's trying to snap a picture of his dinner at a restaurant, and he accidentally sent, like, pixie dick suck video.mp4. Oh no! I meant to send my dinner. I accidentally sent compromising sex tape footage of my close friend Pixie. My apologies.
Like, when she first approached you, I was, like, pushing him, and he was like, fuck, like, I don't know. He's like, if you want, you can just read our entire DMs. Like, I can show you our entire DMs of, like, what I said to her so that you know, like, how I responded. And I was like, to be honest,
yeah, over multiple years.
What do you call it? I think the only lore I ever kept track of when it came to... The only lore I ever came track of when it comes to WoW was the Lich King, like, Arthas. That was it. Outside of that, I didn't pay attention.
And, like, their whole conversation.
Isn't this the one who got with the crazy beat?
And what was your impression of that conversation once you read that?
See, this Ed is why I asked, did you want me to do a very quick breakdown? But then you didn't respond. You didn't respond if you wanted a quick breakdown, sir. All right, now you don't get to ask questions. You've lost that right. It's too late. But also, yes, this is the guy. The most recent drama is that he's got a friend, a chick friend, that comes on the stream and does streams with him. When the chick friend was younger, like 20, she's 25 now. When she was 20, she and Destiny hooked up. She said Destiny asked if he could film it. Destiny filmed it. Then about 3 years ago, Destiny starts talking to this 19-year-old girl. It's a different girl. He starts talking to this 19-year-old, and they start having like sexual conversations. And Destiny, for some reason, decides to... they start talking about bad head that he's received in the past, and then for some reason he sent the video and the pics to this 19-year-old to show what bad head looked like. And then fast forward to like 3-4 months ago, a hacker got control of this person's account, the new girl, and was able to access all these conversations and these videos and stuff that Destiny had sent. Destiny had sent a whole bunch of stuff. He had sent like videos of him sucking wiener. He had sent videos of him, screwing girls, him getting sucked off, him fingering chicks. He sent like all kinds of stuff to this girl. But the big focus these past 2 weeks has been this content with Pixie, because Pixie's the name of the first girl. The second girl's name is Rose. But the reason why Pixie is the focus is because Pixie did not give Destiny permission to share that video with anyone. So now Destiny's being canceled for sending that those videos and those pics to that girl in the first place. I don't know why these trolls aren't attacking. I thank God for it. All praise be to God, all praise is due. And the video we're watching right now is Turkey Tom, one of Destiny's collaborators in the past, is talking to this chick named Kyla. And Kyla has been covering for Destiny by talking to the initial girl that got her shit leaked. Talking to Pixie for Destiny to try and help calm her down, or like help her get what she wants out of the situation. She's now been called like she's like Ghislaine Maxwell to Destiny, who is being called Harvey Weinstein. Or not Harvey Weinstein. What's the other one? The one that supposedly hung himself in that New York jail. What was his name? Epstein something. Jeffrey Epstein. There we go. Good Lord. Anyway, long and short of it is, Destiny's friend decided to fuck him 5 years ago. Destiny recorded it with her permission. 3 years ago, Destiny sent that video and those pictures to a 19-year-old. 19-year-old's account got hacked about 4 months ago. All that shit got posted in November, but Pixie just came out recently and said that he had sent those videos without her consent. Which apparently, this is something that Nick and Kyla and Turkey are not talking about, which irritates me. But all of these people knew, not that they had a feeling, but they knew that Pixie in the background was saying, like in the background, when I say in the background, like in Discord chats and text messages and stuff, she was saying that Destiny had not asked her permission if he could send those videos to that girl. So all these people knew that Destiny had done that without her permission. They all knew, all of them. But none of them said anything. They all waited for Pixie to say something, which to me was dumb, because Pixie is kind of also crazy. So they were relying on this like mentally ill girl to stand up to a millionaire before any of them said anything, which was kind of crazy. But yeah, that's currently the summation of the drama and why we no longer like Destiny in this community. I knew he was a Gooner degenerate. He had some pretty good content. I still think he's a Gooner degenerate. I just didn't realize that. What do you call it? I mean, all of these people are blacklisted. Turkey Tom, Kyla, Nick DiOrio, President Sunday, Lycan, Straighteraid, Loner Box, Dan. All these people are basically complicit in this fucking weird conspiracy. But now, apparently, Destiny has now finally crossed a line for these people and is getting canceled, but in my mind, he was always this big of a piece of shit, but it is what it is. The thing that pisses me off the most is that, like, they all knew. They all knew in the background. They all knew. They all were talking to Pixie. They all fucking knew that what happened was not consensual and whatnot. They were all complicit in this bullshit plan that Pixie had to try and, like, deny that it was even her in the videos. They were, like, doing their best to not bring attention to it, but they were all audibly talking about how they weren't going to bring attention to it. Like, Justical was so stupid that during his first few streams, he was, like, banning people outright that were talking about who it was in the videos. It's like, dude, you're bringing more attention to that subject by just outright banning people or saying that's a banned topic. You've now brought attention to it, you dipshit. But regardless, that's where we are in the drama. I'm getting stabbed.
Imagine what her husband is thinking. Dude, the husband was like fucking dragged out of his house, moved to a different country, and then her boss is gonna be and people on Twitter are saying the boss is gonna be a sex offender. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen, but that's an extremely funny concept. I feel really bad for the husband. Actually, I would feel really bad for the husband if they didn't just post that really weird, like, are you a cuck video on YouTube?
What?
Basically, I read that as...
Okay, I kind of want to watch that now.
That he's done.
To be clear, the husband's probably also had sex with Destiny. That's just kind of how that thing goes, you know?
Wrong. And when she brings it to him, the first thing that he
Thoughts
does is
on
say,
Trump? I kind of want to see what this video... Hold on. Are you a cuck? What is this video that Nick just said? What is this? What is Kyla's husband? What the hell is he talking about? Shut the fuck quiet, you. What is your husband's name? Thanks. You know, community. Don't care about that more. Damn it. Is this just the same thing? How do I see who's in her group? Well, everyone put together some good stuff on the cutting room floor. Members only content. I don't know what Nick is talking about here.
Really bad for the husband.
I don't know what Nick is talking about right now. I kind of want to hear this video. Thoughts on Trump? Oh well, fucking, I guess tell me when you're back then and I'll tell you my thoughts. I'm not happy with him about something. Oh, about two things. Oh, you're back. It's pretty much as I expected it to go. I mean, nothing like actually major. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that he's decided to do, but whether it goes into effect permanently is going to remain to be seen, seeing as how like every Democrat state and judge is going to be pushing back as hard as they can against whatever it is he tries to do. The Gulf of America thing is fine, I guess. I don't really care about the Gulf of America. I think the two things I'm super pissed off with him about are the softening on how we're dealing with the TikTok ban. I'm very irritated that he's giving them room to breathe. I'm very irritated that he's put a pause on that ban. He's said that he's putting a pause on that ban so that the way they can have time to sell assets and whatnot. But like the company has already come out and said that they're not going to sell. So what we should do is just like dissolve all their assets here in America, return what we can, and then just destroy the rest and tell them to get the fuck out. Because we've already passed a bill, we've already passed a resolution that says they're banned. I don't like the idea that we're going soft on China. Do I think TikTok should be banned? I think that any company that is designed by a foreign nation that we are enemies with, even quietly enemies with, should not be allowed in our country. I don't like the idea that there's a fucking data mining operation going on with TikTok. But the purpose of it isn't for like a private company to sell it. The private company is owned by China. Like it's basically China just mining U.S. citizen information. Like fuck no, that shouldn't be allowed. Now when a U.S. company does it, I don't care. When a U.S. company does it and then proceeds to work with another government, now I care. I don't want any government outside of the U.S. having any form of like information or control over U.S. citizens. The very idea that TikTok was letting China know where I am based on my IP location is fucking insane. I don't want those people knowing where I'm at. I don't want those people having any form of information on me. I don't want them knowing like when it is that what it is I'm looking at, what it is I'm looking at. I don't want them building psychological profiles on me based on how I use it. I don't need some foreign government working on a way to like soft manipulate me. Especially one that does not have like humankind interest in heart. It's just an evil, like psychotic, communistic, vile hellhole. I'd rather see it destroyed than see it have any form of influence on our culture. There are people that make money through TikTok, Americans too. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I legitimately do not give a flying fuck. I don't care. If there was like a company in Romania, but it was owned by the US, and the company was like selling meth to random Romanian citizens, would your defense of that company be like, well, Romanians are making money from it, even though it's a net negative to your country and the citizenry? Would you say that it should stay around because people are making money from it? If it's a net negative, it's a net negative, and I want it gone. And the entire point of TikTok was to keep eyes on it. It was to keep like people enthralled by this stupid fucking 5 to 6 second like form of content. And it's annoying because like it's now set the bar for a lot of content, period. Like YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, Facebook's got a name for it, Twitter's got a name for it. Just like basically TikTok content has already like become a format. So people can still make money by making TikTok type content, but I don't want them making it on TikTok. I don't want that piece of shit company. I don't want that fucking company to exist. And the idea that Trump is giving them room to breathe when they so clearly are not interested in working with us is irritating. I want them gone. I want them gone. No, but the whole world has it? Man, fuck the whole world. This is my country. I don't care. I don't give a crap. Any company owned, like, I didn't trust Huawei. I don't trust Huawei phones. Anything owned or operated by Tencent, I don't fuck with. I don't fuck with anything that a Chinese company has, like, sole control over, because the Chinese company at the end of the day has to report to the Chinese government. Like, I don't, it's not like here in America, it's not like here in Europe, it's not like here in or it's not like over there in Europe. It's, if, what do you call it? You have government regulations. You have times where the FBI will come in and, like, share information and whatnot. Like, there are times like that, or there are companies like that where, not companies like that, Jesus Christ, I can barely think. There's regulations and whatnot that companies have to follow, but that's not the company working, that's not working at the behest of the government. That's obeying the rules. Like, China tells its companies how to operate. It tells its companies how to behave. It tells them, like, what actions to take, even if it impacts market share. Like, Facebook, if Facebook was viewed as negative by its core members because of a feature, that feature is most likely going to get removed if it's not making them money and it's making people leave the site. But if TikTok has a nefarious aspect of it that is losing them money but is gaining something for the Chinese government will tell them to leave it in. I don't like China. I don't like Tencent, any of them. If the Chinese government sold it to Elon, I would be very surprised if they did that. I'd be very, very surprised. And then I'd still want to see who actually owns it at the end of the day, like who are the board members. Because even though he's the owner, I want to know who the chief executive officer is. I want to know who the chairmen are. I want to know who it is that has control at the very top. Because my feeling is that they're just going to be proxies for China again. I don't think Elon should buy it. I think that TikTok should be just left to die. What do you call it? There were security concerns over electric cars being sold from China to the US and Europe. Like, even their fucking cars. We don't trust their cars. Why would we trust an app that's on our phones 24/7? I think the only time I had TikTok on my phone was to, like, make an account for this channel and then, like, to look at random memes my friends would send me, but, like, I'll delete it immediately after I'm done looking at the memes. I don't trust it. I hate that fucking thing. So I don't like that Trump's paused the TikTok ban. I don't care about the Gulf of America. I think that's funny. It's not really going to have much of a wider impact other than, like, some documents here in the US are going to have to change, like, what we call it. But, like, other than that, there's not going to be a big effect. I don't like that he called what's going on in the southern border an invasion unless they've got evidence to prove that this is, like, a willful action by other countries. I think it makes us look weak when we're calling a bunch of people trying to get over here an invasion. I don't dig that. Let's see what else. I think that about wraps up my gripes. I've been so distracted by the Destiny drama that I haven't really been tuning into Trump, but, like, the random stuff I'm hearing, like the random goofy shit. Oh yeah, the renaming of one of the government departments as Doge is that's retarded. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't like it. it's a funny meme, but like, it's a funny meme, I understand, but like, man, I don't know. I'm just disappointed. I don't think it's necessary. I think it's just kind of retarded. I think it doesn't make Trump look good. It's a good joke. It's a good joke. It's a good meme, but like, now there is legitimately a department in the U.S. government called fucking Doge. Like, it's not great. I don't like it, but like I said, a lot of this shit still has to wait to see how it shakes out. The withdrawal from the World Health Organization, I think is fine. I don't really like that China runs that fucking organization. The pull from the Paris Climate Accords, bit confused by that, but I don't really see that. I don't really see any of that shit being important. Call it global warming is probably real, but I hate the idea that these people push that we all have to be driving electric cars within 3 years, or else fucking like we're gonna, like, the world's gonna end or something. All that's stupid as hell to me. I think like AOC said that we'd all be underwater by now, and yet here we are. What else has he done? Did a few more. I can't remember. He's done a few more that I can't remember off the top of my head, but the one that really pisses me off is the TikTok stuff. Man, you put me on a 10 to 15 minute tangent about Trump, and then you're like, okay, I gotta dip. Motherfucker head. Motherfucker. Oh, have fun at school. Don't be late. See you, bro. Have a good one. We'll grab a cookie and a V real quick. Hold on. I have returned.
Actually, I would feel really bad for the husband if they didn't just post that really weird, like, are you a cuff video on YouTube?
Basically, I read that as, okay, so he knows that he's done.
To be clear, the husband's probably also had sex with Destiny. That's just kind of how that thing goes, you know?
Wrong. And when she brings it to him, the first thing that he does is basically say, I'm really sorry, like, there's no excuse, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm glad that at least, like, when she's talking to him, he's, like, fully acknowledging, like, he fucked up here. Him and I read through some of the plan. I think some of the plan is probably clear, like, what he's doing, like, behind the scenes and legally.
It was part of the contract. What video? There was a really weird video where Erudite was like interviewing her husband. Queeman covered it, I think. I don't know. It's not relevant to the stream. It was just a little funny side thing. Who's Dan? Dan Saltman, not Dan from H3H3. Dan is the one who's been going after Dan Clancy. There's Dan from H3, Dan from Twitch, and Dan from Destiny.
Talked to me about the money offer, and I was like, why did you offer her money? And he was like, well, he's like, I know it looks gummy, but I also know she's like applying for LSAT, so I just figured like, it's not much, but it's something I can do to help, because like she's fucked, like she got fucked over, she did nothing wrong.
You just know when she said, why are you asking for money? It was like, dude, Steven, the optics of asking for money.
Doesn't that
sorry, that's uncharitable.
kind of read as like him offering her money for some benefit in exchange
No, Steven, that's bad. Think of the optics.
for her silence?
To be honest, I really didn't read it that way, particularly because it's like caveated with like, I know that this looks scummy, especially now that I have full context. I realize the idea actually came from Aaron, and then he suggested to her, like, I believe within an hour, if I'm looking at the times correctly, like he immediately suggested to her. So it's coming from somebody now I realize even that was in his mind talking to her and communicating like what she wanted. And my understanding as well is that was something that is probably the right thing to do.
And by the way, simultaneously, while all this is occurring, obviously there's stuff with the guy, stuff with Melina, stuff with Pixie.
I think that Destiny was probably waiting on somebody to make that suggestion for him to pay her, and then he would have asked to pay her. 100%. I think that's what was going through his head. I think that he waited for somebody to suggest that he help pay for X, Y, or Z, and then he's like, all right, now I can ask her. That way he can blame that person whenever he gets shit for it. I think that's what most likely happened. What was most likely going through his mind.
There's also the fact that like he was leaking all this Lauren Southern stuff about like, what was it, like the end of Lauren's relationship? Like extremely embarrassing things about Lauren Southern, just sending them to random fucking people so we could all read them on stream somewhere. Like, I mean, this is just absurd. This guy must tell everybody everything. There's just no other way I could explain. Like, why is this happening?
Like, he should probably, if she's like doesn't want to go public or anything, and because of that she can't like sue him. If he's remorseful and like wants to take accountability for his actions, he should like probably pay for therapy and like probably her living for a while to like help her out. Basically, like that seemed like alongside the other stuff that he was doing, to be honest, like the right response, if I'm being honest.
I mean, I guess the concern for me is like, you know, Pixie, I mean, in her own statement, she said that there's, you know, I think she said 3 people total, her and 2 other people that he seemingly done this to. And I mean, you know, obviously it's her decision whether or not it goes public, but, you know, the problem with it maybe not going public, if it has enough money in the future.
If you want to sue him, I like support you in doing that. I've never said anything different with her. I think that's like fully within her right. I just know for her, I guess to be specific, she explicitly told me that if this stuff became more public, that was the thing that made her want to kill herself. She was terrified of like family finding out. She was terrified of like friends and stuff finding out and like seeing this content. And she was like, that was the thing like driving her suicidality, was the publicity of it, which is why she didn't want to go to like civil court, right? So then I'm like, what's if the publicity part is attached to the suit, which she said she talked to lawyers, I just believed her. It sounds like that's also correct.
And this is a hot take. I'm going to defend both Erudite and Dan here. There are a lot of people saying that they were getting mad at her for saying that, like, well, then you should just shut up. They didn't say it that mean, but they kind of said that. I get it. I understand why you're saying this stuff. Just for context, Pixie went into spicy chat in Chud Logic's Discord server and said she was suicidal because they were talking about the leaks. So you really can't have it both ways. Do you want to litigate? Do you want to go to civil court with Steven and, like, hold him accountable? And if you don't, which is perfectly fine too, it's your choice, and you want to stay quiet, the worst thing you could possibly do is start engaging with random internet trolls about how this bothers you.
Yep.
So, as much as everyone hates Dan and her for giving advice similar to this, it's like, there's not really much else you can tell a person like that. The real answer is neither of them should be talking to her about any of this stuff and reporting back to Destiny. Because both of them are in extremely compromised positions, and neither of them really can like separate themselves from the position that they're currently in to actually do anything about it.
Then it's like, what's the next best thing for her? Because I think that she deserves something. But
so what was your kind of goal throughout all of this? Because obviously it puts you in a very awkward position where on one hand you're trying to help out your friend, but at the same time, I mean, you're I don't know if you're employed by Destiny, but you work with him. Obviously,
we co-own a business together.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
So, like,
I'm sorry. We co-own a business together. My apologies. It's worse than I thought.
What kind of position are you in at that point? Like, how are you feeling? Are you
I'm sorry.
thinking, like, can I continue working with this guy if he's doing this kind of stuff? Or are you thinking of cutting him off? Like, what kind of position is that putting you in?
I mean, before I sent the message to Aaron, I was talking to my husband, like to Nick, and I was like, if he recorded somebody without their knowledge and sent it out, like I don't think I can, like I don't know what to do. I don't think I can work with.
This is the best part. Now it's not even like that's the line. Now it's I don't think I could. No, I'm watching it get walked back in real time. If my husband did this, I don't think I could stick around at that point. Dude, she created the goalpost and it's already moving because they're like, well, I mean, what if Destiny did do that? Yeah,
that's a line.
Nick is the husband, not me. I'm not the husband. Stop shipping me with people.
I don't fuck with that shit. Like that's insane.
I don't fuck with that shit. Let's get
And it sounds like I know recently, like Cherry has made some statements. Just to be clear, I don't know anything about those leaks, and so like, I don't know. I need to figure out what's going on with those additional leaks, because like a pretty hard line for me is like if somebody does according to somebody else, that's a pretty hard line for me.
Right. Well, even though
oh, guys, by the way, also she hates crimes. She does not like when people do crimes to each other. You know, that's something that she's not a huge fan of.
Out of the recording, I mean,
that's a hard line right there. No crimes.
Whether or not the recording was consented to, the spreading around certainly wasn't from your perspective. Is that enough to draw a line? Or no?
It's not for me. The issue is that what was a line for me before, I was like, okay, if she did consent to the recording but not to the spreading around, which I'm assuming that she hadn't, then I said, what matters to me is like how he responds. Is he trying to fix it? Is he being remorseful? Is he like reaching out to her to like find some level of solution? If that's like
how
his
the
initial
fuck is Nick
response,
missing? How is he missing Godzilla?
Because it's
I guess my question
the
would be
dude's
like,
literally the size of
why do you
he's
draw a line,
missing
though? Like, it's not like
the
he slipped
entire
on an
barn
anthill,
house.
You know, like he
what the
he
where
was
is
in
he
one of his Doom
aiming?
sessions and he decided to send a video to some random Discord e-girl of Pixie engaging with him. Like, why would I mean?
Good question, Tom. Let's ask the real question.
He had to have known that, you know, whether or not he was the one to leak it to the public, he had to have known that he's running the risk of that video being publicized when he's sending a video of, you know, him and another person sexually interacting to someone random that he met on Discord, or even someone he may have trusted, right? Like, if Pixie didn't consent, he had to have known he ran the risk of that being publicized in some way, considering how, you know, how much public scrutiny there is around Destiny, and frankly, how many people would love to have a video of him engaging in that, as we've seen from the Twitter stuff, right? Like, would that not be is that not something he should have been pretty, I don't know, forward thinking about?
Yeah, I agree that like the issue is like, it's not that I'm not saying it wasn't a fuck up. Like I agree that it was a fuck up, and I think it was a massive betrayal of trust. Just to me, like recording somebody and then without their knowledge and leaking it is like a full on, like it's a pretty like sexually invasive crime. Leaking somebody's nudes, I think, is also really bad. To be clear, I think it is really bad. But the issue is that I think it's fundamentally just a more common issue that people do. Leaking somebody's nudes, I think, is also really bad. To be clear, I think it is really bad. But the issue is that I think it's fundamentally just a more common issue that people do. Leaking somebody's nudes, I think, is also really bad. To be clear, I think it is really bad. But the issue is that I think it's fundamentally just a more common issue that people do without their knowledge, and leaking it is like a full on, like it's a pretty like sexually invasive crime. Leaking somebody's nudes, I think, is also really bad. To be clear, I think it is really bad. But the issue is that I think it's fundamentally just a more common.
What is Bunty King to you?
A person?
Who is Bunty King?
Nicholas Diorio?
The people sweeping for Destiny trying to turn this into a money grab disgusts me absolutely.
It's gotta all be burned down. You gotta burn them all down. This is disgusting. This is some of the most disgusting shit that I have ever fucking seen. Are you fucking kidding me?
You could even say it was a massive fuck up. Nicholas, play the sound.
Dude, I'm sorry. This is fucking ridiculous. Guys, people leak nudes all the time. Why are we coming after Destiny on this one? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you serious? Shut it down. There are people on Twitter right now who are calling me ignorant for saying it. She sounds like a fucking coward in this video. There's nothing malicious you can draw from this. This woman is fucking disgusting.
Nicholas Diorio?
Are you kidding me, bro? Are you serious? I gotta hear that from the top. From the
I
top.
agree that, like it's.
Have a video of him engaging.
This is the response.
You slimy, weaselly fuck.
This disgusting slag needs to go down with Destiny.
Dude, I've never sounded so much like Kavos in my life, dude. I sound like a 2017 Kavos video right now. This is fucking gross.
in that, as we've seen from the Twitter stuff, right? Like, would that not be is that not something he should have been pretty, I don't know, forward thinking about?
Yeah,
they turn off
I
my
agree.
shit?
That, like, it's the issue is like it's not that I'm not saying it wasn't a fuck up. Like, I agree that it was a fuck up, and I think
It's not a fuck up. It was malicious. I'm sorry.
True.
If you're fucking distributing your friends' naked pictures to random whores, you're a piece of shit, and you should lose your fucking
True.
career. Okay, that's my position. Nuclear take.
it's a massive betrayal of trust.
A massive betrayal of trust. Okay. All right. It's a massive betrayal of trust.
And you know what else is massive?
I've seen this comment
Not
so
the
many
time.
times.
I understand. Not the time.
I've seen that
Just to me,
comment
like,
so many times. I was wondering what the hell
recording
that
somebody
was
and then,
when I
like,
read
without
it, but
their knowledge and leaking
now I
it
get
is
it.
like a full on like it's a pretty like sexually invasive crime.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Leaking a sex tape of your close friend, that's some garden variety shit, okay? Leaking a sex tape that they didn't know about, now it's invasive. It's a crime. Awesome. That's so cool for you. I love that on you. I love that. Are you like a feminist? Guys, hey, one in the chat if you know what Erudite's newest video on her channel is right now. Go to Erudite's channel. You're not going to believe this, all right? Not so Erudite. Look at this fucking woman's... Look at this shit. This is absurd. This is 4 days ago on the Not So Erudite YouTube channel. Online politics has been too toxic for women. Do you have an OnlyFans? Is the thumbnail. This is the kind of content that this fucking woman makes. Holy shit. This is what happens when you become when you make your way here through like you become an industry plant talent. You have no idea how to navigate these situations. And you shouldn't pretend to either. This is disgusting.
Leaking somebody's nudes, I think,
All
is also
bridges are
really
hereby bombed from orbit. Keep it contained for a while.
Not to mention that what is the concept of the podcast Bridges? It's to bridge a gap between Destiny and people who don't like him. It's to bring on people that have had controversies with Destiny so they can talk it out. It's a publicity podcast for the guy she knows is leaking fucking nudes of their close friend. I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck at how nice she sounds, okay? Her awesome tone of voice, how she really seems to care about Pixie. I believe that she cares about Pixie, but I also believe she's a huge piece of shit. So.
Logistical
bad,
needs to be made to
be
pay
clear,
for these
it
comments.
is really bad. But the issue is that I think it's fundamentally just a more common issue that people do. It's definitely, in my experience, not the first time that somebody has like leaked nudes. I think it's really bad. I think it's not okay. Like when you
guys, I think obviously like leaking nudes is super bad, right? Okay, like it's not super cool to leak nudes. But like it could be worse. Okay, it could be way worse. I had a YouTuber reach out to me, a close friend of mine, and obviously they don't want to be named. I'm not even gonna imply who it is.
Oh, shit.
But they sent me this insane fucking. I need to stop playing my game. I don't know if I don't even think I have it on the screen. I need to stop playing my game. I need to read this to you. Somebody sent this shit to me, and it was one of the funniest things I read today because it's literally Erudite. Unironically, like to a T. It's Erudite's entire interview, and this will ruin it for you, even if you're somehow on the fence. This is just like, I got permission to show you this, okay?
The comparison I would make oh my god, I can't read. The comparison I would make is that if my friend shot someone in the head because they were in the way of a hot dog they really wanted to eat, Tom would say that awful behavior, and Tom would say oh, I can't see because of his chat. That's awful behavior and is inexcusable. Why continue to work with the killer? Sure. Why continue to work with the killer? This would be indicative of your loose, if not non-existent morals. And then I would say, and then I could say, okay, first of all, I have done nothing but advocate that hot dog killers are bad since this event. What Tom would say, and then I could say, okay, first of all, I have done nothing but advocate that hot dog killers are bad since this event. I think it's bad, but killing 2 or more people is worse. Imagine he had killed 3 people and ate their corpses for the hot dog. That would be so much worse, and I would stop working with him. Oh my god. There's injustice that can take place for everyone involved in the hot dog scandal if I don't continue to work. Yeah, that's pretty much, that is Aaron. That's Kyla to a T right now. People like Gisticle that went to bat for her need to answer for these shitty arguments she's making to Tom and for the way she's behaving on Twitter. I think that Gisticle is an idiot. I think that if Pixie wants to be taken seriously, she needs to cut contact with Kyla. I think that she needs to 100% go to a mental facility, like inpatient care facility, until she stops feeling until she stops having thoughts of super slide. And let lawyers take care of all of this. Just basically back off, back down, and then let professionals and people that you can pay to take care of this, and then let the community handle it. She needs to stop intervening and stop trying to direct the community or direct where people are going, because in her attempts to do that, she's only made herself look worse, and then people like Destiny are now able to take that attempt at redirection and like push them the way he wants them to go. Everything she's done thus far has only shot her case further and further in the foot, because I think she is mentally ill, and she is not I think she's mentally ill, and she's not capable of handling this situation in the best way. It's tragic, it's sad, but that's just how it is. 100%, I think she needs to just back off, let the community burn Destiny at the stake, because if she keeps getting involved and she keeps doing stupid shit like sewer slide baiting or trying to argue with people on random discords, I think she's just gonna keep looking like a fool.
And I actually repurposed it today in an argument. I got permission to steal this from somebody, right? Where is it? Let me grab it. And then we'll put on, where do we have something to listen to? Yeah, all right. Here we go. Okay, guys, ready? Here we are. All right, this is a comparison that I would like to make. If my friend shot someone in the head because they were in the way of a hot dog that they really wanted to eat, Tom would say, that's awful behavior and it's inexcusable. Why would you continue to work with the killer? This would be so indicative. This would be indicative of your loose, if not non-existent morals. And then I could say, okay, first of all, I have done nothing but advocate that hot dog killers are bad since this event. Number two,
there's an injustice that can take place if I don't continue to be involved at every turn with everyone, so I really have to be immaculate. I want to read the fourth one now.
I think it's bad, but killing 2 or more people would be worse. Imagine if he had killed 3 people and then ate their corpses for the hot dog. That would be so much worse. And I would stop working with him. Oh my god. Then there's the injustice that can take place for everyone.
Number 4, some would say that it's a bad business decision to continue working with a hot dog killer. But I think that there are pros and cons, but that's not important. So this person is basically memeing, but creating a phenomenal summation of all of Kyla's points in that Turkey Tom video. This is a phenomenal summation of everything she's saying in a good digestible meme format. I fuck with whoever made this is a little bit of a genius. I'm gonna guess Queeman. Made this shit because I think that Queeman's the only one that would be openly against Erudite. I think that Gisticle is a fucking pussy. So I'm gonna bet Queeman made this.
Involved in the hot dog scandal if I don't continue to be involved at every turn with everyone. So really, I kind of have to be. Number 4, some would say it's bad business to continue working with the hot dog killer,
Sad,
but I
he
think there are
would do
pros and
everything to
cons.
fix
That's not
the
important.
situation, that's what
The
really
hot dog
matters
killer
most.
is sad, and he said he'll do everything to fix this situation, and truly, that's what matters. 6, I wish to set up a hot dog killer recovery center someday,
Yes.
and working with the hot dog killer might be my best route to achieve this for every future hot dog killing victim, as well as many other killings, even people who kill over burgers. Okay? 7, I have since the hot dog killing only ever done nice things, and I have helped the hot dog killer. I have never helped the hot dog killer
Adderall
hide his
dependent
actions.
says
I
this
haven't
is
discouraged the
insanely
victims
accurate.
from taking
Again, like,
actions. How could a person
this
who
is
takes these
insanely accurate.
actions
This
be
person,
bad?
whoever
It's
this is,
horrible that such a
summed it
thing
up
could be
perfectly.
concluded. 8, if I had any interest in protecting my financial benefits with the hot dog killer, why would I be saying hot dog killing is bad? Obviously, I'm a good person. 9, I'm someone who doesn't give up on people, and I have experience with people who make all kinds of mistakes and help when they're friends or not. Humans make mistakes, and the hot dog killer is a friend. And then Turkey Tom at the end of that entire rant goes, okay, yeah, all right, sounds good. So next question. This is just how she sounds the whole conversation. It's like, guys, you know, I understand leaking nudes is bad, but what if this other thing happened that would be objectively worse? Then I'd really have to cut ties. It's like, I mean, I'm sorry, you haven't done anything in 2 months. Listen, I believe that if Cherry came out a month ago, the line would be like rape. I think that we would move the goalpost wouldn't have been started at Cherry's allegations.
Who is Bunty King?
True.
You hear about like guys like showing.
What is the hot dog killer? I explained the concept of the hot dog killer. The hot dog killer is someone who killed somebody over a hot dog, okay? Do you understand? In our hypothetical, Destiny would be the hot dog killer. Okay, you just replace it with nudes. The whole thing lines up, okay?
Other guys like tits that some girls shan't like. I think it's gross, and there's a reason I don't look at it.
You don't understand. She can rehabilitate the hot dog killer. Like, she's literally rehabilitating the hot dog killer as we speak, all right? Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Destiny is kind of the hot dog killer. His hot dog kind of got him into the mess in the first place, you know? Like, without the situation he was in, I don't know.
That's
Nudes, I think it's really bad. I think it's not okay. Like when you hear about like guys like showing other guys like tits that some girls shan't like. I think
Guys, I think it's super bad when men show tits. This is such a weird tactic. It's like, you know, dudes do this all the time. It's like super fucked up, right? But like
it's gross, and there's a reason I don't look at it.
I mean, that's I agree. It's less severe, but you know,
So
this
that's why-
isn't. But this
that's
isn't a
why
bunch of this isn't a bunch of high schoolers, right? This is a 35.
why is it less severe?
Oh no!
Why is Destiny I know, I don't concede. Why is Destiny breaking this fucking girl's trust to try to get laid? Why are we putting this on a tier list? Why is it not just bad enough? What else? How many girls need to get hurt before Not So Erudite steps up to the plate? She needs to disavow him and leave the fucking company. I'm gonna just say it. Nothing short of that would make any sense to me. The fact that it hasn't happened yet makes me extremely skeptical that it'll ever happen. She needs to leave.
Year-old guy who's doing this.
Sure, but the law.
It's always one more. Yeah, I mean, it's just, this is literally just by the book, pathetic, spineless, disgusting behavior.
All are different, right? In the case of like recording somebody against their consent and then releasing it against their consent is a totally different action to me than like having it sent to them.
If Cherry didn't accuse Destiny of recording without her consent, do you think that Erudite would be coming on here just openly condemning Destiny? Or do you think she would do the same thing she's doing now and try to like obfuscate it over? Like, she's obviously building a narrative where it's like, Destiny did something bad, but he really could have done something worse in her like stealth sweeping attempt. It's really weird. This is a really weird conversation, and I'm extremely confused as to why people are telling me this is a great call that she had.
Then thinking it would stay private because they're sending it to somebody else and giving it to somebody else, which they shouldn't have done. Like, these are just the
morals. Yeah, true.
Intention and
again, keep in mind, this person gets pressed and they immediately start blaming commentary YouTubers for their coverage when this person is at ground zero.
Everything behind
Crazy.
True, but you are at like
entirely
ground one.
the morality
You're like
versus
right
morality.
by ground
Morality
zero.
not
Like you are
really
right
a big
there.
question for you.
No, I think morality is a really big question.
Oh, okay, so it has nothing to do with legality, even though we've cased this entire thing and like, well, if he commits a crime, then I'll disavow.
But I'm saying that basically, to some degree, I suppose I'm saying I agree with the law here. I agree with the law drawing.
Oh, I agree with the law. Okay, so then do you think it's good? Oh, okay, so the law might not deem what Destiny did to be explicitly revenge porn because it didn't have the malice portion where it's like I wanted to hurt her by posting this. Instead it was just like, oopsie, I accidentally I sent it by I tried to get laid. I'm sorry. Oh, it leaked. My bad.
Oopsie.
It's so ridiculous, dude.
A line here saying like this
is just fucking pathetic cowardice.
Even more so.
And then people will tell me, Nick, she's gonna get deported. Nick, she's got so much to lose. It's like, yeah, but she's already lost it. She's got so much to lose. What is she clinging on to? This guy's career is fucking done. What is she gonna buy herself another few months?
Nah.
What is she hoping to God that Destiny can hold on to an audience?
Who is Bunty King?
And
the idea that Destiny has done is like super mega ultra cope. Like Destiny has survived gooning over a 15-year-old and almost engaging sexually with a 15-year-old. Destiny is not going to be brought down by this as much as people want to cope and seethe about it. He's not going down from this. His ability to interact with people is going to be severely mitigated. Like, it's going to be very, very... It's going to be a long time before he gets a good, honest collaboration. But, like, a collaboration that isn't, like, questions about, you know, hey, why'd you leak Pixie's nudes? But I think that he's still going to be totally fine, long-term wise. Hold on. This is not going the way I had hoped. Shit. We might have to leave and go level up. Holy fuck. Bro, did I just quit? Did they like... I think they repositioned from me quick saving. Okay, there. This pathway is better. Will battle cry work? Oh, that didn't work at all. Oof. Do we have any poisons? Shit. Oh. God, I wish I had Poos Roda. Fuck, I wish I had Poos Roda. Fuck! Hold on. We can't get back to the video. Hold on. I'm gonna play the video and then I guess I'm just gonna try to kite
and start a Vosh-like Fortress arc where they ban everybody out of his
girls
space?
as much as the next guy, but anyone who lets their Johnson make decisions that genuinely hurt people, they deserve to get punished.
To stay with Steven means that you think Steven should continue to have a career. If you think that Steven should continue to have a career after what he did to Pixie, I think you're a pathetic human being. So yeah, of course I don't like this response. It's ridiculous.
Deserve?
Both are really bad. The issue is that
Will?
one of them is
Probably.
like criminologically bad, and the other one is like, you're a fucking piece.
I mean, obviously Jeffrey Dahmer is worse than Destiny, guys. I mean, if Destiny starts acting like Jeffrey Dahmer, I'm gonna have to stop sweeping for him. But if and only if that happens, obviously. Because, I mean, leaking a girl's nudes, that's terrible, alright? But he's no Jeffrey Dahmer.
Oh, shit.
Okay, so you were okay with working with a piece of shit, to be clear.
I was willing to work with somebody who fucked up, and then...
No, he didn't fuck up. It was intentional. He fucking violated this girl's privacy. He violated your friend's privacy! I keep forgetting that she's sandwiched in the middle of these people.
What is Bunty King to you?
A person?
Who is Bunty King?
Turn therapist's brain off. Turn empathy back on. Activate optics. Do the right thing.
Also showed remorse and was like willing to try to help the person that he fucked over.
And I haven't even said once that it's for money yet. I haven't even said it once. We've been here for an hour. I haven't even implied it. I mean, I guess I have implied it, but I haven't explicitly said it. And yeah, obviously, there's a ton of fucking money involved. You can't ignore that either.
Okay, all right. Well, I guess moving on from that interaction. So where did the kind of conversation go from there? Once you had gotten his side and gotten her side, you at that point, a lot of the DMs seem to be you kind of mediating, talking to her about what she wants versus what Steve.
It's not I can fix him. It's I can keep my job. Open your eyes. That's what we're dealing with here, guys. Oh, it's not I can fix him. It's I can keep myself safe.
Is willing to provide and do. What was your kind of
What
perspective on
blocked
those
me?
interactions? Before we get into the specific stuff, I guess just overarchingly, what was your goal there?
Sorry, I think I'm not understanding the question. Can you just rephrase it?
I guess okay. What was your goal past that point? Once you found out what he had apparently done, and you seemingly got confirmation.
No, come
What
on.
was your goal past that point? Was it just to help Pixie out? Was it to protect Destiny?
I guess
from the
let's go
allegations?
level up and then
No,
come back.
so like this is the biggest frustration. I don't know if you've seen the Fairy leaks or whatever. I don't know why people keep saying this. They keep saying that I asked.
Can we confidently say that she's downplayed Pixie's allegations in this stream without getting fucking burned at the cross? I feel like that's a warranted statement.
Yes.
After that weird fucking tangent about Cherry. That is I'm sorry. I think that anybody who does that shit is a fucking scumbag. Somebody sent that to me on Twitter. I said they're like sex offender coded, but it's crazy to hear it come out of Erudite's mouth.
Delete the comment, but you can just read my message. I explicitly tell her I'm messaging her because I don't want her to remove the comment. I want her to...
Weird.
Is it to protect Destiny from once you found out how... What was your goal past that point? Once you found out what he had apparently done, and you seemingly got confirmation. Once you found out how her feelings were on it, what was your goal past that point? Was it just to help Pixie out? Was it to protect Destiny from the allegations?
No. So like this is the biggest frustration. I don't know if you've seen the Fairy Queen leaks or whatever. I don't know why people keep saying this. They keep saying that I asked.
Can we confidently say that she's downplayed Pixie's allegations in this stream without getting fucking burned at the cross?
Yes.
I feel like that's a warranted statement after that weird fucking tangent about Cherry. That is I'm sorry. I think that anybody who does that shit is a fucking scumbag. Somebody sent that to me on Twitter. I said they're like sex offender coded, but it's crazy to hear it come out of Erudite's mouth.
Delete the comment, but you can just read my message. I explicitly tell her I'm messaging her because I don't want her to remove the comment. I want her to remove the identifying piece where she talks about like friends, because I don't want anything that could narrow it to Pixie, because the main thing that Pixie has said to me over and over is the publicity piece. So the only thing that I have cared about, by and large, has been following what Pixie feels that she needs in that moment, right? Listening to like what she's asking for. There are certain things it's possible that she could ask me to do where I'd be like, I'm not comfortable facilitating this, right? But saying something like, please don't make any public.
Weasley fuck.
Part of me thinks Erudite is more malicious than what she's showing herself as. And
I don't think that you're crazy off to say that.
This one.
Yeah, I don't think you're crazy off to say that. I think I'm gonna remain somewhat charitable and just call her retarded for now, but I wouldn't be surprised if I change my position to malicious later. Because she's definitely retarded at the very least. We need to create like the official retarded malicious scale, you know? Like we need to have something on screen that showcases the retarded or malicious scale.
It publicly and please like try to keep it as quiet as possible. 110% I'm going to do that. Like no question.
So you say the Fairy Queen leaks? Do you mean it's this message, right? Let me just to confirm with you.
Yes.
It's like the hot versus crazy scale in How I Met Your Mother. Like once you reach a certain point, then you're just like you've delved too far into retardation or maliciousness.
I get that you're mad. That's
where I'm seeing 75% malicious and 25% retarded right now.
Did I not
The R versus M on the R versus M scale.
Your comment is kind of confirming that it's them, which they're denying and drawing more attention to
I'm seeing a 75-25 on the RM scale.
Appreciate if you considered removing that part of your comment, right? Just that part. And there's a reason I didn't just delete it immediately, because I'm fine with the discussion of it. I'm fine with people like talking about whether Destiny's a piece of shit. I think all of that is really valid. But what's not valid is like making Pixie's plight worse. That's not valid. And like until she decides that she wants to go public, I'm not taking that from her.
Right. So here, Fairy Queen.
And again, you don't have to go public. Erudite doesn't have to go public and out Pixie. She just has to do the right thing and step away from the podcast completely. That's what she has to do. And if she doesn't want to do that, she should just say it's for money, and I need to stay here for money, and I'm in a horrible position right now. Because honestly, if J-Stalk really wants to use that defense, because I do think J-Stalk has like survivor's guilt for being in the community and stuff and not doing anything more than he... And to be clear, I don't think J-Stalk could have really done more than he did, but I think he has survivor's guilt, right? If you want to latch on to say Erudite needs to be here or she's going to get deported, she needs to save her job, that's fine. But I want to hear her say it. I don't want to hear J-Stalk say it. I don't want to hear any of those. I don't want to hear like the people on the fucking on that stream say it. I want to hear Erudite say that I need to keep my job because I need to stay in the country, and that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Because anything else is a lie, in my opinion.
They say, to acknowledge that Melina is claiming Steven shared these videos without her consent. Have you confronted Steven about this? Will you dissociate from him for sharing another woman's sex tapes without her consent?
If she said it should be cooked forever, I think she should be cooked now for downplaying it. She wants both ways here. I stand by Pixie until it comes to Steven, in which case I'm going to rehabilitate him. So are you standing by Pixie, or are you keeping your job and standing by Steven? Because it really can't be both.
You said, gotcha, I'm not an extension of Steven, you're not a feminist, and you blocked her. Were you blocking her because it seemed like she wasn't going to edit her comment, or because you didn't want to answer these questions publicly? Like, what was the concern here, I guess?
It basically seems like, so Fairy Queen and I have a history, just to be clear. A really weird history, where she constantly is accusing me of things, and then coming to me behind the scenes to like help with suicidality or certain things. And the reality is that if somebody's life is at risk and they need help.
Oh no! What am I gonna do?
I'm not going to lie. This Destiny drama will pass. Nobody will truly sympathize with the victims. These victims have voluntarily put themselves in the public stage. They are only upset on how their content is being shared.
I think that you're fucking wrong, because one of the main victim literally was fucking pulled out against their will. So no, that's not true. It was revealed by President Sunday, not even by Pixie. That's the only good thing President Sunday did, is deflect people like you from fucking caring about victims. Because yeah, that's literally what happened. She was fucking pulled out against her will, forced out in front of everybody, and now she has to go public about it.
I'm just gonna give it. I'm always.
That's like the worst take I've ever read.
That's cope. That's
so
straight
Fairy
up
Queen at this
cope.
point and I had two separate interactions where she had come to me because somebody she knew or a friend of hers was suicidal.
That's straight up cope. That chatter hit the nail on the head, and Destiny's gonna move past this. The content creators that have something to lose by associating with Destiny are not ever going to forget this. The people that hate Destiny will never forget this, but the still 850,000 people that follow Destiny, they don't give a shit. A lot of them didn't like Pixie after the fucking Forethought drama. I think it's cope to say that people are going to sympathize with Pixie. There's already, like, in my mind, not gonna lie, I'm gonna be straight up. The stupidity of trusting Destiny in the first place is a sin that has not been punished enough. And it's a sin that needs to be punished harshly. I'm sad that Pixie is the one to eat that, to be that sacrificial lamb, but people need to wake up and realize that Destiny cannot be trusted with literally anything. Did Pixie deserve this? No. 100% no. Does anybody deserve to have their nudes leaked? I mean, if they're a sufficient piece of shit that's causing, like, measurable harm to society, maybe. But that's a big maybe. Big, strong maybe. Capital M maybe. In regards to sympathy, I don't have, if I'm being really real, I don't have much for Pixie. Given that in the past she's lied about being one of the women that slept with Destiny. She lied to Lav when Lav was going to war. I hate Lav. I hate Lav so much. But when Lav was going to war with Destiny, over him being abusive and weird with women, one of the women that would have had evidence to assist Lav went against Lav and called Lav a liar. Again, none of what Pixie got was deserved. I just don't have sympathy. She supported and constantly believed in this individual that is a disgusting, degenerate freak, and this is the consequence of that. So even I, quite frankly, don't have sympathy for... Is it sympathy or empathy? I can empathize with her fear, the amount of the feeling of being overwhelmed by how crazy this situation is. I can empathize with the stress and the sadness and the anxiety and the fear and the feeling of betrayal, and like I can sympathize with all of that, or I can empathize with all of that. I just don't have sympathy for her actions because I would never in a trillion years trust Destiny with any sort of private information. Keep in mind, this is somebody that I've said is the best of the lefties and the only lefty that I can tolerate watching because the rest of them are so, like, awful and boring and shit. I still would not have trusted Destiny with my own. He was the best of the worst. All of these people are degenerate, weird freaks, and he was one of the worst of them all, but he was at least entertaining. So again, I guess I don't even know why I threw that in there, but I empathize with her feelings. I just have no sympathy. And I think that the people around her that have done nothing but continuously put her in a worse and worse and worse situation that keep putting her in a worse and worse and worse situation by not confronting her and telling her to cut it out when it came to trying to deny that it was her, that didn't come out and tell her, the people that didn't tell her to knock it off with messaging people on Kiwi farms, the people that didn't tell her to stop talking about it, for the simple reason that her desire was to not be noticed in those photos. So people should have been giving her real advice as to how not to be noticed in those photos. And the way you notice it, or you don't get noticed in those photos, is you shut up and you keep moving and you don't worry about it and you don't talk about it. And people that were like not telling her straight up, like, hey, give me your login, you can't be on these sites anymore because you're like making it worse for yourself. those people, I think, who are coming out now and saying like, oh, she's just a victim, no, she's just, you know, poor baby, da 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 da. I think those people are just continuously doing harm to Pixie. I think that she needs to be logged off the internet for a hot minute. But she has made a lot of really bad decisions, and these people refuse to stop her from making. Which to me makes, like, there is nothing I can do from where I'm sitting here in this chair in my apartment where I live. There is nothing I can do to tell Pixie to cut it out. She doesn't know me. I'm just some rando. The only way I can get her attention is by playing into what it is that's stressing her out. Because that's the kind of mindset she's in right now. She only will pay attention to those that are talking shit, and she'll only hear positive words of affirmation from people she knows. She's doing like the lolcow death spiral, and all the people that are around her that have seen it before and know how to actually get out of it are not helping her, because they want the victim to be able to do what it is that she feels is right. That way she doesn't feel betrayed again. Those people are sick, they're evil, they're twisted. Their sympathy is doing very real harm. So I think somebody without any sympathy should be in there telling her, cut it out, log off. Basically, I'm saying I'm better than them. No, like, I don't get why Nick is so upset with somebody saying that nobody's going to sympathize. I think that Nick, Tom, I think that all these people are way too close to the situation to be able to look at it the way they would look at any other drama. They're way too close to be able to tell Pixie to cut it out. They're way too close to be able to say, like, her actions aren't conducive to getting what she wants. They aren't willing to tell Pixie to cut it out. Because they're too close to the situation. They're way too close to all this. Which again, fair enough, it's their friend, but they should recognize that and back down from it. Make the statement, call Destiny a piece of shit, talk about something else, until it's all blown over. But there's no way this coverage is making Pixie feel better. If positive coverage made Pixie feel better, Gistical white knighting and Cherry, like, being the headsman for anybody that talked about who might be in the leaks, and Destiny basically taking the brunt of all the stupid fucking memes about him and Nick Fuentes, and all these people that were trying to keep Pixie's name out of it, all of that would have made her calm down and, like, stop focusing on all this. But none of it was working. None of it was getting her to calm down. She was only getting more and more stressed out and more and more worried. Perfect Zip, why do you care about this drama in general at all? LMAO so cringe. Imagine thinking about these people are worth the title of having drama to even care about. You're still talking about it to no one. I mean, that's not true. I mean, you just commented. What are you talking about? I'm talking to no one. I'm talking to you. What do you call it? But no, I don't. Now you made me lose my train of thought. I might have to start all over. I might have to ramble for another 30 minutes before I can finish the thought. That's a good way to tie it all up together in one cohesive. I think that Tom, Nick, and all these other people are complicit in this. I think that Destiny's gonna get away with it in about a month, maybe. People are gonna stop talking about it. Why is Farkas wearing wolf armor? Also, the idea that people aren't going to be sympathetic is retarded from Nick. People 100% are not going to be sympathetic. I mean, Perfect Zip is an excellent example. He's not sympathetic. I'm not sympathetic. Probably a whole bunch of, there was a bunch of people, even people in Nick's chat, Legog Lock, me when I say the quiet part out loud. Like, they don't care either. So, I don't understand. These people at the top of the chat are losers.
And she was
I think the worst part of that take is you picked like the one time where that's not true.
looking for like steps about how to handle it. And I helped her every single time. One of the times was also a mutual.
And to be clear, you know why it's not going to pass? Because none of us commentary YouTubers.
I didn't even answer the initial question. Why do you care about this drama in general?
They gang up and tell us something.
I mean, define care. It's not like I'm morally outraged and like I'm gonna like go and like write 4 paragraphs worth of text on something or like go cry about it or go complain about it to my wife. I guess I care about it because I find it interesting and entertaining. At the end of the day, it's all entertainment. I mean, shit. Why do people find dramas why do people care about dramas? I mean, or dramas like TV shows and shit. I think it's just entertainment. It's all fun at the end of the day. Not for her, because her leaks or nudes are fucking everywhere. But I mean, for me, as like some rando that's never going to be affected by this in any way, shape, or form, I mean, it's all entertainment. Like, if you were to ask me what are my thoughts on like a Warhammer 40k edit, why does it make you feel anything at all? Why do you care about it? It's like, well, it's entertainment. It's a piece of media that inspires a reaction because it entertains me at the most basic level. Who is this? The Pog meme, or the LOL W thing. I only see it as the Destiny version now.
Hassan Piker, he's wrong for bashing the fuck out of Destiny. Sorry. He's not wrong. I hate Hassan Piker. I hate Mike from PA. I hate Frogan. I hate everybody on that panel. I hate every fucking one of them. But when Denims calls out Destiny, she's right.
Friend, like Xena, all that stuff is very, very public.
Fuck Denims.
I did a lot of the similar stuff with Xena. I met up with her. I think with Xena, I actually spent a night at her house just to like keep her safe when she was really distressed. Xena, I also did like multiple safety calls for her, where like I reported like as she was attempting like to the police and stuff like that. So Fairy Queen has this weird dynamic where she keeps coming to me for help with stuff, which I'm always willing to, but then she'll also be like, "But
guys, DGG, get real close. Listen to me.
All right.
During the fucking Red Pill arc, while your fucking Messiah was out there telling Andrew Tate and all these huge pieces of shit how to treat women better, he was distributing his fucking friends' nudes to random whores he met online.
True.
He's a fraud.
True.
He's telling everybody else how to live, and he's going after all these genuinely bad people, and he lives like a hypocrite.
Remember when many people surrounding Tiny blasted people for covering for Dr. Disrespect post-confession for political reasons? Cuz Pepperidge Farm remembers. Wonder if their axioms will be grounded and their morals will be consistent, lol.
This guy gives relationship advice. He's cheated on every girlfriend he's ever had.
True.
If he probably didn't hit his head as a kid, he would have grown up to be one of those red pill content creators, bro. sorry. He's like 2 steps away from being just as bad as them.
Why are you such a piece of shit? Why are you friends with Destiny? He's a horrible person. And I'm just like, look, like, if somebody needs help, I'm always willing to. There's lots of things I disagree with Steven about.
His brain says liberal, his cock says Andrew Tate. And they're at odds with each other every single day. The Vyvanse has calmed his penis down. He's reformed now.
But yes, I am still willing to work with him. So that's part of what's driving this. When she like sent all those questions, I was like, oh. So every time she said like one thing that she really cares about is women, I don't know if I believe her, because it seems like she's willing to hurt Pixie to like get at Steven, and I'm not interested. And at that point, I blocked her and deleted the comment.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, with that out of the way, I think the thing I wanted to go over next would be all the text messages between you and Pixie that got leaked. Now, before we get into that, I guess my question would be from you. Do you know the way that these text messages, it looks like iMessage, do you know the way these texts got leaked? How did this end up getting out? Who was this sent to that ended up sending it to someone that ended up getting it publicly?
I think I come up here. And
it sounds like Pixie sent it to Aaron.
I don't think anybody knows what happened, because as far as I understand, I got pictures from Chud Logic. I don't know where Chud Logic got pictures from.
Oh no!
So, again, we had this conversation on 11:30. This was the conversation that we had on stream. I have been completely gaslit by people telling me that I sided with Tom when I sided with Chud, like verbally in the call. I went back and clipped it, and I was like shocked how many people told me that I had the opposite take. And then I actually listened to it, and it's like I literally say specifically that I've sided with Chud, and I was arguing with Tom that he needs to concede that there's a good chance that this stuff was like done without people's consent. But that's besides the point. So 11:30, we have the conversation. We're aware there's rumors about Pixie. That's why I dive in and talk about the dick pic guy, because that was already out there, and I don't think anyone's identified him, right? So then on the, I'll actually add this in there. On January the 1st, I messaged Destiny saying, hey dude, sorry that your fucking dick pic leaked or something. It's my biggest regret from this controversy, is messaging Destiny saying, sorry that your fucking dick's all over the internet, right? Then, on January 2nd, I received my first actual piece of evidence that raises it from rumor with Pixie to like legitimate grievance, right?
Is this really lolly?
Rumor to legitimate grievance from here. Now, I got one screenshot that's the one that says like, this will be the worst mistake of Steven's life, most expensive mistake of his life, right? Then I talked to President Sunday about 6 days ago, and up until 6 days ago, I only had the one screenshot. Now, I go and I hear from President Sunday that more stuff exists, so I reach out to Chud, who gets me the rest of the screenshots, and I'm, at that point, after talking to President Sunday, I'm caught up to where you guys are caught up to basically now. That's the amount of information that it traveled to, but I don't know who had what, because somehow, simultaneously, Beckett got all of this information, and he claims that it didn't come from Sunday. So somehow, I got it through Chud. Beckett got it through a third party. And then President Sunday had gotten it from, I assume, Straighteraid? I have no idea how this stuff has happened, but it got all the way to drama YouTubers, so everyone thought, like, somebody's gonna fuck this up. Somebody's gonna leak this stuff. And then President Sunday convinces me that he cared about the girl and then moved forward with it. So as far as I know, that's, like, the chain of events.
Trying to like basically like this is what Kyla's saying. Pixie and I have talked. She's also willing. Her and Aaron aren't talking anymore. But she is willing to like if need be. Obviously, she wants to be as publicly implicated as possible. So if you need it, you can probably reach out. But also, I don't have it because I didn't ask for it.
By the way, if Pixie wants to talk on stream, I would be happy to have Pixie on. I don't really know a ton about her content.
Bad idea.
Obviously, this is the reason I would have her on. But if she wants to talk to me, feel free. I won't bite her head off.
But basically, she was constantly telling Aaron, like, what do you think about this? This is what Kyla's suggesting. And Aaron was saying, like, I think she's being
But keep in mind, if I do that...
Destiny is memeing it up and lollying about all this like it isn't an issue he's remotely worried about.
I see it the opposite way.
He's never known how to respond to controversy, but this is way worse.
Now, this looks like panic to me. Destiny's extremely composed in a lot of cases. Yeah, he'll say a couple things on social media when he's about to do these big manifestos, but it's usually, like, preceded by silence. I don't think he knows what to do right now, because for the first time, I don't think he has a magic screenshot that he can pull out and blame it all away on.
That's coke.
I wouldn't put it past him to try to make one, but I think he realizes there's no real way to get out of this. The only thing he can do is latch on to the fact that he didn't want this stuff to go public, even though he leaked it, and latch on to the fact that, like, from a legal perspective, it would be a very difficult road to pursue this. even from a civil lawsuit, as far as I'm concerned. But I don't know. I think that LawTube is going to have a lot of fun with this story in the next 2 months.
Sneaky, and Pixie was being like, I don't think she's being sneaky.
He was supposed to stream today. Again, Destiny's whole thing is Bosch is on a Fortress arc. He's a coward. Well, guess what? You can't talk about this on his subreddit. Then his next thing is, I streamed through the controversy. I'll never get canceled. Guess what? Now he's going to be off till February 3rd. So,
True.
I'm sorry. This is out of character for him.
So I think the only text she has is because those are the specific screenshots that Pixie sent to Aaron.
The legal arc has begun, yeah. What makes you think he's trying to fake something? So I don't think it's I'm not making it more of a character assassination. I think that Destiny's not going to go down swinging, but I don't think he has anything. So the only way he'd go down is maybe by fabricating something. I have no idea.
100% confident. From my understanding, Aaron directly leaked them to Sunday. I think Beckett of Crabs or whatever. He covers all the leaks.
By the way, I had a talk with Beckett, and I urged him privately to apologize. I'm just going to put that out there. So I don't know if he's done that, or if he ends up planning to do that. I think he's making a follow-up video. But I've told him that he needs to go and apologize.
Who is Monty King? Nicholas DiOrio?
I had a conversation with him about his whole fucking video thing. But,
stream. It sounds like Sunday got them directly from her. I don't know how Beckett got them. I think some people are saying it. I think it might have been through Smugbug, because Aaron's good friends with Smugbug. I don't know though. I have no
Again, I don't know who Smugbug is. I'm not really sure who these like leftist people are.
Idea how Beckett got the DMs, and I don't know if Nicholas got it from Beckett or from.
Nope, I got it from Chud.
Sunday or like what?
It sounds like she doesn't even know Chud had it, so everybody had these messages.
The transaction is after that. I have
Nice.
No idea.
So they all had it, and nobody said
I haven't
anything.
seen Pixie directly talk about Sunday or I guess maybe Bad Empanada is someone that people are talking about right now. But I saw her. Just let me find her tweet real quick. In her thread, she had said something to the effect of let me see here. I've got it. Okay, so she said, "If you're a leftist who has talked about the situation without so much as contacting me, you owe me an apology. On top of being a victim of revenge, I now have to deal with people lying about my dating life and further dehumanization of me."
Now, I imagine they're saying this is like Bad Empanada, but they explicitly called out Sunday, so I have to imagine he's one of the people.
I know I shouldn't elaborate more, but I think one of the worst parts of what's happened is learning how so many people I genuinely thought were my friends are so easily willing to betray me. I don't understand what I've done to them to make them want to treat me like this. So, do you know who she's talking about here, or is she not willing to?
Because President Sunday didn't say anything about her relationship.
I would speculate.
Bad
I know
Empanada
she's
that's talking about her
feeling.
relationship.
She basically, I called her tonight, and she was like, "Kyla, I'm so sorry." And I was like, "Are you okay?" And she was like, "Aaron."
But here's the thing. This is the main point that I want to take away from this. I had these leaks, okay? And I don't know any of these people. So everyone had these leaks. If I had, well, I say leaks. I had this leak, okay? I had the singular screenshot up until after the President Sunday conversation, the day after or the night of. So if I don't know Smugbug, and I don't know the other woman, and I don't know Straighterade, and I have this screenshot, then everybody has this screenshot.
Backstab me, like Aaron backstabbed me. So I'm assuming it's Aaron, and Aaron is a leftist, but I genuinely have no idea. I would assume though.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, do you want to get into the text?
Sure. I think it's probably worth saying because I think people are like the biggest question people have is like why I'm sticking around Destiny.
Okay, and we're back. So she obviously has like survivor's guilt as well, because now we're going back. Like, I think the biggest question is the one that I've answered 3 times already. Isn't that funny how we just keep we do new question and then she's like, but let me go back and expand as to why I'm staying with Destiny. In our last installment, I told you that, listen, this is a pretty bad crime, but there's definitely like a bigger crime here that could have happened, so that's good, I guess.
So I just want to like...
Let's get back to me for a moment. We're done talking about me. Let's get back to me for a moment.
Answer that question, I think, a little bit more extensively, which is, A, if something else comes out about the leaks, which is like more pernicious or criminal, you realize like, I probably won't.
It's got to be a little bit more. We're just at the line right now. We're not quite at the criminal line, so we're gonna have to do just a little bit more damage to Godzilla so we can get the most points.
But I don't engage with friendships in the way that it feels like people are kind of expecting me to, maybe in the public.
Why can't you just take a shot from right there? Why does he have to run up?
Like rehabilitation and like journeys and processes.
This is where I'm going back to what I said earlier in the stream. Rehabilitation is great. Maybe don't talk about it the day after the stuff got like released. Like this, the minute we all found out about it, you're like, guys, listen, we're rehabilitating him. We're gonna make him better. We're gonna make him whole again. We're gonna fix this. Like, maybe just like, I don't know.
We're gonna make Destiny
let people get their
again.
lumps in for a week. I'm just confused as to why we're talking about rehabilitation on literally day one.
It means that like if I have a friend who's done a bad thing, they're not like dead to me. I'm not just going to drop them immediately. I'm going to confront them, usually in a way that I think is most productive, particularly if they've done something that I think not just violates like my values, but
Reminds me of the Norm Macdonald joke on Cosby. Someone told me the worst part was the hypocrisy. I said realty? I thought it was the R** pay. Obviously not a 1/1 comparison, but too many focused on the wrong thing.
Yeah, 100%.
Their own values. This isn't the first.
You know, it's funny. That's the second time that clip has been referenced about a drama this week.
I've confronted Steven on different things. It's just the biggest thing that I've confronted him on. But there's been multiple times, like even in this like cutie Cinderella drama, where he started like making fun of her. I was like, why are you doing this?
I don't understand why all these retarded YouTubers keep talking about the cutie Cinderella drama. Like, are you fucking serious? Was this that big of a deal? Was this like their 111?
Like this isn't.
How many of these victims received revenge prawn as part of Destiny's Riz pitch? I.e., if you use this prawn to riz random e-thoughts. Why
That's a good
wouldn't he have
question.
done the same to land some of these girls now condemning him?
Good question.
Why didn't they come out then?
Good question.
And even this isn't your values. Like
guys, I've called Destiny out before. Like in the past, he laughed at cutie Cinderella when she was crying profusely about the porn of her that wasn't her that leaked.
AI generated porn.
This is something you don't believe in. Right. So, I really.
He laughed at the chestnuts roasting clip from Ethan Klein. This is like the same thing. Neither of them broke the law.
I think if everyone just disowns people immediately for wrongdoing, like nothing works. I have like my entire dream is to like work with high risk, like my entire career previous to this was working with like drug addicts and juvenile delinquents, like people who've done really fucking bad shit. And so I don't know. I understand why people may be confused because maybe they don't feel similar, and I don't put this on anybody else. Like nobody else has to orient themselves towards Steven or anyone.
Oh no! What am I gonna do?
Here, let me show you this real fast. All right, let me pull this up. Watch this. You want to see something funny? I want to learn more about Destiny. Do you guys want to learn a little bit more about Destiny right now?
Always.
Somebody sent me this. I don't know if he wants to be named, but he goes by Destiny the Streamer. He sent me a new version, a new cut of his video, like a leaked cut of his video. Let me just grab it. Here it is.
Steven?
Let me just grab this.
Please let this be the version without.
Here we go. There's a leaked cut of Destiny the Streamer's new video. The only good Destiny. Okay, I just have to make a version of it that's not going to get copyrighted.
Steven, your abuse is sick.
Thank you. We're like 25% of the way there, just about.
Wait, that's not true. Okay, he doesn't remember when we fight and when we don't fight.
This video is so good. I noticed. Emotional currency for fighting used to be like my real life currency for... Well, now, if I got a million things going on, if I fight with Mel, it puts my schedule behind by weeks. I'm like, I just wasted 2 days.
Melina starts crying, we're having an argument. I'll say, like, listen, I'm gonna go play fucking Minecraft. Like, come talk to me when you're done crying, because I can't sit here and listen to you cry. I'm wasting the few fucking minutes of free time I have in the day. The reason why it is because you're insecure about me seeing somebody when you're not seeing somebody. That's the reason. You're used to being dating guys that are obsessed with you, and I'm not, and that makes you insecure. The only reason I'm gonna lie to you is because you're insecure when I hook up with people. Do you want to do all the relationship stuff right now? If you want to, we can do that. I'm a really rough person to be in a relationship, okay? So anybody that survives a relationship with me for more than like 6 months, okay, props to that person, because they're going through some severe fucking psychological abuse, all right? I'm not joking. Melina will not leak or talk shit about any of this because she knows everything about this makes her look like a fucking satanic demon. Do you guys know that if a bitch breaks up with you and you send her nudes to everybody, even that's wrong, guys?
So I think one thing that people who defend you agree was abusive was your back and forth with Anna, especially threatening to leak nudes.
Oh, I mean, she could have more to lose, but I just don't see the huge difference between like sex and nudes. Like you're leaking like personal like sexual shit that somebody sent you and like trusted you with. In my opinion, this is like one of the biggest forms of like weird like backstabbing shit that you can do. It's like one of the worst things a person can do is like leaking like private sexual shit. Let's say that there's a girl that messages me, we talk for a little bit, she really wants to be on. And I'm like, yeah, cool, like you really want to come on a podcast, blah, blah, blah. I could probably start sexting her and she'll probably give in and send me nudes and shit because she doesn't want to lose that opportunity. She might not actually want to. If she says no to me, she might worry like, fuck, like if I say no to this guy, like I'm not going to make it on that podcast. Oh, yes. And that's why it's like a very hazy area where you can't really consent in that situation. You don't really know.
Okay, then why are you sexting with her still?
We're cool. We've been cool for a year, Max. When you're 19, you're a little kid, okay? Now, if you're 22,
A 19-year-old's not a kid to you, okay? I'm 29. A 19-year-old might as well be a 15-year-old to me. It's all the fucking same, dude. I have about as much in common with like an 18-year-old, 19-year-old fucking freshman in school as I would a fucking sophomore in high school. Any type of inclination towards any of those people is really fucking weird.
So when you saw a 15-year-old girl, you were sexually attracted to her?
Sure, yeah. I mean, like, what do you want me to say? Like, listen, dude, esports is a crazy time in my life. I don't know why, but when I was on LSD, like, everything was super emotional.
Hold on, sending a message.
I look back at these texts sometimes, it was so unbelievable. I'm like texting my kid's mom saying shit like, I'm a horrible person, like, take Nathan away from me, I don't ever want to see him again, like, I'm a horrible don't, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I'd never say anything like that in my life. I'm the most high-driven, like, confident person. It was, like, crazy to me to see it, but...
That was a hard 3 minutes to watch. It was only 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and it felt like 10.
True.
Holy shit, dude. Yeah, somebody sent me a cut of that. I figured that would be a good thing to play for stream. Yeah, that's what Destiny is, by the way, if you guys were wondering. If you guys weren't entirely sure who we were dealing with right now. In case you didn't know. That's Heisenboner. Yeah, that's who we're talking about. Anyway, back to the wing girl.
Someone else who's done something wrong, like I do. But basically, the moment that I saw like remorsefulness, accountability, and like a step-by-step plan of like how he was going to correct the issue, that's when I was like, okay, I can still work with this person because it's like the try and the accountability that matters to me, not just like the actions alone.
So I think that, you know, that's somewhat understandable from, you know, a friendship perspective. I think that the thing that people are going to bring up, though, is that you guys aren't just friends. You're business partners, and he's not just any business partner. He is, you know, a massive liberal commentator who's constantly making moral judgments about other people's actions. And
yeah, this is the guy who tells people how to live. It's gotten so bad, I'm giving the Jalen arguments right now about Destiny. This is somebody who tells people how to live for a living.
Behaviors. Meanwhile, he's got this going on. I mean, I think a big part of it is, like, I think this really calls into question, you know, like, if he even has a right to criticize other people's character and morals when, I mean, you know.
He doesn't, by the way. He absolutely can't.
Who is Bunty King?
Nicholas Diorio?
This guy's pure politics if he comes back, which he shouldn't. But if he does, pure politics. This guy can't fucking judge anybody for anything. This guy can't be... There's no red pill arc after this. Nobody's taking this guy seriously. Are you serious? How can this guy pass judgments on anybody? Remember the fucking Mizkif drama? Remember all the shit this guy talked during the Mizkif drama? The Bob 7 stuff? Do you remember the Bob 7 stuff? Fuck me.
Well, it's one thing to be, you know, to have everything else.
Somebody asked me, Nick, where's the Bob 7 stream you did 4 years ago? I'm like, I don't know. I have no idea where that is. I don't even think I don't think that stream exists anymore. If it does, I don't want it to.
Else that he's done before, which, you know, there's a lot. Let's be honest, there's a lot, but I think this rivals all of that, definitely.
What did he say to Bob 7 about leaking sensitive information about girls?
A person?
Who is Bunty
Didn't Bob leak some girl's nudes or something?
Yes.
And it was like the worst thing that ever happened. It was literally 111. I could have sworn. Didn't Bob 7 leak a girl's nudes?
Is this really lolly?
Of severity. And it
Can somebody find a clip of Destiny talking about Bob 7 leaking nudes?
Into question, you know, his respect for other people's consent to, you know, their own news being leaked. It's like, you know, now how can anyone possibly feel bad for him for getting his news leaked when he was doing that to someone else? You know, there's a lot of questions around this, and I mean, you know, even on top of that, I mean, he's trying to be a serious political activist and commentator, and he's, you know, running around messing around with all these Discord girls, sending. And I mean, this is not, you know, to be clear, Pixie's not the only person who's been affected by this. I mean, there's been Lauren, obviously, you know, in a different way, but he was sending messages not too long ago that they had shared together, seemingly in confidence, that ended up getting leaked. There's Melina's allegation, obviously, his ex-wife, who he, you know, kind of painted as like a absolute crazy person. And there's this.
Much more to add to the conversation. In the course of this conversation, Bose also reveals that Bob 7 has screen shared nude pictures of both Melina and Redacted 1 without their knowledge. And Pikachu and Bose generally agree that Bob 7 misuses his asexual status to solicit girls for sexual conversations or nudes.
Yeah? Is that what he does? I'm curious. What was that, Destiny? I didn't hear. I didn't hear what he does. What did Bob 7 do, Destiny? I'm curious. I didn't hear it.
The conversation about whether or not he's called Ophelia Bear ugly. From there, Bose drags in Redacted 2 because they're close friends, though Redacted 2 doesn't have much more to add to the conversation. In the course of this conversation, Bose also reveals that Bob7 has screen shared nude pictures of both Melina and Redacted One without their knowledge, and Pikachu and Bose generally agree that Bob7 misuses his asexual status to solicit girls for sexual conversations or nudes.
Nicholas DiOrio?
I don't know. If you had to choose between yourself and Tom of being more anti-booming, which one would you choose?
Me.
Manipulative, but I know that when we were talking, he really emphasized the fact that after breaking up with his girlfriend, he like can't feel sexually attracted to other girls. Like,
oh really? Doesn't that sound like Vyvanse?
He doesn't have a sex
Guys,
drive.
ever since
He's, like,
Destiny got on
talking to a bunch of
Vyvanse,
girls and they're like coming on to him sexually, but that he has no interest in them whatsoever. So like, when we would talk about, he would ask me questions about like really personal questions about my sex life.
Yeah, well, it seems like you got a little bit more personal with your girls, Destiny. That's at least what I've heard. I obviously don't know for a matter of fact, you know. But yeah, that's a little whack, right? Isn't that a little whack? I think that yeah, leaking those nudes is bad, dude. It's a bad thing you did. I agree with old. I wish old Destiny was here. I think the old Destiny would have wrote a really good video on the new Destiny. Oh wow, nudes comes up 57 times in this document. What else do we got here?
Nicholas DiOrio?
That's the miss.
I work with high-risk drug abusers as well, but while we do show empathy, you also have to be realistic with them and tell them, you did something horrible, and it wasn't the addiction that did it, it was you.
Yeah.
Now, Big Boss. On the night of January 3rd, Bose and Melina agree that it's incredibly toxic that Bob7 is soliciting nudes from and talking shit about so many different girls in the Austin Show ecosystem while simultaneously working as a producer for him. Spurred on by these realizations...
How many orbiters has this guy had sex with? How many up-and-coming Twitch streamers has this guy fucked?
Now, something that I haven't talked about yet is Ophelia Bear's statements in this
7 off the top of my head.
That'll come up later.
All of them? All of them.
Spurred on by these realizations and by Ophelia's statements and concerns, they reach out to have a call with Austin.
What else we got here? 6? That's 6. 7. What is this one? I don't know what's. But what about nudes happen here?
Young girls that are going on to fucking Austin's show for nudes, telling him that he's gonna flat and fuck them. Well, I don't know if the nudes thing happened. Other people for nudes, telling them that he's gonna flat and fuck other streamers and them, all while being a producer of Austin's show, and then also the screen sharing of other nudes to other girls. Now,
oh no, screen share.
Gotten very specifically into those two claims yet. We're halfway through the document. Are we gonna substantiate any of that? Oof, fuck, who knows?
I'm gonna substantiate it, guys. He's got the receipts.
A person?
Who is Bunty King?
He should be canceled or Destiny should leak this. It's something that, like, I'm going to bring up now that we're talking about everything. Screen sharing of nudes. On the night of November 15th, Melina and Redacted One were in a personal call with Bob7. During this call, Bob7 pressured Redacted One while she was on video to post nude pictures of herself, despite her not being comfortable posting pictures of this nature.
Oh, wait a minute. So you mean like your friend didn't want to be known as the guy who fucks you, so you sent her nudes around to everybody? Is that, I'm sorry, was that, is that not comparable, chat? Did we not find another little connection there?
Conversation, Bob7 hops into a call with Bose, where he screen shares the conversation and reveals the nude pictures posted in the call. Bose later reveals to Melina in their conversation on January 2nd that she saw both the conversation and the nude pictures posted, and further provides an explicit detail of the nude pictures in a later conversation on the 3rd with Austin listening. Checking through Bose's call history with Bob7, there is also evidence, so I went through and I looked through the logs to see what was going on. There is evidence that immediately after we had finished streaming and Melina and Redacted One and Bob had finished talking, Bob7 does have a call. He's talking about the call up here, and then he has a call with Bose. This is where he shared the nudes. It was during one of these two conversations where he screen shared the nudes as he was going over the conversation with Bose. Bose also took screenshots of previous screen shares in the past, confirming to me that Bob7 indeed made it a habit of screen sharing conversations he'd had with other people.
Yeah, so I think we get the point, guys. Do we get the point? Yeah, I don't know. It seems like this guy
So Bose realized, like...
I hate to tell you guys, but I don't think his axioms are grounded. Chat, do you think his axioms are totally grounded? I don't really know what's going on. I don't know. The goalpost? I don't know.
going on. So it's like, you know, there's like, it kind of calls into question. I mean, even people are saying like, oh, Mr. Girl was right. You know, it calls into question his entire history in a way. I mean, it's, you know, it's not just a question of you and him are just buddies, right? You're business partners. He's a public figure. He's a public commentator where he talks about other people's actions. Like, do you think that's a huge concern?
Yeah, but the issue, it just is no longer like, the issue is like, this isn't a moral concern. This is now like business advice. Like if anyone said, do you think it's bad business, Strat? Probably to some degree, I suppose. Like it's probably better that I diversify and like look elsewhere because he is a brand risk. The issue is that like,
she's such a good friend to stay with Steven right now. She should probably look to be hired elsewhere because Steven is kind of a brand risk, but she's going to stand by her friend. Oh my God. I can't. I can't, dude. This is just so ridiculous.
Steven does bad things. Steven was a piece of shit. He was negligent in this situation, right? He wasn't trying to hurt anyone, but he should have known better, and he does know better. And actions have consequences. And the reality is, like, I wanted to see this resolved in a better way for everyone, right? That's obviously like what I wanted. But when I was thinking about essentially like how I want to manage friendship versus business, I basically decided that when it comes to like business and friendship, there are certain things that I have to draw the line on because I want to run like a treatment center in the future. And I like, even friendships can't come before that because that's why I'm in social media, is to like gain the money and the network necessary to fund that without having to rely on like churches.
Dude, remember I actually made the treatment center joke a little too early, but yeah, she's trying to fund a treatment center, guys. You got to let her keep working with this dude.
Basically. But I also decided that I want to act with my friends in the streaming world.
This is fucking crazy. This is absolutely nuts.
The way that I would act if the public eye wasn't like looking at everyone and there wasn't like optics and narratives that I had to like obsess with, because I feel like so much of relationships on the internet get monetized in a way that just like
people are telling me this is a good conversation. Like, what is going on?
It's this like incredible like loneliness and isolation, and I'm just not willing to do that to my friends. And so like business strategy wise, would it be better if I like dropped Destiny or not? Like there's probably be arguments on either side. There's probably some people would be like, actually it wouldn't because he's such a huge platform. Actually it would because he's such a brand risk. And I think all that's valid. But I think fundamentally the question that I've been operating with in this whole situation to this point has been, how do I want to conduct myself with my friends? Like how would I treat my friends if there wasn't going to be public scrutiny on top of this? Because I don't know, I guess that's the only way I can sleep myself and like in my mind like have.
It just feels so fucking fake to hear her talk. It just feels so fucking fake.
Some level of like consistency, how I treat people, because my friendship is going to be determined fundamentally by like who's in trouble now, right? And I don't know if you ever like watch the Amber Heard Johnny Depp stuff, but it's like who's in trouble now shouldn't be the way, if I was close to Amber Heard or to Johnny Depp, shouldn't be the way that I engage with them as like a friend. I should try to figure out like what happened, what went wrong, what do you feel accountable for, and like trying to get as much information as possible. And speaking out when your friends do something wrong.
Okay. All right. Well, with that being said, I think it'd be good to get into the text. Is it about time, you think?
Yeah, we can do that.
I don't think the text stuff is really important.
All right. So the first one we have here, I'm just going in order from the Beckett video. Is this one where looks like Pixie says, did you end up talking to Steven? And you say, not yet, Coleman canceled, so I ended up not coming in, but we'll be there Saturday. You're hinging a lot of my conversation with him.
Shred's gonna have a field day when he gets back. Yeah, dude, the content nuke got delayed just for him, dude, clearly.
Other than what I mentioned, is there anything you were hoping to be brought up? So is this prior to you, is this in between when you met with her in person and when you were going to talk to him about this stuff?
There we go, okay, found it. Okay, did you end up blah, blah, blah? No, not yet. Let me see. Other than what is mentioned, is there anything you were hoping to be brought up? Does it continue on? I'm not sure what's leaked.
Person? Who is Bunty King?
So
Nicholas Diorio?
I don't know. It looks like a lot of it's not totally in order. The next one I have is a very long one, where it's her saying, I think I'm going to decide my next course of action of what to do with myself and him based on how that conversation goes. Unless if you decide you don't want to talk to him, that's okay too. That looks like the next one that I have. I'll check the Beckett video one more time to see if there's one in between these two, but I think that these are at least from the video, these are the ones that I have in order.
I'm just sending to you this order just because there's no like names mentioned in here.
Yeah, so the first one I have is, did you end up talking to Steven? Okay. So
these are all public anyways, I think, right?
Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. So this is your perspective. She says, I'm thinking to decide my next course of action of what to do with myself and him based on how that conversation goes. Unless if you decide you want to talk to him, that's okay too. Basically, I have my plans and course of action paused, and we'll choose something depending on if he agrees he has to make up and repent for the actions.
And these are all the messages we've already read. There's not really much here.
Work with me.
I might kind of dip through this, to be honest.
do that, or if he doesn't feel that way. I don't want to talk to him myself because I feel like I tried explaining what I was feeling and he didn't really understand. I also have a little anxious voice in my brain telling me to prepare for the worst because he probably won't care or doesn't care enough to willingly try to make up for his mistakes, and that means I'll have to start thinking of more extreme and nuclear options to deal with. But I'm trying to avoid spiraling down that line of thought because I'm trying to hold out hope. And then she says, and is this directly the next message, this one that you show, where she says, and just to not scare you?
Yes, that's directly next.
Okay. Just not scare you. I'm 100% not going to do anything to myself, no matter what he says during holiday season, because I don't want to traumatize my friends during a time I'm supposed to be happy. Even if he responds negatively, it doesn't mean I'll auto myself. I'm trying to contemplate all different courses of action, including going public, and then if I can't take the amount of public humiliation, then myself versus my plan before scheduling a note for after I die.
Wait, I think you're making a mistake with how you're interpreting Kyla here. How? Oh, it's Anna. Oh, hi, Anna. I was wondering if you still think I'm batshit insane. Honestly, I was kind of floating the idea of actually probably sending you a message and apologizing. I've asked somebody this week if I should reach out to you. Is that actually... yeah, Kimmy, I think that is Anna's...
No. No. No, she does not deserve an apology. She still is. Steven's a piece of shit, but she's still batshit insane. The problem with her wasn't that she... what do you call it? The problem... her behavior was independent of Destiny's influence. Her spiraling and trying to talk to literally every one of Destiny's friends and wanting to talk to every one of like random streamers that may have come into small contact with him. Like that was her just being legitimately insane, trying to correct the record on shit that just wasn't true. And lying about stuff like right there on stream. She doesn't deserve an apology for how people perceived her as being fucking crazy, because she was fucking crazy. She was insane. She was the victim of somebody that's like evil, but she's still fucking insane. Friend, fucking, they're doing this over on JStock stream too, where they're saying like, oh, maybe Kimmy Marie isn't that bad. Last time people were like, Kimmy Marie isn't that bad, she went on a full fucking meltdown against Destiny again. Like, the first time they brought Anna Voir back into content to try and get her right was on the Prime Kai's panel, with her, Not So Erudite, and a few other people, and she fucking lost her mind. She lost her mind on that stream, yelling at Kyla about research and random shit. She's just a genuinely unpleasant psycho. She doesn't deserve an apology for people calling her crazy. She doesn't deserve that. She deserves an apology for people maybe not believing that Steven was abusive as she was trying to let on, but for being crazy? Nah, dude, that doesn't deserve an apology. I think bringing her around as well is also going to do irreparable harm to her, because she's going to lose her mind again at some random fucking topic, and then everyone's going to think that Steven was maybe not as bad as he actually is because his victims are all fucking insane.
This new name, right? Kimmy Marie, am I completely off about that? I would be happy to talk to you offline at some point, unironically, if you would like to do that.
I'm also still looking into lawyers, but I just want to see what he says before deciding to do any nuclear option. And you said, can I share this with Steve? He communicated to me he knows he fucked up. There's no excuse at all. And he doesn't know what he can do to make it up. I'm trying to bridge between to help him understand what would make you feel that he understood he was wrong and should never do this again. So, I mean, this is essentially just you guys talking about how to take the next step, or talking about her suicidality, and how this is making her feel.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any confusion. The reason I'm asking if I can share this with Steven is explicitly because the biggest issue in all this is her consent has been violated. So when I'm saying, can I share this with Steven, I'm getting her consent to like screen cap it and send it to Steven.
Okay, gotcha. Let's see here. So the next one I have here is It looks like.
Oh, I don't even have the
you
react
saying,
on thing. Oops.
Gotcha, thanks for not sugarcoating anything about where you're at. I think what we talked about as what you needed is.
Nick got snubbed in the manifesto mention. What do you mean? Who's Anna? Anna had a very long-standing I think I took a shot at Anna in like a video in 2020. That's how far back this goes. So yeah, I would like to have a conversation with her.
Help removing the video from online, getting the guy who hacked charged, in the sense that Steven understands how in the wrong he was and the plan to prevent this from ever happening again. Is that what you feel you need?
So in between that, what's missing?
I was also extremely annoying in her chat.
I'm not sure if you don't have it, so after I say, can I share this with Steven, he communicated to me, he knows he fucked up, blah, 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 blah.
Oh my god, I fucking remember Merle. Oh my god, this is a whole other thing. This is a long time ago. This is a while
Thing
ago.
read. Or better, what can I share with him? So I like re-clarify. She says, you can share this and anything you want with him. I feel like when we talked, you really understood where I was coming from and can hopefully explain this better than I can. That is in between. So after she says that she feels like I understand her and I can communicate better, that she appreciates it, I say, gotcha. Thanks for not sugarcoating anything and where you're at.
Do you mind if I see that one that you described?
Yep. I tried to send it, but I'll send it again. Okay, so this is all of them in order, and then I sent the one that I just read. So the last one is going to be, I think it's
All
like, yeah, it's like.
I gotta put
second
these
or
on
third one.
screen.
So this
'cause
context
it's
sounds like it's
words.
missing.
So this is the in-between one, okay.
Is there anything other than messages here, or are we pretty much done? Messages, 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 messages. And then the end of the combo. I mean, I kind of think that Sunday's messages are kind of out of context. And I do think it paints it in a more sinister light. That's not something I really contest.
Are you asking for? If I'm like talking to him like on your behalf, like what are you looking for? At the time she didn't say specifically money. It was just one thing she thought of, but she wasn't bent on it. This is me clarifying because we had that conversation. That's specifically what she's wanting.
Like I really don't have much to add to this part.
Now is for him to lose money because that's different than what I had understood.
The end is amazing. Wait, why? Is there something else that happens? I thought that was kind of it.
Yeah, let's see here. You think about anything? Because I'm happy to communicate what you need broadly, a sense of justice. I'm not sure what I think about the specifics of money and punishment in this case. Not saying you're wrong. It's just the tone has changed from our previous conversation. So this is you just kind of dealing with her, sort of not totally knowing what she wants at the time, which I guess is fair from her.
Well, specifically when I started hearing, so I think at this point we've had a phone call maybe once or twice, and I start hearing the $1 million amount, and I'm not comfortable with that. I don't think that's going to give her anything that she's looking for.
You know what's important to point out? I didn't realize this either. At some point, I think in Destiny's statement, he said that the money amounts that we were hearing, like she wants X amount of dollars, she wants this, she wants that, those money requests and stuff like that were never actually to her. They were always like through third parties or through messages or like fucking blowing smoke in chat. So she never actually requested like $1 million from Destiny either, which again, my understanding of how this was all going is that she'd already made like a huge request to get law school paid for, and as soon as I fucking actually had the information in front of me, thank God that I didn't intentionally go public with this stuff, it was Straighterade who put that into the ether. That wasn't even her.
Straighterade was retarded throughout this whole deal.
know that she's never going to receive it. I don't think that that's like a good direction for her to go.
Not gonna lie, it's reasonable. Oh, I think she should get fucking paid. I fully agree with that.
But also, if that's the direction she wants to go, she should. The main thing is I can't be I can't be the one communicating that. I can't mediate that because that's
at this point, Erudite realizes this is probably like the worst possible time to fucking communicate.
Asking like for $1 million from another one of my friends, and it's not something that I necessarily like feel comfortable with. So I'm saying in this specifically, like I'm not sure if I'm comfortable communicating this part because it's now different than I understood, but I was comfortable communicating everything else to him.
Okay, yeah, and because she says, I'm not sure about the specifics regarding money or punishment. I believe in rehabilitation, but part of rehabilitation is penance. The person understands what they did is wrong, takes corrective course of actions and actions to help pay penance to the victims. So I mean, and then I think the following one here is she says, I just want to know if he'll never do this again, and this is like the biggest mistake of his life, basically.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I told Sunday that, and I thought he agreed with me, but in the video, she's like an extortioner. So that's my favorite part of it. It was like, yeah, she deserves to get paid. Then all of a sudden, when the video comes out, it's like, she's a bad person. She's a suicide-baiting extortionist.
Yes.
For using you as an intermediary,
President Sunday's just correct about
too.
that.
I just feel like if he tells
that's
me,
how she will be
too directly, it'd be
perceived.
emotionally harder to handle than if I heard it
just
from you. But I totally
objectively
understand
right.
if that's
You
not something
all
you're
are
comfortable with. I'm
too
sorry to put you in
friendly
an
with her.
uncomfortable position.
Sorry, my fucking main browser keeps like giving me the render thing. I need to switch over to Edge again. I try to use Chrome and Edge because then it'll fuck up both. But for some reason, there's like a memory leak error.
To financial compensation, but I don't think you really understood the concept of proportionality of the action since he asked if there were any bills that he could pay.
Let's see here. So we've got this message you sent. Let's see here. It looks like her talking about the idea of maybe taking it criminal, but that she didn't want to do that because the justice system is horrible. She
She's
says,
retarded.
starts with willing to figure out what this means to both of us, / in a manner that makes sense to
What
both of
is
us. I don't want to
Bunty
cause
King to you?
unnecessary harm or
Person?
suffering to Steven. I
Who
want to
is
know he'll never do
Bunty
this
King?
again. I think we'd be the most effective method of doing so, or jail, but I don't want him to go through criminal court because one, our justice system is horrible, getting people to change their behavior, and I feel like it'll be overkill, but I totally understand if you don't want to talk to Steven about this. I'm just putting it off because the answer is either one, yes, I agree with this course of action, let's talk about what this would look like in a way that makes sense for both of us, or two, no, I don't agree, I don't want to do that, which then it becomes an, okay, now I have to go to court and figure this out. So we've got that. Yeah, I think that's the majority of the stuff from you specifically to go over.
All right, so do they get back to the convo? Oh, all right. Let's go back to 1.5.
The reason why I said fuck Erudite and fuck Destiny is essentially, I guess in my mind, this is a little too far for me to want to be, I don't know, buddies with someone. Seeing that they sent a chick's nudes around, I mean, you know, maybe if he was like 16 years old and he was in high school, I would be like, okay, well, I don't know, 16-year-olds are fucking retarded, but I don't know, he just seems a little bit too old to be doing this, in my opinion. It seems to be an extremely precarious situation he's constantly getting himself into with his dick, with these random women. It just seems like very bad. And I guess I do see it as very, you know, I understand you're trying to help.
I guess, Anna, I see in chat you're saying, I empathize with Kyla wanting to remain friends with Destiny. I also understand. There's two different things that are working against each other here. There's the friendship angle, like the two people want to be friends together, or there's the business relationship. There are two people who are, one person, like they're both in a business together, right? So, if she's willing to leave if the Cherry allegations turn out to be true, because that's what she said so far, is that she doesn't know if she could stay friends with somebody who records people without their consent. But obviously, we haven't quite reached that part yet for the allegations being confirmed. I guess, like, my argument is, why not now? If she's already 1 foot out the door, if this Cherry stuff turns out to be real, why not just leave now? Because what's happening now is bad enough. But again, we're talking about this from more of a business perspective. I think that you can do both. I think that you can leave the job that's like with this compromised person, and then like also seek to like rehabilitate them on a personal basis. I think that we're conflating the two.
True.
Stand on business, yeah.
Pixie out, but at the same time, like, I don't think he's someone to be taken very seriously, or honestly, you by extension for, you know, trying to, I don't know, like sticking by him throughout all this, and like, you know, I don't know. I guess it just leaves a very, very bad taste in my mouth. I guess it's something that's hard to communicate. It's a little bit of an emotional thing, but I think that's how a lot of people are feeling. It's just like, it's a very fucked up situation. It's very.
I think the interview was done well. I think Tom asked the questions in a monotonous voice with absolutely little to no pushback. Wasn't done well. Again, I keep arguing this. I think that everybody thinks that every debate or interview should be blood sports. It's infinitely more valuable for me, the watcher, to get an interview where they just talk for an hour and a half and I learn a bunch of new information. But it's infinitely better for you, the content viewer, if we're interacting on a stream or something and I get to just sit here and watch some 10-minute blowout where somebody's screaming at somebody else. It's not great for content in the short term, but I get a lot more out of it and we learn a lot more if they kind of take it slow and just let her talk.
True.
And I've always kind of taken that approach. People got mad when I talked to Keffels for that reason. And it was like, yeah, I want to hear what she has to say. It's like, that's the content. That's the use case.
I think that's fair. And I think if people feel like they can't associate with him anymore, I genuinely understand that. Like, that's not something I would criticize others for. And I think there are others that are in your position. I just understand. That's just fundamentally like not where I'm at. I'm not willing to forward this specific thing. And it's also something like Pixie and I have talked about, like at some level of length. I don't know if it's meaningful, but like one thing she hasn't been asking for in part is to like cut people off. I think if she asked, I have to think about it. I don't know what I think. I have literally no idea. But I don't know. I guess the main thing is like, I think it's fair for you to say that you disagree with my choice to side with Steven. I think what's not fair to say, which is like spreading everywhere, is that I'm like going out of my way to like gaslight a girl, manipulate her, and to convince her to not go public and like to do Steven's dirty work. When it's like, that's such an unfair representation of me. Like I've been calling and checking in with her like every 2 days. We talk on the phone pretty often.
And it's like, I don't doubt that she like talks to Pixie and has kind of stayed in touch with Pixie. I don't think any of this stuff is like up for...
Like my whole orientation in all of this is helping her. And I guess I fundamentally believe like, I think some...
Hail Robert, how will this affect Tipster's legacy? Oh, Tipster's here. Oh God, Tipster in 2025, Tipster is talking to Anna in my chat right now. This is fucking insane, dude.
Like Destiny.
What a crossover.
A lot of trouble with his dick and is interpersonally, I think, really retarded, is probably going to be better off with people who care about him and will like confront him on it, but also not just like drop him. But I think if other people want to drop him, like I wouldn't say that you're a bad person for doing that. It's just not something I'm willing to do yet. And like maybe I'll be wrong, maybe I'll be by my words, but I'm not doing it out of this like willy-nilly, just like 2 week. I'm doing this out of like a decently principled stance, which is that typically like I don't give up on people. I think the argument like he's just too old. I'm like, that's fair. It's just tough because I like.
He's just too old. You can't teach an old dog new tricks, Erudite. You can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Clients that it's like, I don't know, not a lot of 45-year-olds doing a lot of stupid shit. Because like I don't know, trauma and like problems associated with being a fucked up person don't just like go away because you're older. They just like come out in different ways.
Why do you care about this guy so much when he doesn't seem to care about, I mean, anyone else, at least enough to not share their news around?
I guess because I see actually tons of markers of him caring about people and also being negligent and bad when it comes to sexual relations. I see tons of.
Wait, he's bad when it comes to sexual relations? Like, all these arguments are ridiculous. I'm sorry, this is crazy. He cares about people in other ways, unspecified ways. Dude, I just.
Evidence of him caring about people.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that answers most of my.
I've seen evidence of him caring about people despite the fact that he just leaked this girl's nudes. This is just not the time to be talking like this. There's a time for rehabilitation. It's not like the day that you guys find out that people know about it.
Is there anything else you want to say before I end off the recording?
I guess, do you feel like it is fair in this situation? I guess, what do I do about this?
All right, I think this stone's been bled dry, and my wife is now awake. So I'm gonna go hang out with my wife. I want to thank everyone for joining. I want to thank Perfect Zip for following. I very much appreciate that, even though we don't agree on the content. Probably gonna send them a whisper with a link to our disc if he wants to go there. I don't know why it's not taking me to whisper, but fuck. I guess let me try to do it on here. I prefer it when people disagree with me. Just agree. Probably good. Someone like Perfect Zip around. Oh, that's why. Okay. Oh well. I guess if Perfect Zip, you ever come back around, my Discord is the same as my username for the most part. So I guess just feel free to add me. But thank you to anybody that stopped by. Thank you to Ed. Thank you to Perfect Zip. I hope you all have a wonderful and blessed day. Peace out.